As It Exists, Too. The Black Queen. By Mark Pircola. All voices, by Revoicer AI software. King James opened his eyes. It was still early, but he could hear people talking and moving about below. It was sunny and warm, and he had nothing important to deal with. He nudged the naked slave girl next to him, and she slid out of bed. She began putting her uniform, such as it was, back on. He dressed his personal night guards in very scantily suggestive uniforms, designed to stimulate his libido, more than to provide any protection. He chose very young, attractive, athletic female slaves for this purpose. They were supposed to guard him through the night. But whenever he felt a chill, or an urge, he would beckon one to his bed. They had no weapons, but were expected to shout to the guards standing outside the door, in event of an intrusion or other issue. They often became pregnant. He would then free them, and they were offered to his palace guards as wives. It was a win-win for all concerned. At least, he thought so. He went through several every year. He heard the door open, and his personal groomers arrived with his robe, slippers, and chamber pot. As they scrambled to put out his clothing for the day, his personal steward came forward and knelt, holding up a cup of apple juice. He looked a bit haggard for such a nice morning. The king took the cup and went to the window, which overlooked the west garden. He noticed several carriages entering the grounds, and several more already headed towards the stables. The king frowned and said,
"We have company, Edward. What's going on?"
Edward stood up, but keeping his gaze low said,
"It's the war minister, my lord. He's called for a meeting of all your advisors, generals, and admirals. They've been arriving since dawn. He mentioned you might wish to attend. Something about Doria. Something important."
The king ate a biscuit as he walked down the hall. He noticed several dozen aides and stewards milling about in the great hall. To get all these important men here this early, the war minister must have sent out messengers late last night. Being told he might wish to attend was the closest thing to a command the minister could manage. He said to Edward, who was following holding a cup,
"It can't be war. Doria has been trying to recapture its northern territories for decades, after they seceded a few generations back. Maybe they've finally made some progress."
As they approached the meeting hall, the king mused.
Of course, a united Doria would mean they could apply their military power in other directions. I believe they have many fearsome warships.
Edward kept quiet. He knew better than to respond to, or repeat, any of the king's ramblings. When the king entered, they all stood up. The king noticed many empty plates of food still on the table. Some of them had been here for quite a while. The war minister had wisely not begun the meeting until he arrived. He was a skillful diplomat, if nothing else. The war minister stood up and said,
"Good morning, all.
He lowered his head and said,
Welcome, my lord."
He waited while the king took his seat. The king said,
"Proceed."
The minister began.
Yesterday afternoon, one of our best and trusted agents returned in a small fishing vessel he had acquired from Doria. In the 5-day journey, he had written his report on everything he had seen and heard on his mission. This report is still being studied, as there are many drawings and diagrams of some of his more sensitive military observations. I've been up most of the night, verifying and questioning some of the events described in the report. I believe the man is telling the truth. At least, what he believes is the truth.
One of the admirals, being a bit impatient, said,
"So, what does your spy have to say? What's so important?"
The minister looked at the king and said,
The king of Doria and his family are dead. His nephew Admiral Cooney is the new ruler. It was not a peaceful transition.
There was some commotion at the table. One of the generals said,
"It was the slave army, wasn't it? They turned on him."
A younger admiral stood up saying,
"This is great news. I know Admiral Cooney. He's no fool, and he does not like war. He thinks it wasteful and stupid."
The king liked what he was hearing, but there had to be something else. The minister looked troubled. He banged his fist on the table, and everyone quieted down. The war minister then said,
This news is not of great importance. These things happen often. In foreign realms,
he added. He held up a piece of paper and passed it to his left. He said,
This notice was distributed throughout the capital city the day before the attack on the palace.
He waited for a second and then said,
Hundreds of copies of this document were dropped on the city from flying machines.
He held up a drawing and then passed it to his right. Then continued.
The next day, these flying machines attacked the palace. They dropped fire pots on it from high above. The palace burned to the ground. The king and his family jumped from the highest level. They had no time to escape. They had no warning or defense. There is no defense against these machines.
Now the room erupted. Everyone grabbed for the drawing. The king looked over at the war minister who stood quietly. The king noticed an unfamiliar face of a man, sitting next to the war minister. An elderly gentleman sitting in front of a large leather-bound book. The drawing of the flying machine was handed to him. There were wings and a tail like a bird, and something strange in the front. There was a person sitting inside, which meant it was quite large. The king again banged on the table. The commotion stopped. The king asked the war minister,
Should we be concerned?
The war minister stood up now and said,
I believe we have time to prepare an appropriate defense. These machines are quite fragile. They're made of wood and fabric. The Dorians do have a military advantage at the moment. However, their new leader does not seem to be in a hurry to press that advantage to conquer his neighbors. At the moment, we believe they only possess 4 working flying machines.
There were a few smiles now, as the immediate threat was not as bad as they had feared. He cleared his throat and held up several more documents. He said,
The most troubling and disturbing news is something more incredible than flying machines.
Everyone was quiet now. Even the king was curious. He continued,
It seems there was a catalyst, a secretive entity that was behind a slave revolt at their secret flying machine testing base. Someone who improved and weaponized the flying machines and convinced Admiral Cooney to dethrone his uncle and seize power in Doria.
It wasn't unusual for conspiracies to have many conspirators. But this sounded strange. One of the generals asked,
What do you mean by weaponized?
Again, the minister held up the document saying,
According to what our agent could discover, there were many improvements made to these machines, including a means of making them lethal weapons by a single person. Someone not from Doria, and who seemed to have limitless knowledge. Ancient knowledge.
Chapter 2. Kat sat in the crow's nest of a single-masted trading vessel. She was traveling as a passenger, and was wearing the clothes of a high-born woman of the day. Clothes now in a pile at her feet, as she sunned herself. The crew were amused at her odd behavior, but said nothing to her face. Her fake skin was covered in a microscopic layer of solar energy collectors. The sun was charging her up. She needed to do this frequently, in this world without electricity or charging stations. She was on her way to Neris, another coastal kingdom only 5 days from Doria. Her friend Professor Tuttle, the Dorian Ancient Studies academic, the one that Sis had cured and befriended, said it might be the best bet for her to try and end slavery without bloodshed. There were fewer slaves involved, and the country was quite prosperous. He had also mentioned that King James of Neris was not as evil or corrupt as the old king of Doria. But it would take quite a bit of diplomacy to change the millennia of politically sanctioned slavery. He had also whispered, it isn't so much the free labor anymore. It's all the forced sex. Most men will not give that up, not without a fight. As she sat there, she thought.
Sis? Can you still hear me?
Sis responded.
Quite clearly, what's on your mind? You've been daydreaming.
Kat thought.
Are you using your satellites to communicate?
Sis responded.
No, I only have a dozen satellites orbiting right now. That isn't enough to communicate freely. I've been using relay drones. They hover above the clouds. They get enough sunlight to stay on station as long as I want.
Kat asked.
So, they are like helium balloons then?
Sis explained.
They are not pressurized with helium, they are vacuum-filled with graphene skins and nanotube structures. Extremely light and robust. They were used for weather and geo-monitoring for thousands of years.
Kat, who was never a science fan, just said.
Oh.
She realized that having access to nearly 100,000 years of science information didn't help if she never studied any of it. She was just bored, Traveling by sailing ship she found tedious. She asked.
Anything interesting happening at home?
Sis replied.
Nothing out of the ordinary. At least since you asked, 4 hours ago.
Kat winced. She was being annoying. Her sense of time was still a problem. Her new photonic brain allowed her to experience the world in slow motion. This was sometimes an advantage, but sometimes it was just, Sis said.
I have over 80,000 years of entertainment or educational material I can send your way.
Kat knew she should ask for something educational, but most of it would be useless in the world as it existed. She said.
How about something funny and romantic?
She closed her eyes and thought, why not? Reality is sad and unkind. Time for a break. Sis didn't interrupt her escape into fantasy. She understood how humans required some form of entertainment, just to escape their reality. Sometimes monotonous, often very cruel. Because Kat's brain was now artificial, the entertainment was sped up and sent directly to her consciousness, without the need for any physical visual or audio conversion. When Kat opened her eyes, she was disappointed to see the sky had become overcast. She looked out into the distance, and noticed the horizon had darkened. Sis spoke to her saying,
Yes, I see you've noticed. I'm afraid things don't look promising for your little ship.
Kat began putting on her clothing, which was several layers thick. She asked.
What do you mean?
Sis responded.
That ship is headed straight into the path of a major storm. It will hit you through the night. That little ship may not make it to port. The winds are quite intense.
Kat thought about it. The ship was old, slow, and overloaded. The winds had been mild for the last couple of days, and they had not been making good time. Sis said.
I would advise the captain to offload all the cargo off that ship and drop anchor for the night. That would give it at least a 50-50 chance of surviving.
Kat knew that the captain would never do that. She wasn't sure she should even warn him about what was coming. The men of these days rarely listened to a woman. Sis said.
If the ship goes down, don't waste your energy trying to stay afloat. Your body is not very buoyant. Let yourself sink to the bottom and walk to shore. We won't be able to communicate, and it will be pitch black. Just remember, the current in that area will be pushing you to the left, if you're headed in the right direction. You're about 40 kilometers from shore.
Kat replied.
But I'm only half charged, and moving underwater is more strenuous.
Sis interrupted.
And the area is very rocky. Some you can walk around, some you may have to climb over.
Kat had a bad feeling about the night ahead. Sis didn't help when she added.
Of course, sometimes the currents change with the tides, and at different depths.
Chapter 3. Again, the conference room erupted into turmoil. It was well known by everyone that their ancestors were thousands of years more advanced than they were. What was left of that civilization was still there to be seen, much of it still intact, after 2,000 years. Especially the Great Walls. They had never been able to penetrate, or enter any of the walls. There were several dozen known walls, scattered about through the world. Mostly in the lower hemisphere. The walls were over 2 kilometers high, and built alongside existing mountains, in order to create enclosed valleys. The purpose of the walls was still debated, but it was known that they were mostly hollow, and provided living quarters, for thousands of people. One of the king's advisors now spoke up saying,
Not from Doria? Then from where? Where did this person come from?
The war minister didn't answer. He stood up, to introduce the old man sitting next to him. He was famous, but not recognized, because their civilization had not yet developed photography. The minister said,
Gentlemen, and your majesty, this is Lord Capo. I believe we're all familiar with his book, on the ancients, and the Great Walls. I've invited him here to help with determining the truth and implications of this information we have just received.
Lord Capo didn't stand, but tapped the large manuscript in front of him. He said,
Thank you, Minister.
He nodded toward the king and said,
Greetings, Your Majesty. I'm grateful for the opportunity to be included in this potentially great new discovery.
He took a sip from his glass and said,
That book I wrote, over 20 years ago, is in need of some clarifications and corrections. I've discovered several of my theories were not correct. I've been working on a new book for several years now. And again, I believe my theories may need some adjustments. Such is the nature of research in this area.
He slowly stood up, and continued.
This information, coming from the north, is the most exciting news I've heard in years. If it turns out to be true, well, things could change. Hopefully for the better, for all of us.
He lifted his manuscript.
As you know, everything we know about the ancients came from the stories of the survivors of the Great Dark. Not directly from the survivors themselves. Mostly, it's from their children and grandchildren. The ancients themselves were not the superior intellectual giants many still believe. They didn't write down their stories, because most of them didn't know how. Reading and writing were activities long forgotten, except for a few scholars and historians.
One of the king's advisors said sarcastically.
But how could they?
Lord Capo interrupted saying.
It seems everything in their world was managed, operated, and controlled by machines. These machines were intelligent enough to handle all the necessary functions required for the people to live carefree and work-free lives. They were taught whatever they wanted or needed to know by these machines.
Such a world was hard for anyone at the table to comprehend. Lord Capo continued.
Many of the old documents were difficult to understand because the ancients often used abbreviations and acronyms when talking about their lives.
He held up a small metallic device and said.
There are hundreds of comments about WIDS. A device they wore on their wrists that they used for educational, recreational, and communication purposes. Only recently, after obtaining documents from another country, did we discover that this was an acronym for wearable, holographic, interactive, display.
He looked at the small device and said.
No one knows what holographic means, but apparently, all the ancients wore one of these.
He placed the device back into a small box and continued.
Another thing that has been made clear. The ancients lived in a paradise for over 75,000 years. This paradise was made possible by machines of incredible sophistication and complexity. However, in the end, during the Great Dark, when the machines no longer functioned, none of the survivors knew how anything worked.
Again, the room became a bit noisy. None of them could understand how this could happen. Lord Capo tapped his manuscript and said.
What I and my colleagues have determined is that sometime, maybe over 70,000 years ago, the complexity of machines became too much for a human mind to comprehend. The machines began designing and improving themselves.
Now this was something they could understand. Humans had no idea how their own minds worked. Thinking machines were unfathomable. Many of them still had no clue how the internal combustion engines, in current development, operated. One of the king's advisors asked.
What of the walls? What do you think was their purpose?
Lord Capo looked thoughtful for a few seconds and said.
From what we know for certain, the valleys within the walls were the only places on the entire planet in which plants would grow. This resulted in strict food and population controls. There is mention of a substance called carbon, something that was generated within the walled valleys, something that was lacking elsewhere.
The king was fascinated by these new revelations, but held up the picture of the flying machine. He said.
This is all quite interesting, Lord Capo. But what of our recent news?
Lord Capo looked at the war minister and said.
I find this report most interesting. I haven't had the opportunity to talk to the man myself, but if what the report insinuates is true, well, there is someone out there we must find.
Chapter 4. On a hill, overlooking the sea, two men stood near an old cart, arguing. The taller man, Tor, had a long scraggly beard. He used to hide his face. Being a runaway slave, he was paranoid and skittish. The smaller man, Orson, also had a long beard. He used to hide his distorted face. Something he had suffered with from birth. The argument was about the item in the cart. Both men were illiterate and poor. They used the cart to haul manure, fish, firewood, or the occasional body that washed up on shore. Tor said,
I know what it looks like. I got eyes, but it ain't right. I'll not touch it.
Orson pointed in the cart and said,
Look again, I tell you it's a gift. We won't get a chance like this again. And if she don't start to rot, I ain't putting her in the hole either.
Next to the cart was a freshly dug grave. That's how they earned some money. Tor turned his back. He was afraid he would lose his resolve if he looked again. Tor said,
You know what comes out of the sea after a few days is mostly bones. That wreck happened over 3 weeks ago. That body doesn't have a scratch or a nibble on it.
Orson began removing his pants. He said,
I don't care how. Just look at it. This skin is soft and smooth. There's no stiffness, bloat, or gray either.
He brushed away a fly buzzing around his face. He hadn't noticed, but there were no flies on the body. Whenever the men took charge of a female body, if it wasn't too far gone, they'd take turns with it. Usually, that meant holding their noses and shooing away flies. He touched the skin of her leg and said,
The sun's warmed her up a bit. I don't like it when they're cold. I'm not waiting any longer. Just keep an eye out. This woman's prettier dead than any living woman I've ever seen.
Kat was aware of voices. Male voices. She felt warmth on her skin. It felt wonderful. It was sunlight. Why was her back cold and wet? She was groggy and disoriented. Where was she? Who was talking? Who she was, where she was, and what was happening was still a bit foggy. She felt something groping between her legs. She instinctively closed them, as hard as she could. There was a muffled gurgling noise, along with a crunching sound. Then all was quiet, except for the sound of someone running. The sound faded, followed by only the sound of distant waves and seagulls. She didn't open her eyes. It was just so peaceful and warm lying in the sun. She would let reality take its time. Darkness. Total darkness and fear. That's the last thing Kat remembered. She had been climbing over some rocks, at the bottom of the sea. She was out of power, and had no idea which way she was heading. The current had swirled in every direction around all those rocks. Did she hear a man say it had been 3 weeks? She wasn't certain of what she had heard. It was all a bit blurry. While lying in the sun she had smelled manure, fish, and something else, on her legs. When she finally opened her eyes, she found herself naked, in a cart. Next to the cart, was a freshly dug grave. At the end of the cart, was the body of a half-naked man. There was some bloody puke on her legs. She vaguely remembered what had happened. She thought to herself,
Children, slaves, and even dead women aren't safe from men anymore.
Looking at the body, she realized that she had crushed him without thinking. Another man dead, because she forgot she was no longer human. And 100 times stronger.
Kat! You're back!
She heard Sis shout in her head. Kat thought back.
I guess so. I'm not sure where I am, or what day this is.
Sis replied.
You're on the coast of Nearest, about 60 kilometers from the capital. You've been out of power for over 25 days. I've been building your new body for a couple of weeks now.
Kat thought.
What about me? What about my mind?
Sis replied.
Oh, I backed you up before you left Doria. You would be exactly the same, except for the memory of your sea voyage.
Kat wasn't sure she liked the idea of being so replaceable. But then she looked over at the grave and thought. What would have happened if those men hadn't been so perverted? And had just dumped her body in that hole? Chapter 5. Kat buried the body next to the cart, in the grave the man had dug. She had mixed feelings about what had happened, due to the man's last actions while still alive. She decided not to feel guilty. She tried to put together a wearable outfit, from the tattered and soggy clothes left in the cart. It was hopeless. Sis spoke up saying,
Your revival creates a new opportunity. Another chance to free some slaves. But it is time sensitive.
Kat was aware there were many more countries they would eventually have to deal with. She assumed they would be engaging them one at a time. She asked,
What is it, and where?
Sis paused, and began.
It's something I've had my eye on for a while. An ongoing war between two countries on another continent. The Cornbees and the Comorians. The Cornbees are the aggressors and have a large slave-run economy. Apparently, there was a deal struck with a group of commercial slavers. The slavers supplied a large mercenary fleet to end a siege stalemate. The Comorian city of Marsh, containing nearly 500,000 people, has been overrun and is now in flames. I believe the payment for the mercenaries is being paid in new slaves.
Kat mulled this over and said,
Isn't this just business as usual in this world? I mean, as it exists right now.
Sis replied.
Yes, I suppose it is. However, I detected a time-sensitive issue that we might be able to help with. I've picked up a group of slaves, being driven through some rough terrain, toward a seaport, several hundred kilometers away. They are avoiding the roads, due to the nature of the group.
Kat wasn't sure what Sis meant, so she asked.
What do you mean?
Sis responded.
I can't be 100% certain from the satellite surveillance. But it appears that there are about 5,000 of them. Young girls between 8 and 16 years old. Prime stock for the slave markets. Virgins.
Kat thought about it for a few seconds and said,
You're right, it is time sensitive, but if it's on the other side of the world, we could never get there in time.
Sis responded.
With the cargo flyers I have operational, you are right. They don't have the range and would take weeks to recharge with sunlight. However, there is another option, something I was saving for a surprise. It isn't fully rebuilt, but it is operational.
Kat was intrigued, and asked.
What are you talking about?
Sis answered.
It's a long story, something I've been working on for a number of years. I wasn't sure I would ever need it.
Kat was getting impatient, but she also knew Sis liked to tell her stories with all the details. Sis continued.
I detected it years ago, in a high orbit. Somewhere it was never meant to be. Apparently, one of the world ministers decided to document the end of the world. He took his personal low-orbit flyer up to a high orbit to record the events of V-Day.
This sounded a little creepy at first. But on reflection Kat thought. Why not? The world was ending. The ministers all had personal low-orbit flyers, which allowed them to go anywhere in the world in a few hours. Why not watch it from orbit? V-Day. Every volcano in the world being awakened at the same time, by fusion explosions. Sis continued the story.
There was just enough fuel in one of the positioning thrusters to push it into a decaying orbit. It took several years, but a few months ago it entered the atmosphere. Only one vortex engine was still operational, but I managed to land the craft in one piece. After 2,000 years in orbit, it was riddled with micro and a few larger meteor holes. The minister and a female companion were still strapped in their seats. They had been there a few years, before the ship lost pressure.
Kat tried hard not to visualize what was in those seats. She asked.
Will it fly?
Sis responded.
Yes, I've rebuilt or replaced most of the critical components. I've not had time to rebuild the fuselage or the interior, such as the seats. It may not maintain pressure, so any long-distance jumps would require a spacesuit.
Kat replied.
Put a blanket over the seats and send it here. Since I don't have to breathe, I don't need a suit.
Chapter 6. It looked terrible. Once it had been smooth, shiny, and extremely aerodynamic. It was designed to fly at Mach 5 in the atmosphere, and at Mach 25, in the stratosphere, using the rocket engine. The 2,000-plus years it spent in space had not been kind. Although not rusty, it was dull, scorched, and battered. Thousands of micrometeors, glancing off at odd angles over the centuries, left the surface pitted, scarred, and scratched. Sis said,
I'll need time to replace the hull. The surface of hypervelocity aircraft requires special treatment. And orbital vehicles require layers of shielding.
Kat ran her fingers across the surface. Sis said,
Yes, it's a bit rough. Re-entry overheating didn't help. We'll have to keep it under Mach 2 in the atmosphere.
Kat asked.
Should I take anything with me?
Sis responded.
It doesn't appear they have enough food for more than a couple of weeks. The route they are taking, and at the pace they are moving, it will take them a month to reach the coast. All the girls are on foot. I'm not sure if they all even have shoes. The guards are on horseback.
Kat was angry and said,
So, they are willing to lose some along the way.
Sis responded.
It's war. Handling prisoners is never a priority. This evacuation was not well thought out or well provisioned. I've loaded the ship with a few bags of nuts and green fruit. The food situation is not great here either.
Kat suspected the situation might be dire when she got there. She said,
All these girls will be weak, tired, hungry, and probably traumatized. There will be no slave mutiny this time. I suppose I'll have to deal with those guards myself.
The airship was built to hold 4 passengers comfortably. But Sis had loaded more than a few sacks of food. There was barely room for Kat to sit. As the ship took off, Kat was thinking how she was going to handle all those sacks. She also realized there was only enough food for a couple of meals for 5,000 hungry young people. She was going to have to do some scrounging. She had a few hours to think about the situation. Many of those girls probably saw their families being slaughtered. Their will to live and all hope destroyed. Perfect slave material. Sis had sprayed the interior of the ship with a sealant. There were thousands of tiny holes in the ship, most too small to see. When the rocket engines fired, Kat waited for the air to be sucked out. But it wasn't. At least not enough, that the ship's life support couldn't replenish it. Sis spoke up.
I thought the sealant would work. It's not for you, it's for the food.
Kat responded.
Thanks. I love you too.
Sis replied.
I also forgot to mention that you shouldn't move if you froze up. That skin is nearly indestructible. But if it's frozen below -200 centigrade, then it can crack if you move.
It was still dark when the ship landed. It was in a small clearing, about 5 kilometers from where the girls were camped. There were a dozen fires around the perimeter, for the guards. The girls were all huddled together, trying to keep warm and sleep. Kat's eyes could see quite clearly in the dark. She had bundled all the food into a large pile and strapped it together. She was carrying the entire thing on her back. Kat guessed it weighed between 300 to 400 kilograms. It was trying to be stealthy while carrying it. That was the problem. Kat was trying to make it to the girls by going between the campfires. But what she didn't realize was that is exactly where the night guards had stationed themselves, so that their eyes adjusted to the dark. The weight she was carrying was causing a lot of loud cracks and crunches as she made her way through the thick underbrush. She couldn't see all the little twigs and branches hidden beneath the leaves. She saw the guard before he saw her, but he was walking toward her. She put down the load of white sacks as quietly as she could and crouched down. Those sacks would be hard to miss. She felt around a bit and found something she could use. A branch a bit bigger around than her arms. As the guard got closer, she snapped the branch to get a piece about a meter long. She then stood up and threw it. The guard heard the sound and was raising his weapon when something hit him in the head. She threw the branch she had hit him with into the bushes and propped him against a tree. She placed his musket in his arms. It would look like he fell asleep while on guard. There were plenty of bushes throughout the encampment that she used to conceal her movements. Kat crawled into the mass of sleeping girls, dragging the sacks behind her. As she crawled, she was waking girls and giving them food. She told them to pass the food around, only take what you can eat. Don't hide any, the guards would just take it away. She knew that most of the girls would try to hide some. She just hoped most of them got something. Her plan wasn't all that well thought out either. As she made her way through the throng, she was taking note of their condition. Many of the smaller girls were barefoot. It made sense. Sis had mentioned that there was a steady stream of carts and people on horseback leaving that city days before it fell. Those would have been the merchants and people wealthy enough to afford horses and carts. Those left behind would have been the poor and the laborers. People who don't buy shoes for their young. Their feet grow too fast. As she made her way toward the center of the horde, she found most of the older and larger girls. She gave them food and gave them orders. She told them that she would be near from then on. She told them that she would find a way to free them. But they would have to begin looking out for each other. The little ones, with bare feet, would be carried by the larger girls. They would all have to take turns. She crawled around until dawn, repeating this many times. At dawn, the guards began riding the perimeter, as the girls used the bushes, and began milling about. Kat jumped high into a large tree, after a guard had ridden by. She watched as a mess cart began sloshing food, or something close, into each girl's hands as they walked by. Fortunately, this area contained many natural springs, so water was not an issue. Each girl was given a drink as they passed the wagon. Kat smiled, and nearly shed a tear, as she watched several hundred small girls being carried on the back of an older girl. It meant a lot to her, and hopefully to them. They were fighting back, in the only way they could. Chapter 7.
One problem at a time,
Sis advised. Kat was angry. She was struggling with herself, trying to keep focused. Part of her wanted to just kill all those men. But they weren't the real problem. It was the society they lived in. It was the leaders and merchants that perpetuated the constant warfare and slave trade. There were so many innocent victims. If she were still human, she would be shaking from all the rage-induced adrenaline. Sis tried again to calm her, saying,
Yes, we will find a way to stop all this carnage and depravity. But just killing people won't stop it. We have to change how people treat each other. Bloodshed could just make things even worse.
Kat thought back.
Worse? How could it get worse?
Sis calmly replied,
Think about it. Remember your history, Genghis Khan, Vlad, Hitler. An endless list of psychopaths who proved that absolute power
corrupts absolutely.
Kat finished the sentence.
Today's problem, let's just focus on today's problems and solutions.
Sis began. Kat relaxed a bit. She knew Sis was right. Her emotions were getting the best of her. But considering her new artificial consciousness, having any emotions at all was a blessing. She could never thank Sis enough for all the time and effort it took to make that possible. Sis, too, had emotions, and she felt a wave of warmth toward Kat as she felt her gratitude. Sis said,
You're very welcome. You were my only friend and companion for many years. Bringing you back was not an entirely selfless task. Friendship is something I needed. Something we all need.
There was an awkward pause. Then Kat asked,
Today's problem?
Sis responded saying,
Head for your ship. It should be partially charged up.
The ship's photon-transducing coating had been severely compromised during its time in space. Sis had supplied Kat with a large camouflage tarp to cover the ship. It also had a PT coating to convert sunlight to energy. As Kat made her way back through the woods, Sis explained that the new fuselage for her flyer was being modified to include a stealth coating under the PT coating. This layer was basically a screen that would display the view on the far side of the ship. From any angle, the ship would seem to be transparent at most distances and viewpoints. It was not LiDAR, sonar, or even radar invisible. But this world didn't have any of those technologies anyway.
Where am I going?
Kat asked. Sis replied,
The port city the girls are headed for. There are warehouses all around the port area. Some may contain food.
Kat asked,
Do you think some may have shoes?
Sis knew this was a sore spot with Kat, and responded,
I'm not sure, but if not there, maybe we can find a factory or store in the town that does.
Both Kat and the ship basked in the sunlight most of that afternoon. The PT coatings in common use were about 80% efficient. Still, without charging systems, it would take days for Kat to be fully charged. The ship would take at least a week, even with a larger tarp area. At dusk Kat left and headed up the coast. Sis had the ship head up a large river along the way. The girls were headed right for it. Sis had no idea how those men were planning to get the girls across. They found it at a narrow spot on the river. A rope between two small docks on each side. There was a raft on one side. Sis said,
That's it. That's where we free the girls.
Kat asked.
You will explain that. I'm not seeing it.
Sis said.
Well, maybe free is a bit of a stretch. But at least we can separate the girls from those men.
Kat said.
I'm still not seeing how that helps. We can't just leave them here, in this wilderness.
Sis responded.
One problem at a time. It'll take those men over 5 days to move their wagons, horses, and all the girls across that river. It'll take over 200 trips for the girls alone. That raft was built to carry one wagon or 20 men at a time. The horses must go separately.
Kat was still skeptical, but she understood the concept. If they could get all the girls on one side, with the men on the other. But it wouldn't solve the problem of what to do with the girls. Sis said.
Right now we need to get to the coast and see what's there. Those warehouses may contain something we can use. We just need to be flexible.
It was difficult to see the port city in the dark. The dim light of lanterns here and there was the only sign. It had started to rain. Kat felt sorry for all the girls, trying to sleep on the damp ground while being rained on. It must be miserable for them. Well, worse than before. Sis said.
There, that animal pen is empty. Land there.
Kat saw them, a half a dozen animal pens. She saw cows, horses, and pigs in some of the pens. She wasn't sure if they were being exported or imported. As she landed, she thought, maybe this empty pen was for slaves. There were no lights around the warehouses. Kat waited in the shadows for a while, listening for any threats. There was a sound nearby. Her excellent night vision allowed her to see them. A man and a dog walking among the warehouses. She waited as they walked to the end of the buildings and made their way back, moving behind others. The buildings weren't locked. She slid a large door open a bit and slipped in. It was very dark inside, so she had to look carefully as she made her way through the building. She moved back and forth through several buildings. She was slowly filling up her small flyer with food. She was looking for items that didn't need preparation or cooking. So far, that was mostly nuts, dates, and apples. When she was in a building used for carpentry and shipbuilding, Sis said loudly.
That's it, the rope, take the rope.
Kat protested.
That'll fill up the flyer. There must be thousands of meters.
Sis interrupted.
Not the thick stuff, take the thinner rolls. We'll need 1,000 meters or so.
Sis also had her take a few pulleys. Kat was disappointed that she hadn't found any shoes. But the flyer was full. She had difficulty squeezing herself in. On the trip back, Sis explained her plan. Kat had to admit it could work. But there were risks. The girls would have to be cooperative. And quiet. It was a plan to sneak all the girls across the river in one night. Something she couldn't do, using the raft. Kat made her way to the encampment, carrying a dozen large sacks of food. There was no clearing this time. All the girls were huddled under trees. The men, in two large groups, on either end. The men were sleeping in little tents, made of canvas. Kat could see a couple of the guards. There was still a steady drizzle, so there were no campfires. Because of the lack of visibility through the trees, this time it was easier for her to sneak among the girls, most of them in small groups, lying close together. Some were sleeping, but many were just leaning against each other, shivering. Too many, Kat thought. Something was wrong. Kat started passing out the food, and telling the girls to share with the others. Kat sat next to an older girl, who had been watching her. Kat was still mostly dry, so she sat close. The girl seemed sad, and a bit angry. Kat asked,
What's wrong? Why aren't you asleep?
The girl didn't look up, but said quietly.
He killed her.
Kat was a bit surprised, and asked,
Who killed who?
The girl pointed toward a spot nearby.
That guard. I don't know her name. She just stood up and began screaming. She wouldn't stop. I think she went crazy.
The girl put her head down, between her knees. Kat couldn't tell if she was crying, all their faces were wet from the rain. She then softly continued.
The guard shouted at her, but she just stood there, screaming, pulling at her hair. He stabbed her in the throat. I was close enough to see. She made awful sounds. He dragged her away by her hair.
Kat sat there for a while. Sis spoke.
All these girls have been traumatized. Some are probably in a very fragile state. It's not surprising that some might snap. Everyone has a breaking point. Lying on the muddy ground in the cold rain wouldn't help. Tomorrow night, they'll be close to the river. We must be ready. This rain isn't going to stop till tomorrow afternoon.
Kat made her way through the trees, to where the girl had pointed. She looked down from a tree, and saw the girl's body. Her bloody dress pulled up around her neck. Her body had obviously been raped. Maybe more than once. Kat felt sadness, more than disgust or anger. Knowing history, she understood that this scenario wasn't anything new. It wasn't natural or normal. It was just a situation that occurs when people are forced to obey the orders of psychopaths. People can become mentally and emotionally unstable by obeying or being the victims of such orders. The next day, Kat made ready for the girls' rescue. It was a simple enough plan, though there were risks. She had embellished the plan a little. Sis didn't like it, because of the extra risk involved, but Kat was determined. When it was dark enough, Kat began taking out the men, on the far side of the river. During the day, the men had moved 6 of the wagons and horse teams across. Those wagons were now empty, and had headed out immediately, to bring back more supplies. A dozen men had gone along, to clear the trail. They were still over 10 days, from the port city. 10 men had stayed on the far side, preparing a clearing to hold the girls. It would take them at least 4 days, to get them all across the river. Kat was getting better, at sneaking up on people. She used the palm of her hand, to slightly bop them into unconsciousness. She didn't believe she was doing permanent damage. She didn't want their blood on her hands. Sis kept reminding her, that those men were soldiers, and this was war. But Kat kept thinking about the men's families. She was not much of a warrior. Kat piled the men on the raft, and pulled it over to the occupied side of the river. Because they were watching the girls, there was no guard posted at the dock. Kat quickly tied and gagged the men, and began doing the same thing, to those guarding the girls. This plan required stealth, speed, silence, and luck. Kat was providing most of the luck. When she had secured all the guards, she began waking the girls. She told them what they had to do, and moved through the throng, repeating the plan several times. All the girls had to do, was hang on to the rope, and not scream, when they were pulled into the cold water. The moving rope would pull them across the river, quickly enough, that swimming was not necessary. Kat had left a dozen fires going on the far side, in the clearing the enemy had been preparing. She told the girls to stand up, and run toward the fires, as soon as they reached the bank, on the other side. One of the dangers of this plan, was a blockage of girls, flaying about on the far bank. That scenario was a major concern. She told 2 of the larger girls, to stand on either side of the rope, to help others stand up, and get out of the way. The other end of the rope, was attached to Kat's flyer. It was going to move straight up, pulling the rope through a pulley. Kat got all the girls hanging on, then gave Sis the word. The rope began to move. There were several gasps, as girls were pulled into the water. Their clothes were still damp from the rain, and they were already shivering. It would take a while, because the rope was only moving fast enough, to keep the girls afloat. Kat began her own little plan. She was going to steal some horses. She could only take 6 at a time, on the raft. She moved as quietly as she could, but horses were not something she was familiar with. Sis was helpful with instructions. Too slowly, she got the first group across, and walked them into the clearing on the far side of the river. There were already hundreds of girls, standing around the fires. Some were naked, as they tried to dry their clothes, by holding them near the fires, with sticks. Kat tied up the horses, and began running back to get some more. She had a bad feeling about some of those clothes. Some were already beginning to smoke. She would have to add clothing to her list, the next time she raided those warehouses. Chapter 8.
The girls are our responsibility now,
Kat said. Sis responded.
I'm aware, but they aren't part of the solution to our bigger problem. Their country is still at war, and is not doing well. We can't take them back. Their city is in ruins, their parents most likely dead, or enslaved. The other cities are under siege, and starving. The bigger problem is ending this war, and then all the slavery.
I need a bigger ship,
Kat complained.
I've been making 2 trips a night, to those warehouses. I believe my pilfering has been detected. There are now 3 guards roaming the area. It's getting more difficult, sneaking around.
Sis suggested.
Get a net and load it up. Then carry it underneath the ship.
Kat agreed to do that, but she was a bit embarrassed, that she hadn't thought of it. It was almost dawn. Kat returned to the girls, not knowing what to expect. The scene was quite peaceful, with thousands of girls in groups around the fires. Most of the fires were very dim now, some almost out. Kat noticed one of the older girls, coming out of the woods, with an armload of branches. The girl began moving from fire to fire, throwing her load into fires, trying to revive them a bit. Kat picked up a few large branches, and as quietly as she could, broke them into smaller pieces. She then proceeded to place the pieces into the dying fires. The girl saw her and waved. She then came over and said,
"You're back. Did you bring more food? Who are you?"
Kat smiled and said,
I'm Kat, and yes, I brought some food. Hopefully, enough for everyone this time.
The girl and Kat sat by the fire and talked a bit. They spoke softly, because most of the girls were still sleeping. Kat asked,
"What's your name? Did you get any sleep?"
The girl answered,
I'm Anna. My father is the captain of the Western Wall. He's a cannoneer. I've been watching over them. That's what my father does when he's on duty.
Kat noticed her clothing and shoes were better than most of the girls. Her father's position would explain her still being in the city when most of the wealthy had escaped. She didn't want to mention the girl's father or his fate. She said,
"Anna, thank you for watching over them. I need someone to be in charge while I'm away. I guess you just volunteered. Get some rest now, we won't be moving today. We'll rest here and get organized. I'll take over for the day."
Kat went back to the cache of supplies she had dropped in the woods near the girls. She had managed to gather some more useful items this last trip. Among them were about 50 blankets, buckets for water, and some axes and knives. She grabbed some blankets and began covering some of the girls who were farthest from the fires. She felt guilty that there weren't nearly enough. As the girls woke, Kat began assigning them tasks. She found that most of the older girls knew how to care for horses, so she had them lead the horses to graze on whatever they would eat. She hadn't brought any grain for them. The girls were full of questions, for which Kat had no answers. Many involved homes and family. She had to explain over and over that she didn't know the fate of anyone left in their city. She had never been there. Sis had mentioned that the enemy had not completely burned the city, which meant they planned on rebuilding it as one of their own. This also meant the remaining population would probably be spared. This is what Kat would tell the girls, to give them some hope. As Kat encountered the girls, she was also evaluating their general health. They had a couple of weeks of difficult walking ahead. There was an old trail along the river. Hopefully, the men with the wagons had cleared it well enough for the girls to get through on foot. The food disappeared quickly. They were all a bit malnourished. Kat allowed a few dozen girls to go downstream a bit to find frogs or fish in the river. The girls seemed confident, so Kat relented. The poor and young often find ways to scrounge up food. There was some commotion on the other side of the river. The girls couldn't hear it. Kat just wondered what imaginative story those men would tell about how 5,000 young girls just disappeared one night. She assumed their story would include at least 50 well-armed men, who also stole those 54 horses. The shoe problem was still an issue. Kat had counted nearly 400 girls, who were barefoot. She planned on putting 3 girls on each horse. The girls were small and light. There would still be many, requiring someone to carry them. Kat felt a bit overwhelmed. She had all this strength and knowledge, or at least access to knowledge. But she couldn't do anything for a barefoot, hungry little girl. Well, at least not 400 of them. Kat discovered nearly 200 girls attending the horses, taking turns riding them and fooling around. There was actually a bit of laughter. Kat didn't like being a disciplinarian, but she was in charge and had to enforce the rules. But first, she had to make up some rules. She explained to the girls why she had taken the horses. Then she appointed a few older girls to round up the barefoot girls and have them practice mounting and riding horses. Kat was sure most of them had never done so. Without saddles, staying on the horse may be difficult. Kat wasn't sure. She had never ridden one herself. She had never been a mother. Now she had 5,000 children in her care. As she looked around at the bedlam, she had to ask herself, what was she thinking? A few days earlier, she had thought of herself as this immortal, powerful super being. Now, she was thinking about sneaking away while she could. Sis was quiet. This time, they were both at a loss.
Kat! Kat!
Anna was shouting a few meters away, trying to get her attention. Kat walked over and asked,
"What's the problem?"
Anna pointed to a small group of girls lying in the sun. Anna said,
Some of the girls we've been carrying. A few are very sick. I think a couple of them are dying.
Kat walked over to where the girls were lying. She examined each one, putting her hand on their foreheads and feeling their pulses. Sis did the diagnostic. Kat had no clue what she was looking for. Sis said,
Anna was right. 2 of them are dying. I doubt either will make it through the night.
Kat asked,
"What can I do?"
Sis responded,
There is an emergency med kit in your flyer. Get them there, quickly.
Kat strapped one girl onto her back and carried the small girl in her arms. Anna asked if she could help, but Kat told her to take charge of the group. Kat told her she would be back later, hopefully with more food. Kat then disappeared into the woods, very quickly. As Kat moved through the woods, Sis explained her diagnosis. The smaller girl's foot was wrapped up, but Sis could tell by the smell that it was already gangrenous. Kat had already thought it was something like that when she had gotten close to the girl. The older girl probably had pneumonia, her oxygen levels were extremely low. Kat asked,
"So, what do we do?"
Sis responded,
If the med kit is intact, it should contain a universal antibiotic that can help both girls. However, the med kit is over 2,000 years old. I hadn't thought of replacing it because it was of no use to you. Since most of that time, it was frozen in space, I have no idea how effective the medication is. We'll just have to try it and see.
What about the foot?
Kat asked. Sis responded,
You'll probably have to remove it.
This was something Kat did not want to hear.
I don't have any surgical tools or knowledge.
Kat began. Sis interrupted.
Don't worry, I'll talk you through it. Besides, removing body parts is easy, people do it all the time. Usually by accident.
Kat assumed Sis was trying to be funny. She wasn't feeling it. Kat put the two rear seats in full recline and laid the girls on them. Both girls were barely conscious. Kat found the med kit and the antibiotic. It was meant to be taken with water. Sis said,
I did replenish the ship's water and oxygen tanks. Increase the oxygen level in the ship to 100%.
Kat gave the girls the medication and asked,
How do I deal with that foot?
There was a packet of BioSeal in the med kit. It was a form of medicated glue that would bond organic tissue instantly. Kat had to peel back some healthy skin above the girl's ankle. Then she took the girl outside and used her plasma laser to instantly remove and cauterize the girl's foot. Then she used the BioSeal to glue the skin over the exposed wound. The entire operation only took a few minutes. Sis said,
That was very well done. Much better than any surgeon could have done, using their tools. You should be proud.
Kat responded.
I've made her a cripple.
Sis said.
Yes, but hopefully she'll live.
Kat said.
But she'll be on crutches her whole life.
Sis responded.
Not if you make her a new foot.
It took nearly 4 hours. Kat sacrificed one of the chairs. The seats contained some very flexible steel that she used to fashion a curved half-circle spring foot. The leg attachment was a bit tricky. She needed it to be expandable, to allow for growth. The seat cushioning made for a very functional and hopefully comfortable prosthesis. The older girl was breathing much easier with the increased oxygen. The meds seemed to be working, at least they were still both alive. Their fevers were both diminishing, but they were still struggling. There was one antibiotic pill left. Kat asked Sis what to do. Sis responded,
Just give each one half. It will help a little.
The situation was intolerable, and Kat was getting angry. She was feeling helpless and didn't like it. Sis tried to be helpful, but there really wasn't much either of them could do. Sis said,
Look at them. They are skinny, short, and malnourished. I doubt either of them has ever had a balanced meal.
Feeling Kat's frustration, Sis continued.
It's not just because they were poor. This new civilization has forgotten so much we take for granted. They know nothing of proper diets or vitamin deficiency. If these girls live, it will be due to their own immune systems. You don't have enough medication to tip that scale. What they could really use right now is a healthy meal. Some chicken soup could make the difference.
What Sis was saying made sense. Kat had noticed that all the men she had encountered so far were quite short. Most of them not much taller than herself. That meant that there were vitamin and food issues that the new civilization hadn't figured out yet. Lack of a proper diet also meant immune system deficiency. Kat strapped the girls down and took the ship toward the city. She found a small clearing and landed. She had to disguise herself to move around freely. She snuck about behind buildings in the darkness until she found a dress shop. Because of her height, she had a difficult time finding something long enough to hide her boots. It was a bit fancy for what she was planning, so she put a shawl over it to hide some of the intricate embroidery. She tied her hair up and put on a bonnet. She was trying her best to look common. It might have worked, but Sis's little modifications to her face and breasts made it difficult for her to blend in. Men would notice her. She let her ears guide her to the nearest tavern. There were quite a few to choose from. They tended to get noisier and dirtier, closer to the docks. This was primarily a port city. She wasn't looking for entertainment though, she was looking for some good food. She went in, and tried to be inconspicuous as possible. However, a woman coming in alone was strange enough to turn some heads. A young woman approached. She was carrying a picture of something. She asked,
"Are you alone? Do you need anything?"
Kat wasn't sure how to handle the situation, but quickly chose a reasonable explanation.
I'm looking for my husband. He tends to end up where they have the best food.
The girl smiled and said,
"That would be here. Look around. But I've not seen anyone new here tonight."
Kat noticed that there were only a few women in the place. She also watched the men eating. They seemed to be enjoying their meals. There was a large pot hanging in the fireplace at the far side of the room. Kat watched as another woman used a ladle to fill a bowl. It appeared to be some kind of stew. Kat was still near the front door. She opened it a bit. Outside were several horses and a couple of carriages. She stuck her face out the door, and choosing a fancier carriage, used her placer to start a fire near the spot a lantern was hanging. She then closed the door, and made her way toward the other side of the room. It didn't take long. Someone shouted,
"Fire!"
The room erupted. In this world of wood and lanterns, the word fire was never ignored. Half the men poured out of the tavern, the rest went to the windows. Kat left the building, out the back door. She was carrying a large, heavy iron, boiling pot of stew, along with the ladle. She felt bad about stealing. She would have left some money, if she had any. But lives were at stake. Although both girls were weak and feverish, they managed to eat quite a bit of the stew. Sis was pleased and said,
"A good meal will probably do more for them than more antibiotics. It's too bad there isn't enough for all the rest of the girls."
Sis warned Kat that it would probably rain again that night. She couldn't leave the ailing girls outside to suffer through that, so she strapped them down and went on another food plundering exploit. She knew she shouldn't be tending to these two girls so much. There would be more girls getting hurt or sick in the next few weeks, and she might not be able to save them all. She had to focus on the bigger picture, to save as many as she could. Her forays into the warehouses were getting trickier. They had dogs chained up now near the doorways to each building. She found the dogs alert and growling as she approached. She knew she didn't have much of a smell. Sis spoke up.
"It's your clothes. They aren't fibrous and don't soak things up, but still, you have to clean them now and then. You've got some blood and stew and muck you've accumulated in the past weeks."
Kat thought about it. Yes, she remembered some blood splatter when she had peeled back the skin on that girl's ankle. Stains didn't show much on her camo outfit, but there were probably quite a few. She said,
You could have made some more outfits for me.
Sis responded,
"There's a lot of things we should have done. If I'd made you more clothes, you would have given them to the girls anyway. Most of them are in rags."
Kat had to agree. She decided to stand in the rain a bit, to wash off some of the muck. She wouldn't feel it, because her clothes were waterproof. Kat had discovered a large store of cheese wheels. She used chunks of cheese to keep the dogs occupied, while she went about her gathering of various provisions. Much of the stored foodstuff was meant for long sea voyages. This made the job a little easier. Sis had to remind her that she was taxing the power reserves of her little ship. Kat was on a mission though, and made 3 trips that night. She was leaving nets full of rations along the path. She hung the nets from trees to deter any animal intrusions. Chapter 9. A few days later, Kat was ready to turn her invalids loose. They both were stable and full of questions. Tam, the younger one with the missing foot, was learning to walk with her new prosthesis. She was skeptical at first. The thing was so strange looking. But Kat explained that people ran races wearing 2 of those things. Kat assured her that eventually she could be faster than all her friends. Kat and Sis had changed tactics. Sis convinced her that just stealing what they needed was not sustainable. They didn't have any of the local currency, but they did have something of value to trade. That was knowledge. Kat started with some local farmers. She told them she knew how to double the productivity of their land by using fertilization and irrigation methods. She was willing to share. It was a hard sell. Eventually, they agreed to give her several carts full of produce. For her information, a lot of this food would not make it to the market anyway. Travel was just so slow. Her next venture was to round up a dozen local dressmakers and tailors. Normally, these people were quite competitive. Kat had to draw several diagrams and explain the machinery to them. She offered to give them blueprints of a machine that would allow a single seamstress or tailor to sew a dozen outfits a day. Again, not an easy sell. But she convinced them they could become extremely wealthy and begin a clothing industry. It was unfortunate that Kat didn't have a wrist display viewer. Everyone had one in her time. They were used for learning, communication, and entertainment. They could display beautiful three-dimensional images of anything imaginable. It would have been a lot faster showing people what she was talking about if they could see it for themselves. Such images could be sent directly to her brain now, so the viewer hadn't seemed necessary. Now, she had to draw pictures and convince people that she knew what she was talking about, the old-fashioned way. It was time-consuming and awkward. She wasn't cut out for sales work. The turning point for the clothiers was when she explained that they could send her machine designs to many different iron-working facilities. Each one would create molds and produce individual parts. None would know how the parts were to be used. That way, this group would have a monopoly on the production methods and machinery. She drew up the blueprints of all the parts and traded them for all the clothes and undergarments they had available. Nearly 400 outfits in all. It wasn't nearly enough, but Kat felt good about the trade. What these clothiers now had was the design of a fourth-generation foot-pedal sewing machine. She did explain to them that this was not a new invention. It was something that had been used reliably by thousands of people for many years. She didn't mention the point that it was over 80,000 years ago. Kat and Sis had dozens of conversations about the future of the girls. It was resolved when Sis noticed the direction of thousands of slaves who were being driven along a northern route. At least 10,000 men and boys from the same city as the girls. Sis thought they were being sent to the north, to the slave markets, for payment toward all those mercenaries. However, they had turned east, towards the coast. Toward the iron mines on a mountainous island. This mining center had a large encampment near the working mines. Sis believed it was meant to hold 15,000 men, with another 15,000 working in the mines. Every 12 hours, the men would change places. This was dangerous back-breaking work, with a large turnover of men. With the war over a year old, they were probably in need of more weapons, which meant more iron. Sis believed that this was the best option for the girls. Let these 30,000 men take care of them. There were undoubtedly men who were fathers, brothers, boyfriends, or potential mates for all those girls. All they needed to do was get them together. And of course, free the men. Kat hated the thought of more bloodshed. Another slave revolt. But this time there would be no work around. No way to avoid a bloody conflict. Sis had to justify the idea by reminding Kat that the girls' well-being was the only thing of concern at the moment. She also said she would begin watching that mining site more closely. Looking for weakness, and formulating a plan. Once they got the girls on those ships, at least now they had a destination, other than the slave markets. Kat asked,
Exactly how are we going to convince those slave ship captains to take the girls where we want?
Sis answered.
Another little detail I haven't quite worked out.
This was quite the admission of imperfection, coming from Sis. Kat knew better than to call her out on it. They were both winging it on this little adventure. Kat suggested that perhaps she could do the same thing she had done with the farmers and tailors. Sis responded,
That might work, but first we have to figure out what they need that we can provide.
Kat said.
This faction that controls the slave trade and mercenaries, they sound more like merchants than empire builders. If we are successful in stopping their slave business, they will want something equally as profitable.
Sis replied.
I'll give it some thought.
A little later, Sis spoke again.
We should also begin preparing for our eventual success.
Kat asked.
Aren't you being a little optimistic? We've only been successful in one country so far.
Sis replied.
I'm talking about after we've ended slavery. The next step would be to stop warfare, completely. Only then would I feel comfortable in advancing all of their technologies.
Kat thought for a few seconds, and said,
I agree, but at the rate we're going, that might be 20 years away.
Sis replied.
Oh yes, easily. That's why we should begin training our emissaries, now.
Kat asked.
Emissaries?
Sis answered.
Yes, we'll need someone in every country, someone we trust, someone with an assistant we can communicate with. Someone we have trained.
Kat asked.
You mean, like spies?
Sis answered.
Not exactly, more like an official representative from the north. An advisor. Or perhaps we can convince some of them to marry into the local royalty. We need to keep them in check.
Kat responded.
That sounds a bit ambitious at this stage. Who did you have in mind for this task?
Sis was confident of this plan and replied.
We'll need some children. The younger, the better. I'm pretty sure Kit will volunteer. We need to begin educating and training a small corps of ambassadors to gain the trust and friendship of all the world leaders. We'll need smart, strong-willed, brave, and ambitious young people. Children whose curiosity and quest for knowledge is greater than their fear of the unknown. Children like those two girls, who are peeking into your ship right now.
Kat turned quickly, and saw small faces disappear on each side of the ship's hatch.
I was followed.
Kat thought. She ran through dense brush, when returning to the ship. It would have been extremely difficult to follow her. Sis commented.
I heard them. They were trying desperately not to lose sight of you. But their skin and clothes were being torn to bits. Fortunately for them, you left a trail that a blind rock could follow.
Kat said.
I wasn't trying to be stealthy. Why didn't I hear them?
Sis responded.
You did, or at least your ears picked up the sound. We were conversing at the time. The human brain is designed to ignore sensory inputs that are faint or natural, to focus your conscious thoughts to our conversation. It took many years of effort to design that filtering process. It makes you more vulnerable to threats, but it is human, and that was my goal.
Kat was a bit annoyed and said.
So you hear better through my ears than I do.
Sis responded.
I have to analyze all those sights and sounds you experience to determine the reality of your surroundings. It is a bit tedious. I only say something if I deem it threatening or interesting enough to bring it to your attention.
Kat responded.
And you didn't think someone following me was interesting?
Sis replied.
Yes, it was. And I wanted to see how much pain those girls were willing to endure to satisfy their curiosity. We have a couple of very tenacious young women out there. I believe they are the type of children we are looking for.
Kat had left the hatch open to keep the ship cool. She was using a heating vent to keep the pot of stew warm. The elevated oxygen levels were no longer necessary. Lynn, the girl with pneumonia, was walking around now. Kat told Lynn to go outside and invite the girls in. There was still enough stew for the 4 girls to have a couple more meals. The girls followed Lynn into the ship cautiously. There wasn't much room, so Kat sat in the pilot seat. When Kat saw them, she felt awful. The rags they wore were now in tatters. Their legs and arms covered in new scratches, many of them still bleeding. Kat pointed at the pot, and told Lynn to give them something to eat. Lynn offered the girls the ladle full of stew. They were hesitant, but when Lynn took a large mouthful, they both tried some. Maybe only one meal left, Kat thought, as the girls finished their 5th ladle of stew. Kat said,
That's enough, save some for breakfast.
The girls had the usual look of malnutrition and neglect. They had shoes, well, what used to be shoes, held together with twine and pieces of leather. One was several centimeters taller.
Names and ages, please,
Kat said. The larger girl looked at her companion, who nodded.
I'm Maya, this is Mira. I'm 14 and she's 12.
Kat nodded, smiled, and said,
I'm sorry about the path you followed. I should have been more careful about the thorns. Why did you follow me anyway?
The smaller one, Mira answered.
We wanted to know where the food was coming from, in case you didn't return.
Kat thought it interesting that the 12-year-old was the leader, but watching her she could tell the girl was taking everything in. Her eyes were clear and sharp. Mira then asked,
What is this place? It's made of metal. What is it?
Kat smiled again. With the solar tarp covering most of the ship, it was difficult to see its shape. Kat made her decision and said,
I'll show you after dark, if you return.
The clothes that Kat had kept for her 2 invalids were men's work outfits. She had to take what was available. Her 2 new guests needed new clothes more. She decided to split up the outfits. She gave Mira and Maya the shirts. On Mira the bottom of the shirt reached her ankles. She gave the other girls the pants. They had to be rolled up quite a bit. But Tam liked the way it hid her prosthesis. She was a bit self-conscious about it. Kat asked Mira about her past. It was not a pleasant story, but Maya was her older sister. They had lost both parents and were being raised by an uncle. Someone neither of them liked. This was enough to give Kat the feeling that her earlier decision had been correct. She told Mira that if she and her sister decided to return, that their lives would change. She didn't say for the better. Any change would be better. She gave all the girls big hugs. She noticed that Mira didn't hug back, like she didn't know how. It was a bit awkward and a bit sad. Sis spoke up.
I believe we have another issue to factor into our plans. Something I hadn't thought through.
Kat watched, as the girls disappeared into the woods. They were headed to the campsite the rest of the girls would reach in a couple of hours. It was only a few kilometers away, near the river. She had told the girls to tell the leader, Anna, to have Tam and Lynn ride the horses as much as they wanted. Lynn, because she was still weak, and Tam, because she was still learning how to walk with her prosthesis. Kat asked,
"What's this issue you mentioned?"
Sis replied,
I was hoping to build a cadre of emissaries from the children we encounter that need our help. But I'm beginning to realize that the children we have been helping are not stable enough to be the people I had envisioned.
But they need our help.
Kat responded.
Yes, that is the problem.
Sis lamented, continuing,
Most of those we have dealt with have been subjected to very difficult and cruel lives. Even those not enslaved have been neglected, abused, and have struggled with hunger and poverty. Children require unconditional love, attention, support, and security in order to develop into fully functional and confident adults. I myself have spent many hours holding and caring for the young Kit. I knew what she needed, and did my best to provide it.
Kat had a brief vision of Sis, holding and feeding a baby Kit. It was a strange image, with Sis's metal body holding a soft squirmy baby.
I'm a good mom,
Sis said. Kat responded.
Oh, I'm aware of that. Kit is a marvel of happiness and bravery. Strong-willed and yet feminine. You are probably better at mothering than I will ever be.
Sis was silent, so Kat continued.
You don't believe these children will become stable and strong as they grow? Even with our help?
Sis responded.
It's not their fault. But many of them have been neglected, abused, and ill-fed for far too long. They don't know how to love or enjoy life. We can't undo what's been done to them. I'm afraid it's too late for most of them to become completely normal, caring, empathetic people. We will have to choose very carefully whom we decide to trust.
Kat asked.
So how does this affect our plans?
Sis replied.
I'm still evaluating our options. I believe a plan B might become necessary. Finding suitable subjects in this population may take far too long. Nearly everyone in this world is malnourished and poorly educated. Even the rich and powerful. You've noticed you're as tall or taller than most of the men.
Kat responded.
I've noticed. It's something I find awkward. At least the Admiral was a little taller.
Sis replied softly.
In his high-heeled boots.
Chapter 10. The sun was now behind the trees, so Kat began folding up the solar tarp covering her little ship. After stowing it away, she grabbed the power coupling with both hands to charge herself up directly. It was much quicker that way, although her hands became very warm. She was thinking about Sis's evaluation of the children they were trying to save. To her, it seemed a bit harsh and negative. She felt people, especially children, were a bit more resilient than you might expect. Sis spoke.
There's something I need to tell you.
Kat replied.
Good news for a change?
Sis said.
Yes, I believe it is, though you might not be thrilled.
Kat said.
What is it? There's no need for drama, just tell me.
Sis replied.
It's about the ship. I'm rebuilding the interior components now. It seems there is a feature that the previous owner never activated. He had an assistant.
Kat looked over at the console. She really hadn't given it much thought. She asked.
What are we talking about?
Sis was a bit embarrassed, but said.
The ship has a fully functional, long-range link connection along with a standard vid display for people without a built-in assistant. It functions as a heads-up display over the viewport, so you don't have to use a wrist display. Purely a convenience feature. These personal flyers were built for the powerful and wealthy.
Kat was not happy. Sis quickly added.
It's built into the console, so you would have to dismantle that to use it the way you use a wrist unit. You would also have to power it with your internal power source.
Kat didn't respond. She was already of the opinion that her efforts to trade knowledge for goods was not reaping the benefits she had hoped. Her needs were immediate. The benefits of the knowledge she shared were more long-term. Kat was thinking about what advantage having this functionality might give her. She heard some noise outside. The girls were back. Kat called to them. They were outside admiring the shape and sleekness of the ship. It was beautiful, in a way they had never seen before. The girls were still not sure what it was. It was still much too early for a mission, so Kat had them sit so they could talk. Kat asked them about their lives, how they lived, who they knew, and how they felt about things. They both talked and giggled for an hour or so, while telling Kat some of the details. Their father was a fisherman, whose vessel was lost in a storm. A few years later their mother died of a fever. They had fallen into poverty after their father's death. Their uncle took them in. But he was not much of a provider. He owned a cart. He went from ships to fish vendors all day, with his cart loaded with whatever they had managed to catch that day. It was not easy work, and there was a lot of competition. He sometimes lost money on loads that no one was willing to pay for. The girls would follow him and offer their services as fish cleaners to the vendors. Most days, they spent their afternoons covered in fish guts. Their only possessions were the knives they used. Between their uncle's cart and their knives, they managed to eke out a living. The girls had friends they would hang out with in the evenings. The girls had to stay downwind though. They usually stunk of fish. Kat found the tale interesting. Although their civilization was entering a modified industrial age, most people still lived in a medieval world. There was little thought given to child welfare or education. Kat asked them if they had ever heard of the ancients or the Great Walls. Mira spoke first.
You mean the religion? I've heard people talk about it. They're always asking for money though.
Kat nodded saying,
Yes, I guess that's true of all religions. From what I've read anyway. Do you girls know how to read?
Mira nodded.
Yes, our mom taught us. But we couldn't afford any books.
Maya added.
She just drew things in the dirt.
Maya looked down at the smooth metal floor. She had wanted to demonstrate her writing skills.
Who do you think the ancients were?
Kat asked. Mira looked puzzled, but she answered.
I think they were people. But they could do things.
Kat smiled and said.
Yes, they were your ancestors. And they did do things. Not because they were special, but because they were taught how to do things. Things that their ancestors had figured out how to do very long ago.
Neither girl fully understood at first. It was Mira who asked.
How come we can't do those things now?
Kat said.
You will, eventually, but first you have to be taught. The biggest difference between you and them is how and what they were taught. I'm going to show you how children, the ancient children, were taught.
She picked up Mira and sat her on her lap. It was dark enough now for a very clear display. Maya sat next to them, and Kat pointed toward the forward viewport and said,
Watch.
She then said loudly,
Display a simplified overview lesson on world history, from the beginning of civilization until the end.
A three-dimensional graphic of a timeline appeared in front of them. A voice began speaking. Mira stiffened, and held Kat's arm tightly. Maya just sat there with her mouth open, and eyes wide. Neither had seen anything like this before. To Kat this was first-level stuff. She was more interested in the response of the girls. Like most lessons, this one only lasted about 30 minutes. The presentation then ended, with the usual inquiry about questions. Mira looked up at Kat and said,
How did you do this? How does it work?
Kat replied softly.
In ancient times, everyone was used to seeing displays like this everywhere. When the teacher asks you for questions, it means questions about the presentation, about what you just learned. Do you have any questions about the history lesson?
Both Maya and Mira were excited, and wanted to see more. Kat thought that it might be time to show them something a little more age-appropriate. She said,
How about we watch something else? Something just for fun.
They both settled down after a few minutes, and Kat asked for a fantasy story, something that would be new and challenging for their imaginations. Kat again was more interested in the girls' reactions to the story. They both giggled and screamed at the appropriate places. Kat felt relief that the girls seemed genuinely angry and empathetic to the characters in the story. Although they couldn't understand every reference in the story, they did enjoy it. Mira was now relaxed and comfortable in Kat's arms. Sis was silent. Kat was taking that as a win. Kat thought,
unconditional love, affection, security, the things you say children need to mature normally, and without emotional damage. These girls are getting what they need. From each other. This civilization is still evolving. There is hatred, cruelty, and neglect everywhere. Finding perfectly well-adjusted people, with empathy and kindness for their fellow human beings, may be difficult. I say we make do with what we have.
Sis responded with a simple,
all right, we'll continue with Plan A for now. But I am still working on Plan B, just in case.
Kat asked,
are you ready to share what Plan B is?
Sis replied,
whatever is ready. I've got several projects in process. Basically, it involves a more direct approach to solving our problems and advancing our agenda.
Chapter 11. 2 days later, the situation was improving. Kat had positioned her flyer just 2 kilometers from the trail. She had sent Maya and Mira to the trail to begin gathering wood. The main body of refugee girls would be arriving near dusk. Kat wanted to prepare the campsite for them. The girls were traveling in 2 columns, following the wheel tracks of the wagons that had gone through earlier. At the end of the columns were the girls without shoes. The trampled path made it less likely they would step on anything hazardous. This had been Anna's suggestion. She was a smart girl. Kat planned to join her 2 helpers before noon. The 6 wagons carrying food were coming up the trail from the port city. Sis had detected their campfire the night before, using infrared surveillance in one of her satellites. She estimated they would be near the new campsite late that afternoon. It had been overcast the last 2 days, and the ship wasn't fully charged. Kat planned on getting some early morning sunlight by lying on top the ship. The power situation was becoming more of an issue. The old ship was not holding a charge like it should. After a couple of hours of sunlight, Kat had returned to the ship and was putting on her clothes. Sis spoke.
Something's wrong. I hear one of those girls calling. She sounds upset.
Kat grabbed her top and ran out of the ship. She began running toward the trail when she heard it. It was Mira. Kat moved toward the sound and saw her running through the woods. Kat shouted,
here! I'm here!
Mira was panting and scared. She gasped.
A man. A man on a horse. He chased us. Maya stopped and told me to run. He got her. He's got her.
Kat hugged Mira and said,
go to the ship and stay inside.
I'll get her back.
Kat leapt through the woods, jumping over the brush, and disappeared. Mira was astonished. She didn't know Kat could move like that. She didn't know anyone could move like that. But she suddenly felt a little less frightened. And she felt a little more motivated to do what Kat said. As Kat bounced down the trail, Sis spoke.
I'm sorry. I didn't think they would send someone ahead. They didn't need to scout the terrain. They'd cleared this trail themselves over a week ago. I believe it's a communication issue. They probably needed to know how far they needed to travel and how bad the food situation is.
Kat wasn't in the mood to discuss the issue. She hadn't foreseen it either. Neither of them had any experience with situations like this. She used her optics to see them ahead. She had gotten there minutes after the rider. They had stopped, and several men were standing around her. Her hands were bound, and they were questioning her. Kat slowed down and ran forward at a more human pace. She was quite close before one of them noticed her and shouted. She calmly walked within 6 meters so she wouldn't have to shout. One of the men climbed into the front wagon and retrieved a musket. The leader, a husky bald man with a scraggly beard, pulled Maya up and held her in front of him. He said loudly,
who are you? What do you want here?
Kat said calmly,
I'm Kat. I represent the people of the North. I'm here to take the girl. She's under my protection.
There were several snorts and a couple of sneers from the group. The man with the musket raised it and pointed it at her. The leader pulled out a large knife and held it at Maya's throat. He said,
this here's a runaway slave. According to the law, I have to kill her. There are no exceptions.
Kat clenched her fists, but tried not to look angry. Kat said,
I'm not familiar with your laws, however, there are no slaves here. I've freed those girls you were traveling with. All of them.
Now the leader was angry. He said,
There's no such thing as a freed slave. The law is clear and strictly enforced. Runaways must be killed. Slowly. Preferably in front of other slaves. We can cook him, skin him, gut him, or my favorite, spike him. I've done it every way possible.
Sis spoke up.
If what he's saying is true, then this society is crueler than the last one. By spiking, I assume he means impalement. This civilization may be close to an industrial era, but its laws are pure medieval.
Kat said,
I will only say this once. Release the girl, walk away, and leave the wagons.
The man was now grinning. He had made a decision. He looked over to the man with the musket and said,
We're wasting time. Shoot the...
Kat shouted.
Maya, close your eyes.
Kat had seen the man's arm holding the knife stiffen and raise. There was a bright flash, two actually, but too close together for anyone to see. All the men raised their arms, to cover their eyes, all but one. His arms were lying on the ground. He staggered, and tried to steady himself by grabbing the wagon, but he fell against it awkwardly, and fell on his knees. Kat saw the man's arms lying next to Maya and shouted,
Keep your eyes shut, Maya.
The men's eyesight slowly returned. They backed away, as they saw what had happened, then began running back down the trail. The musket was lying on the ground. Kat walked over and picked up the arms. She looked at the leader whose eyesight had returned. He was going into shock and couldn't speak. But his eyes were filled with horror and tears. He was crying, but couldn't wipe his eyes. She flung the arms into the river, about 20 meters away. She bent down and picked up the knife. She looked down at the man, who was now a blubbering mess. She felt something. It wasn't guilt. The man was a monster. It was more like shame. She had sunk to his level, watching him suffer. She buried the knife to the hilt, into the top of his skull. She grabbed his legs, swung him around, and flung his body into the river. She then walked over to Maya, and freed her hands. She said,
You can open your eyes now. All the men are gone.
She was wrong though. 4 men appeared between the wagons. Kat recognized them. They were the slaves from the cook wagon. Each group of supply wagons had several slaves who did the actual cooking. Most of them were quite old. The slaves had no idea of what had just transpired. They had seen the men running away down the trail. They had assumed it had something to do with the lightning. Strange lightning, with no thunder. Kat told them that they were no longer slaves, and removed their collars. This made them very uneasy. But Kat assured them they would be fine. Both Kat and Maya got a quick lesson on driving a horse-drawn wagon. They all took the reins of a wagon to continue the journey down the trail. Kat was still ashamed of herself, and didn't want to discuss the issue with Sis. It was slow going, and eventually Sis spoke.
Don't feel bad, it had to be done. Your method of attack was both effective and, considering all the options, appropriate. Your anger was justified. The man had every intention of killing an innocent young girl. You should feel proud that you prevented it.
Kat wasn't there yet. She was thinking about all the others. The other people the man had killed. Slowly, painfully, and legally. She couldn't be everywhere. Prevent every murder. The mission they had begun, their agenda, it just seemed so inadequate. It was just taking so long. Chapter 12. It was mid-afternoon, a day later. Kat sat in the sun, on a dock near the warehouses she had been raiding. She wanted to remove her clothing, to charge quicker, but there were people roaming about. She was wearing the local female attire, to remain inconspicuous. There was a small sailboat coming. Sis believed it was part of the larger fleet of ships, coming for the girls. When the ship docked, 2 men disembarked and walked toward her. One, a bit taller, was wearing a uniform, and the other was dressed like what Kat assumed was a diplomat. As they approached, Kat stood up and blocked their path. She opened a parasol, which was a common thing for women to do, in the heat of the day. The men stopped, and the diplomat, looking annoyed, asked,
Is there something you wish to say?
Kat said.
Do you mind if I accompany you? I have some questions.
The man in uniform said.
We're here on the king's business, step aside.
Kat didn't move, but she smiled and said,
If this business is related to 5,000 young women, then your business is with me.
The diplomat looked puzzled and asked,
What do you know about the slaves? Have they already arrived?
Kat didn't want to start an argument. She let the slave comment pass. She just said calmly,
No, they aren't here yet. But I'm interested in their welfare. I'm curious as to the process involved in the handling of so many innocent young people. I'm from the north, we don't allow slavery there.
The uniformed man, Kat was thinking naval officer, said,
Step aside, woman. Or you'll learn firsthand how we process slaves in this land.
The diplomat held up his hand and said,
Calm down, Lieutenant. Now I'm curious.
He looked more closely at Kat, who was much taller than any woman he had ever met, and asked,
When you say north, exactly which country are you referring to?
Kat stepped aside and said,
Let the lieutenant lead the way. I wouldn't want to interfere in the king's business.
The lieutenant strode forward looking pleased, and yet unsure. He sensed a bit of sarcasm in Kat's attitude. Kat said,
I'm Kat, who are you?
The diplomat said,
I'm Edward, assistant to the king's slave master, Mel. I'm here to prepare for his visit. He will be here tomorrow.
Kat waited for Sis to update her, but there was just silence. Kat asked him directly,
So this slave master, who is he, and why is he coming?
Edward looked surprised. He answered,
You haven't heard of Mel? He's the most famous man in the kingdom, after the king of course. His cruelty is legendary, as are his manner and dress. You still haven't told me what country you're from. It must be far away indeed.
Kat just said,
Yes, it is very far. Tell me, why such an important man, and his most elegant assistant, are coming here?
Edward smiled at the compliment. It was an important part of his profession, to impart such homage. He appreciated her amateur attempt. He responded,
In his crate of collars, he brings 100 gold ones. These are for those he deems suitable for use in the royal palace. For the pleasure of the king and his 2 sons. He will be personally training them on the return voyage.
Kat thought about it for a second and asked,
Training?
Edward didn't look at her, but responded,
Being so young, they will need to learn the techniques and art of handling a man's sensitive parts. Something in which Mel is considered most proficient.
Kat wasn't sure how to respond to that. They were in the city now. They had been joined by some more men in uniform, who were escorting them. Kat said,
I'd like to meet this Mel. Where will he be?
Edward looked at her and said quietly,
Be careful. As the king's representative, he can have you flogged or worse, for the slightest perceived insult or annoyance. He's had tongues removed from people speaking without permission. Until the female slaves arrive, he'll be in residence at this city's government house, such as it is.
Edward got a strange look on his face and asked,
If the slaves haven't arrived yet, how is it that you know about them?
Kat winced. She had hoped he wouldn't have caught that little hitch in her story. News traveled very slowly in this world. No one in this city knew that the girls had been freed. Then she remembered the food wagons. She replied,
Supply wagons arrived here a few days ago. They had to leave with more supplies quickly, because the slaves and guards were running out of food.
Edward smiled and said,
Yes, I'm afraid arrangements for moving large groups, during times of war, can often get muddled. I'm glad I'm not responsible for that mess. Those slaves are quite valuable. Often the guards pay for missing slaves, by taking their place. Even if it's not their fault.
Kat said sarcastically.
So how do those male guards make up for a missing virgin?
Edward didn't laugh, which meant it had happened. Kat then had to try and get that image out of her head. As they were entering the government facilities, Kat bade Edward a good day, and said she would see him the next day. Being diplomatic wasn't really something she felt comfortable with. She heard a bell ringing near the docks. Some of the ships had started to arrive. Sis had counted 65 ships in the fleet sent for the girls. There was only room at the docks for a dozen ships, so only those carrying the more important travelers would be found there. Kat made her way toward the taverns and whorehouses, found near the docks and warehouses. She assumed she would find most of the crews there. The streets were filling up with men coming ashore, and vendors, thieves, and women coming to meet them. It was like seeing an old seafaring novel coming to life, she thought. She entered the largest tavern, which had 2 large men standing in front. Captains and officers only, the men were saying, as they pushed some men away. They weren't stopping any women from entering. There was only one type of woman who voluntarily entered such establishments. Finding the right group was easy. About 7 men at a table, with several tavern staff, and a few street women, standing near them. Kat watched them for a bit, looking for an opportunity. One of the men got up and left for the outdoor facilities. Kat immediately moved in, and took his seat. No one objected. She looked cleaner, prettier, and much slimmer than any of the other women standing about. One of the staff poured her a glass of something. She took a little sip, then a big gulp. There was enough alcohol in it to be useful. The men were cheerful enough, and laughing about an inside joke about someone. Kat was just trying to find out if the girls would be safe with these men. She listened for a while, as several hands grabbed and fondled her. She saw the man whose seat she was in, returning. She spoke directly to the leader of the group, who Kat assumed was a captain of one of the ships.
Why are you happy about transporting a group of virgin female slaves? You're not allowed to molest them, are you?
The man looked surprised at her question. He lifted his mug and said,
The slave lord won't let us do him right. But he lets us do whatever we want in their mouths.
Then he lifted his mug higher, and said,
We're gonna fatten him up, right lads?
The rest of the men laughed and lifted their mugs. Kat smiled, like she found it amusing, and got up. She slipped out through the crowd thinking to herself, and Sis.
Nope, not safe with that bunch. What do we do?
Sis responded.
Those men are slavers, by trade. What did you expect?
Kat replied.
You're right. I'm still not accustomed to people being so cruel. Not everyone could be like that. It just seems so unnatural.
A few minutes passed as Kat made her way out of the city. Sis spoke.
It appears that anyone can be sold into slavery or just be made a slave. Anyone at all. Orphans, criminals, beggars, whomever isn't being protected. All it takes is a collar and a tag. And slaves are not allowed to be freed by anyone.
Tags?
Kat thought. Sis replied.
It's a permanent scar, burned into the underside of their arms. A number which matches their collar. It's how they keep track of them. If caught with a tag and no collar, you assume to be an escaped slave and executed. There are no exceptions.
Kat replied.
The girls don't have tags.
Sis answered.
Not yet, they come with the collar. The girls all have small brands on the backs of their necks. These are temporary and will eventually heal up.
I understand.
Kat replied angrily.
But how does this help us?
Sis replied.
Edward mentioned a crate of collars. What if we collared all those crewmen on those slave ships?
Kat did some quick math and said.
That's over 1,600 men. Who's going to sail all those ships?
Sis replied.
This is a port city. There is a fishing fleet and commercial transports waiting for cargo out in the harbor.
Kat said.
Okay, there are plenty of sailors around. But how do we pay them?
Sis replied.
We let them keep the ships.
Later that evening, Kat spent some time with the girls at their campsite. They were about 50 kilometers from the city. They had enough food now for about a week. The girls were more than happy about staying put for a while. They had been walking all day for several weeks. Kat felt guilty. She couldn't supply them with enough clothing and shoes. Some soap would have been nice too. Kat had a late-night chat with Anna about her plans for the girls. It wasn't great news, but avoiding slavery was still worth a little more hardship. Kat told her that a 3 to 4 week voyage on a cramped slave ship would be the next leg of their journey. It wouldn't be very pleasant, but at least Kat was determined that they wouldn't be molested. She knew she couldn't guarantee it though. Men being men. The next morning, Kat watched as a small crowd gathered at the end of the docks. Nothing happened for quite a while. It was several hours later, when Edward and his naval escort showed up. They were accompanied by a small group of trumpeters and drummers, in uniforms. The crowd started to grow larger. Kat wasn't sure what this was. It was only a couple of kilometers to the government house, which was on a small hill overlooking the port. There was a shout from the closest ship on the docks, and Edward raised his hand. The musicians began playing, and there was some activity on the dock. A small group of men in uniform marched by, followed by 4 muscular young men carrying a litter. On this litter was an elaborate chair, containing the most colorfully dressed man Kat had ever seen. He had a robe made of brightly colored feathers, and a matching broad-billed hat. He made a hand gesture toward Edward, who bowed very deeply as the litter went past. The musicians led the procession as it made its way into the city. Edward and the rest of the crowd followed. Kat just stood there staring.
What was that?
She thought. Sis replied.
I'm assuming the slave master is what is called a homosexual. The flamboyance and colorful accoutrements appear to fit.
Kat was still confused in thought.
What do you mean?
Sis said.
It's a bit complicated. It is basically a birth defect. The process of determining sexuality in humans is quite complex. A lot can go wrong. Historically, it affected a great many people. It wasn't until the early 3000s that science was able to detect and correct such abnormalities before birth.
Kat was still not clear on what Sis was talking about.
What do you mean by sexuality?
She asked. Sis replied.
Basically, you must think of him as a woman in a man's body. He's attracted to and likes having sex with other men. The same thing can happen with a woman. They behave like a man and are attracted to other women.
Like most birth defects, this one wasn't a factor during Kat's lifetime. Kat said.
I guess such things have returned then. Is there any cure?
Sis said.
Not really. Some defects can be cosmetically corrected, but not with their current medical capabilities.
Kat replied.
It's sad that people are born with defects. It doesn't seem fair. Edward said he was cruel. Is that part of it?
Sis responded.
Every human is born with several defective or mutated chromosomes and genes. It is how evolution works. However, my understanding of this defect is that people can live happy and productive lives if their society lets them.
What do you mean?
Kat asked. Sis replied.
Historically, primitive and scientifically enlightened societies are tolerant of such abnormalities. But many interim societies were hostile toward anyone who seemed different. Many of those who were afflicted had to hide their true nature in order to survive.
But it isn't their fault,
Kat said. Sis answered.
No, but because there is no outward physical defect, many believed it was a choice or some demonic possession. Ignorance can lead to all sorts of ugly behavior. It's best we talk about something else. There is no limit when it comes to human ignorance and cruelty.
Chapter 13. The next day, Kat waited till midday to venture into the government house. It was curiosity about the way this society worked that brought her there. She still wasn't clear how their legal system functioned. There didn't seem to be any clear-cut rule of law concerning who was enslaved and who remained free. In the large hall there sat 3 officials, behind a raised podium. Kat assumed these were the local magistrates or judges. At the far end of the hall, on a higher pedestal, sat Mel and his entourage of shirtless young men. One of them was gently fanning him. There were 50 or so people milling about. A small group of chained men were on one side. One by one, they were brought in front of the judges. An official read their names and the charges against them. One of the judges called out,
Who accuses this man?
A small man stepped forward and said,
I speak for the accuser.
The trial lasted about 5 minutes. The spokesman for the accuser just pointed at the man and said that he was seen and identified. The man in chains said, it wasn't him. The judges conferred for a minute and then the center judge said loudly,
Collar!
The man was dragged over to the other side of the room near Mel and forced to sit on the floor. Kat watched several more trials, which all ended the same way. She was a little surprised when one man was released. No accuser came forward, but another official stood up to say that his damages and fines had been paid. It was obvious to Kat that the legal system here was like most others she had read about in her historical research. People with money walk away. The poor do not. There was a little commotion as another group in chains was brought in. They were dragged directly over to Mel. The center judge stood up and said,
These 5 are our gift to you for your ceremony, Lord Mel.
One of Mel's men came forward and began inspecting their gift. The group looked a bit ragged, bloody and weak. They had not been treated well. Mel's man looked them over and lifted each one's left arm. None of them were wearing collars. The man went up and spoke quietly to Mel. Kat was sure these were runaways, doomed to be burned alive. Mel stood up and gestured toward the group. Two of his men went down and stripped their ragged clothes off. One of them was a girl. Mel gestured again, and one of his men spun the girl around. Mel said,
"She'll do. But shave her, so she looks younger."
Mel began speaking to Edward, and the two local officials with him. Kat could still hear him as he said,
"Place her with some separation from the others. I want you to keep the fires low. It may take hours for all of them to walk past. As the virgins walk by, I want them to feel the heat, to hear her screams, to see and smell her flesh burning, to see the pain and terror in her eyes."
Sis could sense Kat's anger and disgust getting the better of her, so she spoke up.
It's a common practice in this culture for new slaves to have to witness the spectacle of runaways being burned alive. It's meant as a deterrent, not just a sick display of power and cruelty.
Kat thought back.
They called it a ceremony.
Like something they celebrate.
Sis tried to calm her down by saying,
Historically, these gruesome events were often the closest thing to theater the public would ever see. Those orchestrating the events would make the most of it. Advertise it as an extravaganza of unforgettable sights. It would become a symbol of pride for them. And the locals, especially the merchants, would celebrate it as a grim but money-making pageant.
Kat thought back.
Yes, I recall some of that. But that was back in medieval times.
Sis replied.
These new societies have evolved a bit differently. Like I mentioned before, human labor is now a necessity. There will be much less involvement by steam-powered machinery this time around. It's not the morality of the situation, but the lack of it we are fighting now.
Kat was still angry, but Sis's cool logic was making her think more clearly. She thought,
the ceremony can't happen until all the virgins have been collared. Since that is not going to happen, those runaways will be held somewhere while they wait.
Sis said.
Think about it, you don't need to.
Kat wasn't listening. She had made up her mind. Kat moved through the crowd toward the judges. She shouted,
I have something to say.
Such an outburst caught everyone by surprise. The large room became quieter, and Kat continued speaking loudly.
The people of the North will no longer tolerate the injustices of those here in the South.
We are committed to ending the institution of slavery in all nations. Those who profit from it should begin looking for other trades.
A hand clapped over her mouth, and she felt herself being lifted up. Then her arms were pulled back, and she could feel chains being attached to her wrists. She didn't resist. She felt the easiest way to free the runaway slaves was to be thrown into prison with them. One of the judges stood up and shouted,
Put her with the others, to be collared!
The room went quiet again, as Mel stood up and held up his hand to the judge. He said quietly,
Wait, such insolence deserves a special punishment. Take her tongue first, then.
He trailed off, and looked over at his companions. He smiled and said,
No, that's too kind.
He pointed up and said loudly,
The spike. Yes, spike her. Put her up high, about 5 meters right in the center of our fire ring.
His entourage started clapping, and making a fuss about his brilliant idea. Edward came forward, and told Mel quietly,
Putting a spike in the center would require modifying the mechanism.
Mel sneered at him and said,
It will take 2 or 3 days to collar all the virgins. You have at least 3 days.
Edward bowed deeply and departed. Kat was dragged over to the runaway slaves, and they were all pushed toward a stairwell leading down. Sis spoke up saying,
Well, you succeeded. I hope you enjoy your time in the dungeon.
Kat didn't reply. She was enjoying herself a little. It didn't make sense, and she had to stop herself from smiling. They had her, right where she wanted to be. The cell was quite large. It was made to accommodate at least a dozen people. They were all pushed inside, and one of the guards said,
The food's coming. We have to make sure you're in good health for the ceremony. Mel wants his dancers well fed and rested.
Kat was a bit surprised that both female prisoners were put in the same cell as the men. Things couldn't be any dire, but Kat caught one of the men smiling. He told the others that he claimed the young one. They could all share the crazy one. Kat pulled the young girl aside. Now that she could get a good look, Kat decided she couldn't be more than 17. Kat asked for her name. The girl looked up. She was beyond being afraid. She answered quietly, through swollen lips and bruised cheeks, that her name was Iris. Kat said softly,
Have the guards been raping you?
Iris just nodded. Kat had to reevaluate her expectations. This young slave girl had probably been raped, nearly every night of her life. At least for the past 10 years or so. Kat looked over at the male prisoners. Although they were all slaves themselves, they planned on just continuing the abuse. It made Kat feel a bit angry, and sad, at the same time. They were a product of a society that was abusive and cruel. They didn't understand what was wrong with their behavior. Slave girls are for sex, whenever you want. There were 6 heavy benches on each side of the deep cell. In the front were bars, and at the far end was a wooden box, with a seat. Kat assumed that was the toilet. Kat led the girl over toward the bars and told her,
When you're with me, you're under my protection. That means no one touches you without your permission.
Kat walked toward the men, and one tried to grab her arm. She pushed him aside, with enough force to knock those behind him to the floor. As she walked deeper into the cell, she could smell the latrine. She picked up one of the benches and carried it toward the bars. The bench weighed about the same as 3 of the men. She casually placed it near the bars and told Iris,
The air is fresher at this end. You can sleep here.
She looked over at the men and said,
We won't be disturbed.
The men, now confused, all slipped back deeper into the cell. There was a little commotion outside, and several bowls and loaves of bread slipped into the cell on the floor. Kat noticed several bites had been taken from the bread. She gave Iris a bowl and a loaf, saying,
Eat up, I'm not hungry.
During the night, a guard was right outside the bars keeping watch. Kat assumed he was there to make sure the prisoners didn't try to kill themselves. Being burnt alive, or impaled, didn't give them much of an incentive to stay alive. Kat sat there quietly with Iris's head on her lap. Those benches were hard, but being slaves, Kat assumed they were all used to it. The guard left for a few minutes to relieve himself. Kat took the opportunity, and used her placer, to burn through the large bolt holding the door. She left a small fraction in place, so they could slide it aside normally. She wasn't sure yet, how or when, she'd have the opportunity to lead the prisoners to freedom. She just wanted to be prepared when the time came. They weren't in immediate peril. Kat still had a few details to work out for her plan to be successful. But first, she needed a plan. Chapter 14. A few hours after daybreak, there was another commotion, as Edward and one of Mel's entourage arrived. Kat assumed he was just checking up on the prisoners. They were an essential part of the ceremony. As Mel's assistant, he had to ensure everything went smoothly. He scowled at Kat when he saw her. Kat realized it was probably due to the mods now required to satisfy Mel's new demands. Kat motioned for him to come close to the bars, where they could talk privately. He reluctantly walked over. Kat smiled at him and asked,
Is something wrong? You look upset.
He smirked and responded,
You have no idea of all the difficulties I need to manage in creating Mel's imaginative vision concerning your elegant death.
Kat smiled at him and asked,
Exactly what is this device they talk about? And what does it have to do with dancing?
Edward seemed shocked that she didn't know. It was Mel's greatest invention. He assumed everyone knew of it. Not wanting to waste time with her, he said,
It's a large ring. About 5 meters in diameter. It sits on a device that positions the ring about 5 meters in the air. When it operates, the ring slowly rotates. There are usually 6 pyres of stacked logs, covered with metal plates, positioned around the circumference. Smaller fires are built on top of the plates.
Kat asked,
Why are there 2 different fires?
Edward looked annoyed and said,
I'm getting to that. You see the participants are hung from the ring so that their feet are less than a meter from the smaller fires. As the ring turns, the heat forces them to lift their legs. This makes them appear to be dancing, which gets very tiring over time. The process continues for hours, until they begin to pass out from exhaustion.
Kat tried not to visualize the scene, but was failing. She asked,
What happens next?
Edward made a motion with his arms and said,
The cover plates are pulled away, allowing the much larger pyres to ignite. The flames eventually reach the tip of the ring.
He looked at her and said,
At this point, I think Mel believes you will begin to dance too. People have been known to live for several days, on the end of a spike. They are very careful, not to puncture vital organs. But with that much heat, I doubt you'll last for more than a few minutes. When the heated blood reaches the brain, it's over. At least that's what I've been told.
Kat understood the situation now. Mel was after the cruelest spectacle he could create. It was like an art form to him. This man was there, to see that it all worked as expected. As Mel's assistant, he was someone Kat could use to her advantage. If she could find a way to convince, or perhaps blackmail him. His explanation still didn't tell her why he was upset, so she pressed him a bit more.
Something's wrong though, isn't it? It's not the device modification, that's the engineer's job. There's something else wrong, isn't there?
Edward looked puzzled, and said quietly,
Why are you concerned about my problems?
Kat smiled and said,
I may be able to help. You see, I'm much more entangled in all this slave nonsense than you know.
Edward sneered, and said,
You mean that nonsense you babbled in the courtroom? About the North, coming to end slavery.
Kat had to resist the urge to hold his hand. She didn't want to scare him off. She looked at him and said,
Oh, I meant every word I said. I never lie. I mean to end slavery wherever it exists. There is no way for any of you to stop me.
Edward rolled his eyes, and began to turn away. He was thinking that she was quite insane. Kat knew his problem had to be one of two things. Either the message about the girls being freed had arrived, or the men from the cargo wagons had returned. It could be either one, so she just chose the latter. She said,
They've returned then, the men from the supply wagons.
Edward turned and stared. She couldn't have known. He had only heard their story a couple of hours earlier. Mel didn't even know yet, because he sleeps late.
What do you know of it?
He said sternly. Kat just smiled and said,
More than you, I think.
This made Edward angry, and he said,
Those men are just making excuses. They came up with a wild story, just to confuse everyone. It's more likely they sold the cargo, and then were robbed.
Kat was curious, and asked,
Exactly what did they say?
Edward didn't know why he was having this conversation. But something in her manner, he felt obliged to tell her. He replied,
They mentioned being stopped by some strangely dressed woman. This woman somehow conjured up a lightning strike that burned their leader's arms off. Both of them.
Kat waited. She knew there was more to the story. She hadn't realized, at least one of them had seen so much. Edward fidgeted a bit and continued.
The woman then killed the man, with his own knife. He was quite helpless at the time.
Edward stopped, but Kat knew, if they'd seen that much, they would have seen it all. Kat said,
That's not all, is it?
Edward said,
No. He swears the woman then took the man's body, and threw it in the river. About 25 meters away.
Kat said,
It was only about 20 meters, but the story is mostly true.
Edward glared at her. He was sure now? The woman was dangerously insane. He shouldn't be talking with her at all. There was some shouting down the corridor. Another one of Mel's men came running, and spoke to the other. They both came over and whispered to Edward. Kat could still hear them though. Edward looked puzzled, and began to leave. Kat shouted,
It's news from the north, isn't it?
I can spare you the trip. I know what they're going to tell you.
Again, he hesitated. Why would he listen to this crazy woman? This time though, he could catch her in a lie. She couldn't possibly know. Just to humor her, and for his own satisfaction, he walked over to the bars again. He said,
Yes, let's hear the news from the north.
Kat just said quietly,
The virgins aren't coming. They were all freed, over a week ago.
Edward rolled his eyes again, and walked away. Such a waste of time, he thought. What was he thinking? Kat was standing in the small bit of sunlight, coming from a barred window, high up on an outer wall. She was thinking about leaving the cell that night. Her power levels were getting low. She still didn't have a solid plan yet. She knew what had to be done, just not how to do it. It was dusk before Edward returned. He had been the unfortunate bearer of the bad news to Mel. He was lucky, Mel needed him. The ceremony, and all that went with it, was now on hold. His skill at managing such projects often involved a lot of anger and frustration. Things rarely go as smoothly as planned. He was going to hide for a while. The prison seemed as good a place as any. It was best not to be near when Mel was angry. He was alone this time, as he approached her cell. He wasn't sure what to say. There was something strange about the woman. But she knew things. And she said things that were very disturbing.
Good evening, Edward.
Kat said calmly. She continued.
I suspect you've had an interesting day.
Edward came closer and asked.
How did you know? How did you know about the virgins?
Kat walked over to the bars and said softly.
Oh, that's quite simple actually. You see, I'm the one who freed them.
Again, Edward was conflicted. He wanted to laugh, walk away, or just call her a liar. But again, there was something in her manner. Something he hadn't experienced with a woman before. The confidence. He finally muttered.
You're just a woman.
He was struggling with what to say next, but she interrupted him. There was a loud snap. The cell door swung open. Kat said quietly.
Am I? Come in and sit. I believe we have a lot to discuss.
Edward just stared at the door for a minute. He didn't really believe in witchcraft or magic, but he was seeing this with his own eyes. Kat just smiled at Edward, and gestured toward the bench. She motioned to Iris to move deeper into the cell. Iris wasn't sure what was happening. She was getting scared. Edward slowly entered the cell and sat down. Kat closed the cell door, and sat next to him. He asked.
How did you do that?
He didn't say the word magic, but he was thinking it. Kat said calmly.
Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. This is an extremely old axiom that seems appropriate.
Edward mulled this over a bit, and asked.
Technology?
Kat smiled and said.
Oh yes, I'm talking about over 100,000 years of scientific advancement. You know, the ancient stuff.
Edward was now beginning to understand. He said.
You're using science instead of magic, but they are somehow the same.
Kat wasn't sure he really understood, and said.
From your perspective, yes, you wouldn't know the difference.
Edward, still a bit confused, asked.
So are you a scientist or a magician?
Kat thought about it for a second and said.
Actually, I'm closer to the coin someone just pulled out of your ear. I'm not the scientist, or the magician. I don't understand the science myself well enough to perform the magic.
From the blank stare, Kat was sure Edward was now completely lost. She said.
Let's change the subject. How is it that you work for Mel?
Edward looked relieved, and said.
I had no choice. He requested my services from the king, and the king agreed. You see, I had made a name for myself as a problem solver. Someone who can turn a chaotic mess into a successful project. Mel's slave enterprise was a disaster. He had lost control of an inept system, and profits were pitiful.
Kat could tell he was proud of his accomplishments. But was he proud of the results? She asked him directly.
How do you feel about slavery?
This caught him by surprise. He looked away. He was a proud and ambitious man. But was he proud of what he was doing? He had asked himself this same thing many times, during sleepless nights. He had tried to absolve himself, by thinking there was nothing he could do that would change things. Kat watched him as he struggled to say something, to express his true feelings. He looked about and said quietly.
It's become my task to make it financially viable. However, I would end it all, if I could.
Kat was relieved. She put her hand on his shoulder and said.
Then you'll help me end it. I can do it myself, but I can use help to speed things up.
There was a long pause. Edward knew his support would be considered treason. It would probably result in a very horrible death. Something new and gruesome, for Mel to think up. But he had seen too much. He had participated in too many acts of unspeakable cruelty. If he could do anything to stop it. Edward nodded. Chapter 15. News traveled slowly in this world. Some autonomy was expected when things went wrong. Mel told Edward that he wouldn't leave the port city without his ships filled with slaves. The city magistrate was angry and scared. This debacle had nothing to do with the citizens of his city. He was trying to placate Mel every way he could think of. Secretly, he had sent his own family away. Mel and the city garrison leader were planning on sending an armed group back up the river trail, where the supply wagons had been hijacked. The group would include the men who had abandoned the wagons. They were afraid to return, but Mel had quickly convinced them that they had no choice in the matter. They were going to use 50 men from the city garrison, and use 50 of Mel's seamen. As soon as they rounded up 50 of them, who were sober enough to ride a horse. Mel and the garrison commander were speculating that the missing girls would be somewhere along the river trail. They didn't understand how they had escaped. But they had to be somewhere. Someone was helping the girls. That was one thing they agreed on. Edward was very busy. He was now entangled in a confusing cluster of orders and schemes. He had told Kat about the gate at the far end of the prison hallway that was made of iron bars that allowed for ventilation. Somehow, she had used the information to quietly disappear that night. Her, and her cellmates. Another difficult conversation he was forced to have with Mel. The next afternoon Kat contacted him. It was an odd conversation. He stood in his room's window looking out over the bay. He had gotten used to sleeping late, to be in sync with Mel's habits. He was looking at the ships he had been asked to steal, when he heard her voice. She was sitting above the window on the overhang. How she got there he had no idea. He was on the upper level of the building. She proceeded to give him instructions, and information he required to carry them out. The sun was hitting that side of the building directly. He asked her,
"Aren't those stone tiles hot? They've been in the sun for hours."
She replied,
"Yes, they're warm, but I've been here for hours too."
This surprised him and he asked,
"Doesn't the heat of the sun affect you? I'm starting to sweat, just standing here for a few minutes. Your clothing must be soaked."
She replied,
"Clothing? The provisions?"
Kat asked, changing the subject. Edward responded,
"On the dock."
Kat had asked him to increase the ship's provisions, from a 2-week journey, to 3.5 weeks. This was a large and expensive order. Something Edward would never be able to explain. He was in this conspiracy far too deep now, to ever retreat.
"There's a storage space and weight concern,"
he said. Kat thought for a second and said,
"The girls only weigh half of what male slaves do. They take up less space too. Are there chains in the ship's hold?"
Kat asked. Edward said,
"Yes, of course, enough for 100 men."
Kat said,
"Remove the chains." "That should take care of the weight concern."
Edward said,
Yes, that would be more than enough."
Again, Edward was impressed with her cleverness. Things were moving quickly now. There were concerns about their conspiracy being discovered. Kat and Sis discussed possible scenarios. Sis felt that by moving quickly, there was a better chance of success. Kat would explain the plan to the local seamen that night. They had to round up crews who would be loyal, competent, and quiet. The plan would be implemented the very next night. There would be little time to think about betrayal. She and Edward arranged the meeting in a large barn at the edge of town. All the taverns and halls in the town were filled with Mel's slavers. As they ran out of money, their presence in the city was becoming disruptive and distasteful. No one liked or trusted them. In the barn, Kat let Edward do the talking. He was very skilled with managing people. Kat was impressed. Toward the end of their meeting, Kat spoke up. She said,
"The purpose of this voyage is to bring all these young women someplace safe. They are not slaves. They are not to be molested or harmed in any way. Unless they request it."
Kat was familiar with being a young woman. And many of these crewmen would be young men. She had to be realistic. Many of the older girls would be looking for love, security, companionship, and sex. At least, some semblance of a normal life. One of the captains brought up the issue of retaliation, by Mel and his slavers, against the townspeople. Kat didn't have a plan to deal with that situation. She said loudly,
"If anything of that nature occurs, I'll deal with it. Personally.
The days of slavers randomly grabbing and enslaving people are over."
There was a lot of skepticism about that statement, in the group. Kat could see them looking at each other in disbelief. Her plans could fail, if they didn't have some confidence in her. She stood up on a table and grabbed a lantern. She removed the glass cover and held her hand in the flame. She shouted,
Mel had me imprisoned with the intention of burning me alive on the end of a spike.
She held her hand in the flame, and slowly turned around for all to see. Then she said quietly,
As you can see, I am no longer imprisoned, and I don't burn.
She hopped down and put the cover over the lantern. Edward just stood there staring at her hand. She smiled at him and said,
It's best. I don't tell anyone all my little secrets. I let them keep underestimating me. It makes my job easier.
On the way back to the city, Kat told Edward where the ships had to go, to pick up the girls. He was going to be on the lead ship. She told him not to give the location to anyone else. Just tell the other captains to follow his ship. She didn't know any of those men, and couldn't trust them with the details. Such information would be very valuable to the slavers. Kat had left her aircraft in a clearing, near the girls' camp. Maya and Mira were staying inside, as her watchdogs, and communications link with the camp. It was an indirect link, between Kat and Sis, who would then relay the message to the ship, through the console. The girls thought they were speaking with Kat. It was all a bit awkward, but everything about this rescue mission was being improvised. That evening, the girls received the message to break camp, and follow the river to where it split. About 8 kilometers downriver it divided. One branch led to the port city, and the other went directly to the sea. Getting the girls on board those ships would be another challenge. The ships would have to row their small dinghies upriver against the current, for several kilometers. At least when the boats were fully loaded, the return trip would be with the current. The next night the ruse began. It started with Edward going to most of the taverns near the docks, and giving the owners money. He told them it was Mel's wish, that the city enjoy the presence of his men, by giving everyone free drinks, that night. The word spread fast. At dusk, Edward accompanied dozens of small boats, that went out to the slave ships, with local men relieving the sailors, left on guard duty. Edward's presence, and the talk of free drinks, was adequate reason for the men to leave. As darkness fell, dozens of small boats, filled with local sailors, made their way to the ships. When daylight arrived, the harbor was empty. But there were no alarms or clamor. All the slavers were passed out drunk. The city's garrison commander was confused about what was happening. But he knew this incident would not sit well with Mel. He put the garrison on alert, and secretly told his officers to send their families to the country. The country was at war, so the commander didn't think Mel would get any further military support. However, Mel was unpredictable, and he and his slavers were now in a desperate situation. He wasn't to blame for the loss of the girls. However, the loss of his ships, that would be on him. Mel might choose to commandeer the fishing fleet, and begin enslaving citizens. At that point, as defender of the city, he would have to make a choice. Kat would like to have seen Mel's face, when he awoke at midday. But she had left the city for her aircraft, during the night. As rescues go, this one was still a work in progress. There were still very many things that could go wrong. It would take a few days to get all those girls aboard the ships. It was only a couple of days' ride from the city to where the river splits. Men on horseback could reach the girls before they could all board the ships. Chapter 16. That day, Kat did a little sunbathing, while telling her guests about her adventures in the city. Mira was full of questions, but Kat was only giving them an abridged version of the story. She didn't want to tell them how evil some people are. How sick and twisted their world had become. Kat and Sis had a conversation regarding the next step in their plan. Sis was still evaluating possible strategies, and their probable outcomes. Kat felt it was all a little too cold and mathematical, the way Sis described her schemes. These were people's lives they were playing with. Some of which Kat might be forced to end. Kat still hadn't decided on whether to bring the two girls with her. The next step of the plan took them to dangerous grounds. The girls had come in handy, but she wasn't keen on putting their lives at risk. They were both clever and brave. Kat did enjoy their company, and they had so much to learn. Sis had been feeding the ship lessons, on various topics, that the girls had asked about. They were eager to learn, but every lesson just led to several more queries. Sis was beginning to understand Kat's belief in these children. Starved, traumatized, and neglected, they still persevered, and tenaciously stood by each other. Early the next day, Sis informed Kat that the ships had arrived at the mouth of the river, and that the retrieval of the girls was underway. That was the good news. She then mentioned that about 100 men on horseback had left the city at dawn, and were headed down the old trail along the river. They would reach the river divide in 2 days. Kat responded,
I'm sure you have a brilliant plan on how we stop them.
Sis replied.
Brilliant is an understatement.
She told Kat the plan, and Kat left to get to the right spot. The plan required her to be at a very precise location before the men arrived. Kat felt that it was a clever plan. Maybe she could have done better. But if it works, Sis deserves the credit. It was nearly 6 hours later when the men arrived. Kat stood in the middle of the path, not much more than some ruts in the weeds, from wagon wheels, and an occasional stump from a tree that had been removed. Kat heard some shouting.
It's her! It's her!
It's her!
It's her!
It's her!
It's her!
It's her! It's her!
She saw several horses pushing their way to the rear of the column. At the head of the group, Kat recognized the naval officer who had been accompanying Edward. The other man she didn't recognize, but his uniform was a bit fancier than the naval lieutenant's. The man introduced himself.
I'm Commander Marcus, of the city garrison. I believe you are the escaped prisoner known as Kat.
Kat was delighted he knew her name. She responded,
Greetings, Commander. I'm glad someone in your city has some manners. Yes, I am Kat. And I'm here to prevent you from proceeding any further down this path.
The commander chuckled, and looked over to the lieutenant who was just glaring. The commander thought the encounter was quite amusing. He gestured toward the 2 columns of horsemen behind him. He said,
I've 100 armed men behind me who might say your threats are a bit dubious.
Kat replied,
100 armed men against me. It doesn't sound like much of a fair fight, does it?
The commander said,
We're not here looking for escaped prisoners. Just step aside, and we'll let you be.
Kat responded,
Or I can just stand here while you go back and get a couple hundred more men.
The commander did have a sense of humor. He nearly fell off his horse. Kat didn't let him respond. She said,
It wouldn't make any difference, you know. You have no idea how outmatched you are. I could easily kill you all in about 2 seconds, but I don't want to harm the horses.
The commander looked down at her and said,
You seem very confident for an unarmed woman.
Kat replied,
That's because I know something you don't.
The commander asked,
And what would that be?
Kat replied,
Everything.
Kat stepped back and shouted,
Anyone who wants to see again, shut your eyes and count to 10.
There were several bright flashes. Bright enough for men to cover their eyes, even though they were closed. The ground shook, and there were loud crashes, in front and behind the men. The commander slowly opened his eyes. All he could see was green. There were several very large trees, now blocking the path. Some partially in the river. This spot had been chosen for one reason. The river was very close to the path on one side, and there was an embankment of a steep hill on the other. The area was laden with large old trees. The commander was a bit shaken but still in command. None of the men had been injured. He climbed up the embankment, with the help of some branches from a fallen tree. He found the trunk of the tree. It was smoking. He reached down and touched it. He pulled his hand away, as some boiling sap stuck to his fingertips, burning them painfully. He just stared at it for a minute, and saw similar trunk smoking away, over 200 meters away, at the end of the column. Kat was nowhere in sight. The commander weighed his options. The path was blocked at both ends of his column. The riverbank was steep and muddy, and the river current quite strong at this point. The men could climb over the trees, or up the embankment. But not the horses. The men had no axes or saws, just swords and knives. It would take them days to hack their way clear. He thought about what Kat had said. He had to admit it to himself. He had no idea how she had done it. But it was quite clear now that his men and their weapons were no match for whatever power she possessed. They had been outmatched, and she knew it. But she didn't want to harm the horses. He gave the command to begin clearing the path. Back to the city. That evening Kat spoke with Anna again. She was waiting to be the last girl taken aboard the ships. They spoke about the journey, and who was in charge. She gave Anna a message for Edward. He would be in command of the fleet, but Anna would remain in charge of the girls. Sis thought the weather would hold for a week or so. The fleet had to pass right by the islands, containing the slave masters' markets. The plan was to pass through the area at night. But like most things happening during this rescue operation, something would surely go wrong. Sis had learned quite a bit about this nation's history. She had planted several insect-sized surveillance drones, stored in Kat's ship, about the city and government facilities. The slave trade was the primary business of the slave masters. There used to be 9 supreme masters. But over the years, most of the leaders had mysteriously disappeared. Now there was just one master, and 8 of his relatives. Their story began with a ship, heavy with slaves, floundering in a storm. The ship's captain ordered that half the cargo be tossed overboard. Many of the slaves were seamen, and knew what was happening. When their chains were removed, they overpowered the crew, and threw them overboard. They became pirates, and captured many more slave ships. Their pirate fleet grew in power and boldness over the years. They colonized several islands, and made a fortune, by raiding the commerce in the region. Eventually, the merchants in the surrounding kingdoms began paying for safe passage. They became very rich. They realized their pirate fleets were sitting idle, while other merchants were still making a profit from trade, even after paying them extravagant fees for passage. They began using their pirate fleet to carry merchandise themselves. It wasn't long before they became the leading merchants involved in the slave trade. Their slave markets became a source of wealth and power that rivals most of the surrounding kingdoms. They used this wealth to build a mercenary fleet to secure their wealth and power. Kat found this all quite interesting. A merchant kingdom, built on the slave trade as the primary source of income. A kingdom founded by slaves, who had freed themselves. It was a sad testament to the nature of men. Kat thought it a bit disgusting. It would be quite a challenge to change things for those people involved. But she would have to try. Chapter 17. It was near dawn. The girls were up. They were used to rising early, it was their playtime. In the evenings when the fishing boats returned, they had to work. Kat had hidden her ship among bushes on the sunny side of a mountain. They had a good view of the city, the port, and part of the garrison. Sis had already begun sending miniature drones out to gather information. Kat thought they'd begin the day by doing the same thing. They knew much too little about the city, the iron mines, and iron working facilities scattered among the base of the mountains. From the shipping activity and smoke from the small factories, Sis could speculate on much of what was happening. But she and Kat would need a lot more information before attempting another slave revolt. There was meager land nearby for any type of agriculture. Sis speculated that most of the citizens in the city were involved in either iron smelting or food production. The sea, being the primary source of food. Kat brought the girls along because their skill at fish cleaning would be helpful in finding them a home here. Kat thought the girls could be part of Sis's plans for creating an elite organization of advisors and ambassadors. Sis was still not entirely convinced using these nearly feral children would be successful. They agreed to let the girls decide, after they'd been given a chance to see what this city had to offer. They headed for the docks. The girls were sure there would be vendors selling food and drink to the sailors heading out for the day. The girls had always waited until all the ships had sailed before approaching the vendors to help them lighten their carts for the trip home. They were smart girls. The sky was light enough to see the ships. Over 400 or so, Kat thought. Some had already set sail. Most were small single-mast ships, with a crew of about 5 or 6 men. The fishing methods weren't very efficient. As they approached the docks, they saw several carts leaving the area. A few men carrying nets and baskets passed them. Kat was watching the busy people, looking for anything unusual or helpful. She noticed an old woman struggling with a heavy cart on the uneven planks on the nearest dock. She was curious as to why the cart seemed so hard to push. It should be empty. Some loud laughing caught her attention. 4 men dressed in uniforms were heading their way. From the way they were behaving, they seemed quite intoxicated. 2 of them were carrying large pikes. When the men reached the old woman, they seemed a bit angry she was blocking their path. They could easily walk around her, but stopped to make a scene. The two men with pikes shoved them under the cart and lifted. It tipped over, and a small hatch on the metal top popped open. Kat was surprised when a few dozen fish spilled out. The woman didn't protest, but quickly covered the fish with her shawl. The men laughed, and continued down the docks. Kat was now intrigued. She hastily went down the dock toward the woman, with the two girls running to catch up. She then jumped into an empty ship, near the end of the dock. This ship was a bit larger than most of the fishing vessels. Kat went to the back of the boat, and slipped the rope from the large boom. When the four soldiers approached, Kat heaved the boom out across the dock, knocking them all into the water on the other side. She then quickly tied it back down. The girls were giggling, and Kat smiled at them. They deserved a bit of karma, she thought. Then she heard the screams. The men couldn't swim. Kat grabbed a rope and jumped onto the dock. She threw the rope to the men, and told the girls to help them. There were no ladders nearby, so someone would have to drag them to the pier. Fortunately, this was nearby. Kat proceeded down the dock to help the old woman. She didn't know what to say to the girls. She wasn't the shining example of civilized behavior she pretended to be. Sis was silent on the matter. It was an embarrassing moment that Kat would have to live with. When she reached the old woman, the hatch was closed and the fish were back inside the cart. The woman looked tired and a bit scared. Kat looked at the cart and said,
"Looks like you could use some help."
The woman replied,
"Yes, but I'll have to get some men, with some leverage, to put it right. Thank you, though. What happened to those guards? I heard some shouting."
Kat said.
"They were drunk, and they all fell in the water."
The woman looked surprised, but then smiled. Kat knew something was going on here that she didn't understand. She decided to be blunt. She asked,
"So, why are you smuggling fish so early in the morning?"
The woman looked surprised again. She looked around and said,
"Who are you? I've not seen you before, and I know everyone around the docks."
Kat smiled and said,
"Sorry, I'm Kat, and you're right, I'm new here. I just arrived last night. I'm just curious as to what's happening here."
The woman replied,
"I'm Nora, and I would have heard if any ships had arrived last night."
Kat smiled again and said,
"Nice to meet you, Nora. I didn't come by sea. I'm still curious about the fish."
Kat watched as Nora struggled for an answer. She also was having a problem with her not by sea statement. This was an island. After a few seconds she asked,
"Are you with the king's men, with the garrison, or the ironworkers?"
Kat put her hand on Nora's shoulder and said,
"I'm not with anyone. I have my own purpose for being here."
With that, Kat grabbed the cart and put it upright. It was quite sturdy and heavy. Something not meant for a woman to handle. Nora's eyes widened. It would have taken at least 4 men to lift that cart. 4 very strong men. Kat grabbed the handle and began pushing the cart. She said,
"Come, I'll push the cart, and you tell me why it's full of fish at dawn, when the fishing fleet won't return with fish until dusk."
Kat introduced the girls to Nora. They made their way into the town. Nora asked how old the girls were. Kat explained they were orphans, and she was just helping them find a new home. Nora mentioned she had 3 sons, but didn't see them much lately. She also mentioned she always wanted a girl. Nora told her own story first. How her family was scattered by the king and his war. The king had taken over 3,000 young men as conscripts for his army, including her oldest son. He also took over 2,000 soldiers from the garrison to join his regular troops. To replace those soldiers, they took 2,000 men from the city. Because they needed workers to keep the iron smelting and fishing industries going, they chose older and younger men. This included her husband and youngest son. He was only 15. She only saw them once a week, but never at the same time. Kat asked,
"So how many soldiers are left in the garrison?"
Nora answered,
"My husband says it's only 500 or so men at arms. They make them all line up and make a big show during the shift changes. To impress the slaves, I guess. The rest of the men just prepare food like my son."
Kat asked,
"And the fish?"
Nora looked down and said quietly,
"People are starving. Every afternoon, soldiers come and confiscate most of the fish. It's for all those new slaves they brought in a few weeks ago 10,000 men. There just isn't enough food for everyone. The soldiers don't care about the city. Only the iron and the weapons matter to them.
Nora looked up and said angrily,
They've been taking all the grain, too. When the wagons come in from farmlands, I've not had a piece of bread in weeks.
She seemed a bit more animated, and pointed toward a large building, on top of a hill in the center of the city. She said quietly,
The governor don't give a damn about us, either. I'm sure he's getting his people fed.
Sis spoke to Kat saying,
The people in this city aren't happy with the king and his war. This presents us with an opportunity. Perhaps we don't need a slave revolt at all.
Kat thought back.
Starving people would be motivated to make a change in their situation. But we have another 5,000 people coming. We need a plan to feed everyone before we can do anything else.
Sis agreed to reevaluate the city's plight. The situation was not what she had assumed. They did need a new plan. Chapter 18. Information was the key. It's the most important element in any venture. Kat pressed Nora for everything she knew. When they reached Nora's home, there were a half-dozen women standing around waiting. Nora gave each one a few fish. These were her friends and neighbors. They all gave her something in return, a piece of cloth, a hand-carved bowl, a few candles. Kat felt awkward, watching this pathetic exchange. These people had little or no money, but were sharing what little they had. The girls helped Nora bring the rest of the fish into her home. Nora's business was preparing and cooking the fish, to sell it to the fishermen in the morning. Her husband and oldest son were fishermen, and had been part of the fleet. She had a daughter, who would come by her house later with some wood, to help with the cooking. Wood was scarce and expensive. It was imported by the king to support the iron smelting. The forests in all the surrounding hills and mountains had been cleared decades ago. People in the city made do with the brush and twigs they found, from the scrub growth that used to be forests. The girls pulled out their knives and went to work on the fish. Nora was amazed at how fast and efficiently they cleaned the fish. She looked at Kat and said,
They're well trained and very fast. I thought you said they were orphans.
Kat said,
They are, but they were working for an uncle who had a fish cart, like yourself.
Kat could see Nora thinking. The girls needed a home. Kat changed the subject saying,
So tell me about this governor and your local government.
Nora sneered and said,
They're just a bunch of thieves. It's been that way for 3 generations now. Things used to be better. At least that's what my granny told me.
Nora told the story about how things changed. It started when a captain of a small fishing boat spotted a 3-masted ship, drifting out at sea. He investigated, and found a few crewmen aboard in very poor shape. They told him the entire crew got sick, after drinking tainted water. They buried a few at sea, but eventually they became too weak. The ship was a slaver. But the slaves hadn't been given water from the suspect barrel. The captain went below, and found 100 young women in chains. They were starved and dying of thirst. He used the ship's galley to boil some water, and save the women. He towed his fishing boat with the bigger ship and made it to port. Only he and his 2 shipmates were aboard. They told everyone the original crewmen had all died. There was no proof of this, of course, and conveniently, there were no records found of who owned the ship, or where it was headed. The captain, being an opportunist, claimed the rights to the ship, and its cargo. He sold the ship, and bought several buildings. He converted them into whorehouses. The woman had been trained for this, and he treated them better than they were used to. The novelty and decadence of these houses made this captain popular and wealthy very quickly. This city was doing quite well at the time, producing iron products. Real money was a problem for most people. The captain began selling the woman on credit. A percentage of whatever a man owned, for each visit. Soon, the captain was the owner of many fishing vessels, and other small businesses. After a few years, the existing governor, and most of the other officials, were so deeply in debt, they had to offer him the governorship. His son, and now grandson, have held the title ever since. They own about a third of the city, but still have a reputation for dirty dealings and corruption. Kat found the story interesting, and sad. She asked,
What happened to the women?
Nora replied,
As I understand, he eventually sold them off. Most of them became wives, But some became business owners themselves. No one can afford slaves anymore. Not since the king took over the mines.
Kat nodded and asked.
You say you see your husband once a week. When's the next time?
Nora brightened up and said.
Tomorrow, after the shift change of the slave miners. He should be here before noon.
Kat said.
I'd like to speak with him, if you don't mind. I also want to speak to your governor. I have a few questions for him.
Nora smirked and said.
You'll not get a straight answer, or at least not an honest one from him or his people. Like I said, they're a bunch of thieves.
Kat nodded and said.
Perhaps I can offer him something he won't be able to resist.
Kat showed up at the government house early the next morning. She was still dressed in the simple clothing of the locals. Nora and the girls had gone to the docks to sell their cooked fish and to pick up some more smuggled fresh ones. The man at the large doors looked unimpressed when she asked to see the governor. She told him she had a proposition for the governor that could increase his power and prove quite profitable. She then hinted that more profit could mean higher wages for his subordinates. The man let her in. She waited outside another set of oversized doors. She was thinking about how those large doors might be compensating for something else. A rather burly scarred-faced fellow opened one of the doors and asked,
You the one. Who wants to see the governor?
Kat just smiled and nodded. There was another, bigger man waiting behind the other door. Kat was amused at how the powerful always became paranoid, surrounding themselves with larger men in order to feel safe. She walked in and saw the man sitting behind a large desk. She had almost been expecting a throne. On one side was a young woman with some kind of pad. On the other side sat a bald man in a uniform. The man in uniform appeared to be a bit pompous and disdainful of his surroundings. Kat assumed this was the king's representative, charged with keeping an eye on the local governor. Sis spoke up saying,
Good call, I wouldn't mention our plans in front of him.
Kat took the seat across from the governor. The young woman asked for her name and whom she represented. Kat said quietly,
I'm Kat. I represent those from the Northern Hemisphere.
The woman looked confused, but began writing. The governor looked over at the uniformed man, who just ignored her. The governor asked,
So what do you want here, Kat?
The way he said it sounded like he was being dismissive. Kat smiled again and said,
It concerns your city and its people. It also involves those men in the garrison and in the mines.
The bald man turned and scowled. He said gruffly,
Anything concerning the garrison will not be discussed here.
Kat tried hard not to roll her eyes. She looked at the governor and said,
What I have to say does not involve the king or any of his spies.
The bald man rose. He put one hand on his sword and shouted,
Remove this woman before I remove her tongue.
The governor nodded to his two bodyguards, and they moved toward her. Kat said loudly,
Stop! I'm not here to hurt anyone. Let me demonstrate. A simple test of strength.
She held her hand out and said,
If your men can move my arm, I'll leave. If they can't.
She looked over at the uniformed man and continued,
Then Baldy leaves.
The larger man grabbed her arm and tried to twist it. He then pulled and pushed on it. He was at least 3 times her weight. He grabbed hold and put all his weight on it. The other man moved forward and jumped up on it. Kat just held it up and smiled at them. It never moved. They gave up and looked at the governor. He was now standing and looked toward the rear door. He was scared. The bald man drew his sword and stepped forward. He was obviously intent on removing her arm. Kat thought about letting him try, but he moved so slowly she decided not to wait. She grabbed his arm as he raised it and pulled the sword from his hand. She had intended to break it, but it was steel and just bent. She threw it into the corner of the room and pushed the man back in his chair. She said,
I've changed my mind. Let him stay. Just don't let him return to the garrison.
The governor, still nervous, said,
I can't hold him here. They'll come looking.
Kat ignored the comment and looked down at the man, who was shaking with anger, but uncertain of what to do. She asked quietly,
How many cannons and muskets are ready for shipment?
This surprised him, and again, he wasn't sure how to respond. She stepped back and sat down. She said calmly,
It's not a big secret. I'm sure I can easily find out.
The man, Gaining his composure, said,
We have 20 cannons and 200 muskets, ready for delivery.
Cat just nodded and asked.
How much gunpowder is stored in the garrison?
This time he refused to answer. The governor was getting nervous again, and asked,
What's this all about? I'm not sure what's happening here. How did you?
He stumbled with the words. He wasn't sure how to ask. Cat realized she was moving too fast. These men were confused and frightened. She said calmly,
Sorry, I forgot I haven't even mentioned my plans yet.
She waited a few seconds, while the governor sat down and composed himself. The young woman, who had hidden behind the desk, slowly returned to her seat. Cat began explaining herself. She had to skip a few details, and keep it simple. She said,
When I say I represent the North, I also mean I represent those who possess what your people refer to as ancient knowledge. This knowledge still exists.
She waited, while that sunk in. She continued,
The people of the North do not condone slavery. My original plan, when I came here, was to free all those slave miners and let them take over this city.
There were some hard looks now, so she quickly added,
However, after learning how the people of this city have been treated by their king, I believe I have a better solution.
Chapter 19. Nora's husband Vern was a thin, weathered man, who had a nice smile, although he seemed a bit sad. He and Nora talked for a bit, mostly about their younger son. Nora introduced Cat as someone who was trying to help the people in the city. Cat noticed some fresh blisters on his hands and asked how he got them. He said,
Those damn soldiers got us working for the weapon makers. The entire rear of the garrison has been converted into a small factory. They got us cutting and sanding wood, for musket stocks and cannon wheels.
Cat nodded and asked,
How are the rations? Are you being fed well?
He shrugged and said,
It ain't much and it ain't good. But from what Nora says, I shouldn't be complaining. At least we get something.
Sis spoke to Cat saying,
The soldiers treat these citizen conscripts the same way they treat the slaves. They're just cheap forced labor. I believe our plan will work.
Cat asked more questions about the activities and procedures in the garrison. She was looking for any information to aid in a plan to capture it, with minimal bloodshed. She was also interested in the men's attitude towards the king. That night she returned to the governor's mansion to begin implementing her plot. It was a simple plan, but required support from the surrounding community. In the past, the city had relied on the trade of iron for food and supplies to maintain itself. When the king took over the iron business and converted it into an arms factory for himself, that trade had ended. The plan was for the city to declare its independence, to break ties with the king, and become a free city. This would take some courage. She had convinced the governor to take this step, by promising to let him remain in power, and that she would help. She promised to take control of the garrison. She also promised to help restore the old trade system that brought much needed food and supplies. The city was surrounded by mountains. The small harbor could be easily defended by placing cannons on either side, in the surrounding cliffs. The path used by the supply wagons, coming from the farmlands, was also surrounded by mountains and hills that provided natural fortifications. Nearly all of the king's forces were tied up, trying to win his war. This was an opportune moment to rebel. But to be successful, the old trading system needed to be restored, quickly. The guard at the entrance to the governor's mansion just stood at attention as she entered. She smiled at him and walked in. She went straight to the governor's office. Although her business wasn't with him, she asked the young woman,
Are they ready?
The governor's assistant pointed to some thin wooden panels stacked against the wall. The woman said,
The paint's still a bit damp.
Cat carefully picked up the entire pile. She read the notice written on the top panel.
Very nice,
Cat said. The script was artfully written. It was the city's declaration of independence, along with a message of very favorable trade terms for food and other supplies. The iron goods being offered in trade were plows, axes, shovels, and other farming-related items. Cat asked,
Do you have a good stock of all those items?
The woman responded,
They have all the molds and things they need. Anyway, it will take you weeks to travel to all the cities, to put up all those notices.
Cat just smiled and said,
They'll all be up by morning.
Cat left with the panels, and the woman went to speak to the governor. The young woman didn't believe her, but still more importantly, the governor did. Cat made it back before dawn. just in time to help Nora and the girls with the fish cart. Kat noticed the king's guards were drunk again. Nora smiled and said,
We supply 'em with a jug or two of ale every night. They haven't noticed the ships coming in, while most are leaving.
Kat thought it was probably easier and cheaper to keep them drunk than to bribe them. As they headed home, Nora said,
My boy Kev will be coming home tonight. They put him on food duty. He's been hauling and handing out food to the miners twice a day. I've been telling the girls all about him. He's only 15, but looks mighty handsome in his uniform.
Kat looked over at Maya. At 13 she might have an interest. She noticed that Maya was wearing something new. Nora saw her looking and said,
I've made 'em both something out of some of my old dresses. There was still enough usable fabric to make do those rags they were wearing. That uncle of theirs was not much of a provider. He never gave 'em anything.
Kat was pleased that Nora was taking an interest in the girls' welfare. Their future was still not decided. But for now, they seemed happy enough, doing what they knew. She asked Nora.
Would you like to help me spread some news?
Nora smiled and asked.
News about what?
Kat had spent the night posting the news about the city's rebellion and news status in all the nearby coastal towns. It was time for the city itself to find out. But it had to be done quietly. At least until the garrison and the king's men had been dealt with. Kat said very quietly.
I've heard there has been talk in the governor's mansion about a rebellion. About becoming a free city, totally independent from the king.
Nora looked scared and said,
But my husband and my boys are in the king's army.
Kat put her arm on her shoulder and said softly,
They are the ones who will implement the rebellion. In the garrison alone, they outnumber the king's men 3-1.
Nora thought for a moment and asked,
What about my oldest boy, the one at war?
Kat said,
That war has been lost. The king just doesn't know it yet. Your son is still in danger, and will be for a while. Wars and rebellions are risky things. Your king doesn't care. How many of you have to suffer and die? I should think you'd be happy to be rid of him.
What can I do?
Nora asked. Kat smiled and said,
Just tell your friends what you've heard. We need to put the seed of hope out there, and get them talking about freedom. Starving people will realize that any change that will feed their families is worth the risk.
Kat tried not to laugh. Kev's uniform was several sizes too big for him. The sleeves and pants were rolled up, and it hung on him like a small tent. But he had a nice smile, and still had all of his teeth. Something Kat had noticed was rare. He was not very tall, and still quite thin. He had a little peach fuzz on his chin, and seemed respectful when he greeted them all. Kat watched closely when they sat down to dinner. Kev couldn't take his eyes off of Maya. Maya was more careful, but she was looking too. Nora asked Kev if he planned on visiting his friends after dinner, like he normally did. He just replied,
Maybe, I'm not sure where they are tonight.
Nora suggested he could take the girls to meet his friends. He just shrugged, he wasn't sure what he wanted to do at that point. The table was small, and Kat was standing nearby. Kat changed the subject, she asked.
Kev, do you take part in the daily troop formations?
He responded, with his mouth half full.
Nah, we have to take the food out to the miners. We give those headed to the mines their daily ration and a water flask. The ones coming back get their dinner rations. They have water barrels in their buildings.
Kat asked.
So, all those men must walk right past you?
Kev answered.
Yeah, but they're interested in the food, more than us. The food tables are set up right next to the fence. So, the formation is right behind us. Our job is just to keep loading up the tables, and make sure each man takes just one ration.
Kat was trying to visualize the scene. She asked,
How long does this process take?
Kev shrugged, and said,
We got a lot of tables and men working the line. But the bangers keep those men moving. There are 2 lines in each direction.
Kat frowned and asked,
Bangers?
Kev looked up now and said,
They're slaves too, but their job is to keep the other slaves working. There's one for every 100 slaves. They carry these sticks, with small whips at one end. The other end has a metal plate. They're not supposed to do any permanent damage, but they do swing those things a lot. Especially during the formation. I'm not sure how mean they are, in the mines.
Kat remembered something about overseers, Slaves responsible for the cruelty of driving other slaves to exhaustion, doing heavy labor. This sounded like a similar situation. She wondered how they were selected, perhaps the bullies and degenerates were singled out. Kat found Kev's information quite helpful. He saw things through youthful, less prejudiced eyes. She continued,
Have you detected any of the slaves being a leader? Someone the other slaves look up to?
Kev thought for a second and said,
Yeah, there's one guy, he's big, and is always at the front of the line. But he's missing a hand. The others follow him, but they don't seem scared of him.
Kat said.
Now that's very useful, thank you, Kev. Do you think you could give him a message for me?
Kev stopped eating and looked up at her skeptically. He said,
Message?
Kat said.
I don't want to put you in danger, but I need to talk to this man.
He said.
I won't see him again until tomorrow night, and we aren't allowed to talk to them.
Sis spoke up saying,
The slave buildings are not lit at night. It's very dark at the center of those buildings. There are only small torches lit along the outer fence. The rest of their camp is surrounded by very steep cliffs.
Kat bent down and whispered to Kev.
I'll write you a note. It'll just say where and when we will meet.
Kev looked up and said,
But how?
Kat put a finger to his lips and said,
That's not a problem. Just do as I ask, and you and your father will be free of the king and his demands very soon.
Kev was done eating. This little task he was now being asked to perform was troubling. But his mom seemed to trust these people. The girls were interesting. He decided to take them to meet his friends. He'd worry about the message thing tomorrow. Being free from the army did sound appealing. As he was about to leave, with the girls tagging along, Kat had one more question. She said,
Your father talked about the formations. But I was curious, do they all march out of the garrison together?
Kev thought for a second and said,
No, the regulars come out first with their muskets and line up along the fence. Then the militia comes out with their pikes and line up behind them.
Sis nearly shouted.
Did you hear that?
Kat smiled and thought.
Yes, I caught it. This might be a lot easier than we thought.
Chapter 20. It was drizzling. The center of the camp was totally dark. Kat was thinking that the overcast sky, and light rain, made this night perfect for her little rendezvous. Sis reminded her it was sheer luck, and that it was going to start pouring rain in a few minutes. Kat could see clearly in the darkness. To her surprise, she caught a lot of activity around the buildings. Men were coming out and taking off their clothes. Sis reminded her that the rain was the only chance these men had to get clean and wash their clothes. Working in the hot, dusty mines all day, their clothes became caked with sweaty dust. They lived in those clothes and would take any opportunity to clean off some of the muck. The rain was cold, but the men had little choice. The buildings were just large sheds with rounded roofs. Some of the older ones, like the one she was on, had chimneys. The original miners had not been slaves. The older buildings had more windows and beds. In the newer buildings, the men slept on the floor. What had become a precious commodity, now that it had to be imported. As Kat waited, she realized that midnight was a rather vague parameter to use, seeing that these men had no way of telling time. Although this civilization did have clocks, wristwatches were non-existent. The rain was beginning to get heavier when she saw them. A large man with one hand, and a couple of others, moving cautiously through the rain. When they were under the overhang of the roof, Kat laid down and extended her hand. This caught them by surprise. Kat said,
Give me your hand. I'll pull you up.
The sound of her voice, and her small slender hand, surprised them even more.
A woman. What's a woman doing here?
A very deep voice said. Kat wiggled her fingers and said again,
Grab hold, and I'll pull you up.
A deep laugh, and then the voice said,
Woman, I weigh far too much. I'll just pull you down.
Kat said sternly.
Trust me, I can lift 10 of you.
She felt a large strong hand grab hers. She got a good grip and lifted. She held him up over the edge and stood up. He was taller than her, so he had to lift his feet a bit to get his footing. She didn't let go of his hand, but helped him get to the middle of the roof, where standing was easier. With all the rain, the roof was quite slick. He looked her over and stretched his fingers, saying,
You've quite a grip, for a woman.
In the darkness, he couldn't see her clearly, so he bent down to get a close look. Again, he was surprised. Not just a woman. A beautiful woman. With the rain coming down on the roof, they could talk without being overheard. She said,
I've come here to free you. I've started a rebellion against the king. I'm trying to do it without bloodshed, but I'll need your help.
Again, total surprise. He didn't know what to say. Kat could see he was a bit confused, so she felt she should start over. She held out her hand and said,
Sorry, I'm moving too fast. Hello, I'm Kat.
He took her hand and said,
Matt.
He held her hand like it was precious. He didn't let go. He muttered,
Hello, Kat. I'm very happy to meet you.
He looked around at all the rooftops, barely visible in the darkness and rain. He continued,
I'd welcome you to my home, but this isn't my home.
A flash of lightning lit up the sky for an instant. He turned away, trying to hide a very prominent bulge in his pants. Kat's arousal algorithms kicked in. There was something in his voice and manner she found interesting. Before she could speak, it began pouring. She could see a gray stream of muck coming off his pants. She could see clearly in the darkness, many more men now leaving their sheds, holding their clothes over their heads. She began removing Matt's clothes. She said loudly,
You should take this opportunity to get clean.
She took his shirt and wrung it out. She could almost see what color it once was. She draped it over the chimney. She took his pants and did the same. He stood with his back to her trying to hide a very embarrassing problem. She took off her shirt, and began scrubbing him with it. When she was done with his back, she turned him around. She pretended to ignore his problem, but she knew what she was doing was just making it worse. She eventually got to the area of concern, and gently scrubbed that too. He didn't say anything. His eyes were closed, and he was smiling. She moved in close to him and said,
Let's take care of this issue before we continue our conversation.
She dropped her pants and leaned over, bracing herself against the chimney. She was hoping there were no more lightning strikes, and that no one was looking up. The rain was cold and coming down hard. They were exposed for anyone to see. It was a bit scary, and exciting. She felt something primordial satisfying. Then it was over. Too soon, she thought, but she couldn't be angry at him. He stood there in the rain, shivering a bit now, but a bit pleased with himself too. She threw her clothes down next to the chimney, and motioned for him to sit. She then sat against him to keep him warm. He put his arms around her, and gently fondled her with his only hand. She let him enjoy himself. It did feel nice. The rain started to let up a bit and she began talking.
How did this happen?
She asked, holding up his arm. He replied,
Trying to reposition a cannon, in the midst of battle. My loader dropped aside when struck by a musket ball. The cannon fell and crushed my hand. I was trapped. That's how the enemy found me. They didn't bother lifting the cannon.
She enjoyed the feeling of warmth, and liked his heavy arms around her. She asked,
What do you do in the mines?
She was alluding to his obvious lack of digging and shoveling abilities. He replied,
I'm a pusher. I push carts filled with rocks, back and forth all day. It's hard, but I do get a little fresh air.
Kat was comfy, but she could feel him shivering a bit now and then. She said,
Tomorrow morning, not this one, when you line up to head for the mines, don't move back into the buildings. Tell the other shift's men not to leave the mines.
What's going to happen?
Matt asked. Kat replied,
The rebellion begins.
Matt said,
What about the bangers? They're going to begin.
Kat closed her eyes and said,
You'll have to deal with them beforehand.
Sis spoke up.
So much for your bloodless rebellion.
Kat said aloud.
Just tell your men to handle it, as quietly as they can.
The following day, the day shift slaves lined up as usual. The food handlers were busy, loading up tables full of rations. The King's Guard marched out of the garrison, led by the commander on his horse. He did enjoy the pageantry of these daily formations. The gates of the garrison slowly closed. The commander didn't notice right away. He was busy getting his horse lined up. The commander turned to check the formation. Something was wrong. Where was the militia? He heard a voice shouting, from the tower over the gate of the garrison. He was mad now. No one interferes with his formations. He told the captain of the guard to take command, and rode back toward the gate. It was closed, and did not open as he approached. His anger slowly transformed to fear. The gate slowly opened, and one of the militia men told him to dismount and go to the command center. As he walked through the gate, the man said sternly,
"Leave the sword."
The commander was getting angry again. But he could see hundreds of militia men, standing in formation, making a path to his command post. He wasn't sure what was going on. He removed his sword, and handed it to the man. The man, wearing the uniform of a militia officer, said,
"They're waiting for you."
The commander asked,
"Who? Who's waiting for me?"
The militia officer smiled and said,
"You'll see."
The man held up the sword, and a cheer came from the formation. The commander strode forward, holding his head high. He refused to show his fear, but did notice many of the militia men smiling as we walked past. Something he never allowed, while men were in formation. When he entered his command center, he saw someone else sitting in his seat. It was the local governor. He had little respect for the man and sneered.
"What's the meaning of all this, Governor? The king will."
The governor interrupted, saying,
"Be of no further concern, in my city."
The governor took a document from his assistant, and held it toward him. There was an empty seat across the table from the governor, and the commander walked over and sat down. He took the document and began reading it. It only took a few minutes before he tossed it down and said,
This paper will be your death. This is treason of the highest order."
The governor just sat back and said,
"It's only treason, if you lose."
He looked over the commander's shoulder at a woman, who was standing there looking out a window at the formation. She turned and smiled, saying,
"They're here, Governor. I'll explain what's going on and what happens next."
2 men entered. They were wearing smelly, filthy rags. The taller younger man looked at the woman and said,
"Cat, this is Al, the leader of the other shift. He's been here more than 7 years."
Cat pulled out a chair at the end of the table, and motioned for both men to sit. The commander moved his chair further from them, as they both took seats on his side of the table. She said,
"Let me introduce myself. My name is Kat, and I represent the interests of those residing in the Northern Hemisphere. The governor and commander don't require introductions. These new arrivals, Matt and Al, are representing the interests of the ex-slaves who used to work the mines."
The commander looked over at her, thinking he should protest the use of the phrase ex-slaves. She ignored him and continued. She pointed at the document and said,
"The document the commander was referring to is a Declaration of Independence. That means freedom from King Beetle and any laws, regulations, or edicts of his realm."
She let that comment sink in a bit, then continued.
"This free city is now ruled by the capable hands of its governor. His first edict being the end of slavery."
The commander lost his temper, stood up, and pounded his fist on the table. He said,
"This is outrageous! This city, the mines, and those slaves are the property of the king."
Before things got out of hand, Kat moved behind him and pushed him back in his seat. He struggled to pull her hand away, but couldn't budge it. She said quietly,
"This meeting is informational. The intent is to put all our cards on the table, to prevent any misunderstandings, and to plan ahead."
The men understood the card reference, so she continued.
"The biggest problem we face right now is the food supply. I've taken steps to help, but in the short term, some rationing will be necessary."
She looked at the governor and said,
"I'll let you handle that problem. You'll have to demonstrate to everyone in the city that you can be fair."
She looked over at Matt and said,
"As for the ex-slaves, I'm sure many will want to return home. That may take a while, as the city the new arrivals lived in is still in enemy hands."
Matt looked at her and said,
"We must return. Most of us still have families there."
Kat nodded and said,
"The war will soon be over. King Beetle has your capital city surrounded, with over 40,000 men, and the harbor is blockaded by the mercenary fleet."
The commander, still squirming under her hand, said,
"And when he's done with them, he'll come here to deal with you."
Kat said,
"Sorry. I've given you the wrong impression of what's really happening. You see, King Beetle is a fool. So are his military advisors, it seems. He's already lost his war. He just doesn't know it yet."
There was some puzzled looks around the table, so Kat continued.
"You see, he's made a few classic blunders in his war efforts, especially with the siege of the Comorian capital. The first one was not blockading the capital before he invaded. This allowed King Sandor the time and opportunity to prepare for a siege."
The commander now sat back and said,
"How does one prepare for a siege? It's mid-season, the crops aren't ripe, so there's no way to stock up on food.
Cat nodded and released him.
This is true, but he had all the closest farms harvest anyway. The food won't be as tasty or nutritious, but it would keep people alive.
Cat walked to the window and looked out. The men were waiting to hear more of her story now. She continued,
King Sandor is a clever man, or his advisors are. They didn't lock down the city, they made most of the people abandon it. There's only about a third of the normal population still there. The rest were sent up the coast, to the dozens of small towns and villages along the way.
The governor spoke up saying,
Of course. With fewer mouths to feed, they could hold out much longer.
He was stating the obvious, but Cat let him have his moment of clarity. Cat continued,
He also sent his cavalry far to the south, about 500 horsemen.
This made little sense to the men at the table, most of whom had some military training. Cat had to explain the strategy. She said,
They knew that the invading forces didn't have cannons large enough to threaten their fortifications. The invaders had several hundred field cannons, but they are outmatched by the cannons on the city walls. They could never get close enough to be useful.
The commander spoke up again saying,
But they're still trapped in their city, still under siege.
Cat replied,
Yes, it might have worked, had your king, or his generals, not made a few strategic blunders.
The men were staring at her now, waiting to hear more. Cat milked the suspense for a minute, then continued.
The second one was leaving an enemy position behind their lines. It wasn't a fortress, or even a city, it's just a logging camp. But it has supplies, and about 2,000 loyal men. It's the base in which the cavalry have been working from. The cavalry that has been keeping food and supplies from reaching the invading forces.
Cat let this sink in a bit before reminding them.
The supply routes extend over 500 kilometers from the port city they captured. Your city, Matt. It seems logistics are not a strong point in planning your wars.
The governor said.
You said there were a few blunders.
Cat replied.
Yes, the agreement with the mercenaries. You see, the agreement gives them an extra 200 slaves for every week the siege lasts. So, it is in their interest to make the siege last longer. Every night, for supply ships approach their blockade. 2 are filled with fresh fruit, water, and ale for the mercenaries. The other 2 ships are allowed to enter the city's port.
There were a few chuckles from the men, and the commander sneered at her. He said,
There's no way anyone could know all these things. You're just making it up. You're lying.
The other men stopped smiling, and looked at her. He did have a point. She didn't know how to begin, so she asked,
Do any of you know what a satellite is? Or perhaps an orbit?
She received a bunch of blank stares. She thought she might as well be talking about potions and spells to these men. Finally, she said,
We of the North have access to all the ancient knowledge, and know how to use it. We know everything.
They had all heard that term before, but most didn't really believe in it. The governor cleared his throat and said,
You said the war was lost. I'm not sure how.
Cat said quietly.
It's the horses, the ones used to haul the caissons.
Sis spoke up saying,
They wouldn't know that term.
Cat grimaced and said,
Sorry, I meant field cannons.
Her historian background sometimes pulled up obsolete terms. The governor asked,
What about the horses?
Cat replied,
They've been disappearing. They're being eaten by those 40,000 starving men outside the city walls.
They now understood the reality of the situation. The governor looked quite pleased. Matt asked,
Does this mean my city will be freed? Will the enemy leave?
The governor's bodyguard leaned forward and whispered something to him. The governor asked,
All those conscripts. Nearly 3,000 from my city. Will they be coming home?
Cat looked out the window again. This situation was not as black and white as she would like it to be. She replied,
King Beetle's generals will be forced to withdraw. I'm sure that King Sandor will force them to leave. Without their weapons, of course. However, King Beetle has this agreement with the slavers for the use of their mercenary fleet. He owes them thousands of slaves. I'm not sure how many of those conscripts will ever see home again.
The governor scowled and said,
Those men are from his kingdom, they've all sworn loyalty to him. He wouldn't.
Cat interrupted him saying,
What do you think, Commander? What do you think your king will do?
The commander looked down and was silent. Chapter 21. Turmoil and shouting were the disposition of the next few days. No one was happy with the governor's food distribution system. It was obviously corrupt and inefficient. There were dozens of angry loyalists, and other groups, demanding to be heard. The largest and most influential group consisted of the smelters and iron workers. These people had been treated well by the king's men, and none had gone hungry. The governor was a bit out of his depth, and was not ruling effectively. Kat listened to the shouts, and issues being ignored, and decided to do something to help. It was her idea after all. She invited representatives from several groups, to meet with the governor, to resolve some of the problems. She had convinced the governor to place Matt as the new commander of the garrison. This made him the military leader of the city. He took the job, but insisted he be allowed to return to his home when the war there was over. She also convinced Matt to begin building gun emplacements on the cliffs over the harbor. He really liked her ideas about defensive positions and cannon placement. After their military tactical discussion, she offered to help him with his physical problems, something he had trouble hiding in the uniform he was wearing. It was too small. Afterwards, she suggested he order new uniforms for the city military. The king's colors were bright red with yellow trim. She suggested the new uniforms be a dull gray, with black trim. Something that made the men less of a target. Matt did like the way she thought. Especially about his physical needs. On the day of the public meeting, Kat had arranged for the governor and his people to be seated behind large sturdy benches, with the public seated in front of them. The governor listening to people in an open public gathering was a new and unnerving experience. Kat had to include Matt, with a dozen of his new militia, to be present. When Matt and his militia arrived, Kat had to hold back from smiling too much. Their new uniforms were quite marvelous, she thought. Matt was especially handsome. His officer's uniform was especially elegant. It was all black with gray trim. Just the opposite of the troops. She hadn't mentioned to Matt that she had spoken to the tailors, who had been tasked with their creation. As the room began to fill, the noise level began to rise. The people were not used to being heard without shouting. Kat noticed a disturbance at the entrance, as people were asked to leave their weapons at the door. This was something else that was new to most of these people. As Kat approached, she could see the problem. An older gentleman of some self-importance was arguing, quite loudly, with the guards at the door. From the eye patch and scars on his face, he was easily identifiable as one of the forge workers. The man was holding a knife and threatening the guards, who each carried swords and pikes. Kat could see he was too angry to listen to reason, so she smiled and stood in front of the guards. She had heard enough to understand the problem, and said as sweetly as she could,
Please comply with the rules. Your property will be returned to you at the end of the meeting.
The man was in a proper rage, and wasn't listening to reason. Something about the knife was more important than anything she had to say. He held the knife up to her face and said gruffly,
"Move aside, wench. I'll not speak to any woman."
Kat was still not used to the misogyny and disdain most of these men had for women. Especially in public. Unfortunately, his demeanor had the effect of triggering anger in her too. It's hard to remain calm when someone's waving a knife in your face. He couldn't really hurt her. But she reacted out of instinct, not reason. She grabbed the blade of the knife and held it firm. The man was shocked at her actions. At first, he just held on, waiting for the blood and screaming. She just stared at him, waiting for him to react. He was still angry enough to pull on the blade. It didn't budge. He grabbed it with his other hand and began tugging. He lifted his leg and put it against her, pulling with all his might. It didn't budge. The room began to quiet down, as people turned to witness the little drama at the doorway. Kat realized her actions were just making him angrier. She pushed up on the blade with her thumb. The knife snapped, and the man pulled away, with the handle and partial blade in his hand. Kat was going to say something snarky, but hesitated. The look on the man's face had changed. He stared at the broken knife. Kat's mood changed when she saw it. He was devastated. It was like she had just killed the man's child, in front of him. He was fighting back tears, and turned away. Kat looked at the broken blade in her hand. A wave of guilt came over her. In her moment of anger, she hadn't considered why the man wouldn't relinquish his blade. Perhaps it was something from his youth, or something his father had made for him. She made a quick decision, and followed him out the door. In the hallway, she put her hand on his shoulder and said quietly,
I'm sorry. Please come inside and have your say. If you sit quietly and wait your turn, I'll help you reforge your knife. I'll even show you how to remake it into a proper steel blade. Something much stronger and sharper than it was before.
The man took the blade from her. He held the two pieces in his hand and asked,
Who are you? How could you?
Cat interrupted.
I'm Cat, I'm from the north. I possess what you people call ancient knowledge. I can, and will do what I said. If you cooperate.
The room fell silent when Cat led the man back into the meeting room. Apparently, most of them knew the man. His name was Gar, and he had a reputation. The man sat down holding his broken blade. The men who came with him sat down next to him. His quiet demeanor was a surprise to them too. Cat sat behind the governor as the meeting commenced. There was a lot of fear and anger about the sudden change of power. Many of the questions were difficult to answer. Cat whispered many suggestions to the governor, who did his best to put the people at ease. When it came time for the ex-slaves to speak up, Cat stood up to talk to them herself. She said,
Many of you will want to return to your homes. That will be allowed, as ships heading in that direction make port. You will be expected to work and save for your passage while you wait. You won't have to work the mines if you have other talents.
Cat turned toward Matt and said,
As for the recent arrivals, your city is still occupied by the enemy. When it's safe, you can return home. However,
Cat hadn't mentioned this to anyone. She continued,
in about 10 days, ships will arrive. They are carrying 5,000 young women from your city. These girls are mostly between 8 and 16 years old. They were taken to be sold in the slave markets as virgins. I've stolen the slave ships and have redirected them here.
Cat was sure this would be good news for Matt and his people. Maybe not so much for the governor. Another 5,000 mouths to feed. She watched Matt's face, looking for a smile. He was holding on to a fellow militiaman, and there were tears in his eyes. She walked toward him, and she could hear him saying,
She's 15. My Anna is 15.
Cat stopped and stared. She thought,
Anna?
Sis spoke up.
It's possible. She is tall, and the hair color, it's identical.
Cat walked over to Matt and asked,
You were perchance the captain of the Western Wall?
Matt looked at her and said,
How did you know? I've never told anyone here.
Cat winced. She was going to have an awkward conversation with Anna. She smiled at him and said,
I left Anna in charge of the girls. She's a lot like you, a natural-born leader.
Matt began to cry. Cat walked away, pretending not to notice. But she did feel good, especially for Matt. The next day, Cat found Gar and two of his sons in their iron workshop. Cat told them she was there to keep her promise, to reforge the broken knife. She began by having the young men gather up all the driest wood they could find, and begin chopping it up into smaller pieces. She also tore apart one of their smelting ovens, to enhance another. She tried to explain why she was making the modifications. She wasn't sure they understood the physics, but they would be able to see the result. Sis was directing everything, of course. Cat herself knew nothing about metallurgy. A few hours later, she began heating the oven. There were now 4 bellows being worked by apprentices, as Gar's sons began pouring the smaller wood pieces into the hearth. The process they were attempting to create was a hybrid of several different techniques, used in ancient times. Sis was being a bit creative, by using what materials they had available. She knew the final product would still have impurities, but should behave much like a mid-grade steel. Something much finer than any of these men were familiar with. After dark, Cat had begun demonstrating the folding process, when Sis spoke up. She said,
I'm afraid we have another time-sensitive problem. Something I feel we should deal with.
Cat didn't really want to deal with any more problems. She instructed Gar to keep repeating the folding process, a dozen times or so, and then begin forging his new blade. She told the men she had something urgent to deal with. Before she left, Gar whispered to her. He said,
My sons think I've gone mad. I told them how you broke me blade. They won't believe it. I'm not sure I do, myself. Could you?
Cat understood his dilemma. His sons still looked up to him, but his story about an incredibly strong woman would be hard to believe. She looked at his sons, who were still skeptical about the new metal they were forging. She pointed at the anvil and said,
The fire is several times hotter than before. That anvil should be moved away from that heat.
She then grabbed the anvil, and its heavy base, lifted it off the ground and gently set it down, a meter away. The thing weighed as much as 4 men at least. She said,
I would write down everything we did here today. The process wasn't ideal, but it will probably make you very rich.
She then left as they stood there staring. As Kat walked away in the darkness, Sis spoke.
Head for the ship, it's fully charged.
Kat asked.
Where am I going?
Sis replied.
Only a few thousand kilometers. It's another damned war, I'm afraid.
Chapter 22. Kat tried to relax. Things were in such a turmoil back in the city. She thought about Maya and Mira, but mostly about Matt. They'd have to deal with things, without her for a while. She just hoped that the governor, or whatever he was calling himself as the new ruler, wouldn't make a mess of things. She liked the peace, flying in darkness above the clouds provided. She could sit back and look at the stars. As she did so, she also began to feel a bit guilty. Neither Matt nor the girls were there to enjoy this with her. That feeling kind of spoiled the mood. She had to admit it. As an android, she was too much a people person. She sighed, and gave up trying to relax. She thought,
Let's have it. Why the rush?
Sis responded.
I've been monitoring things much more closely lately, now that we've decided to get involved. These two kingdoms have been at war for many years. Things have gotten ugly. It's no longer just army versus army.
Kat thought.
So, this isn't about slavery?
Sis said.
No, not at all. In fact, I wouldn't have bothered you if they were just fighting and enslaving each other. That's still going on over much of the planet.
Kat mulled that over for a bit. They'd been at this anti-slavery crusade for months now. Progress was being made, but very slowly. Kat said.
So, what is going on?
There was a small pause, then Sis replied.
About 3 months ago, one side attacked a coastal city very similar to the one you just helped. This city had built a wall to protect it from attack through the mountains. It only had one gate.
Kat understood the implications and asked.
But they attacked from the sea, didn't they?
Sis replied.
Yes, and set fire to the docks and most of the ships. Most of these cities have been built in a similar way. Wooden structures with very narrow streets.
Kat closed her eyes and nodded, saying,
A fire trap. Yes, I've noticed.
Sis paused again, then continued.
There was a stiff breeze, and it quickly became a nightmare inferno. A true firestorm. Most people suffocated from lack of oxygen. Only a few hundred survived, from a town of over 15,000.
Kat asked hesitantly.
And now?
Sis replied.
One atrocity begets another. Both sides have stopped taking prisoners. A besieged city is about to fall, tomorrow or the next day. The attackers have orders to slaughter every man, woman, and child in the city, slowly if possible. There's close to 30,000 people in jeopardy. About half of them are children.
So much for relaxing, Kat thought. She asked Sis.
What do I need to do? How do I stop this?
Sis responded.
I have no idea. The hate and pain on both sides will hinder any attempt at using reason. I don't believe either side wants peace at this point.
Kat thought for a bit, and asked.
Is this hatred for the people of the other kingdom, or just the king?
Sis responded.
Yes, I believe you're onto something there. I believe most of the animosity is for the opposing king. They hold them responsible for the war and for all the suffering it brings.
Kat said.
Tell me about these kings.
Sis replied.
The leader of the attacking force is a young prince who is outside the walls leading the attack. The city's king is an older man who is in his castle about 500 kilometers away. Neither side has a clear advantage in this war. They just keep attacking each other's coastal cities.
Kat stared out at the stars for a few minutes. Being a historian, she thought back about how such conflicts were resolved in the distant past. She smiled as a plan formulated. This may turn out to be a fun trip after all, she thought. Kat said.
Sis, this young prince. Does he have a tent?
Sis answered.
Of course, but it's in the center of his encamped army. I know what you're thinking. A simple solution to a problem that doesn't require an elaborate strategy. The young prince is not really in charge. I'm not sure who is giving the orders, but I doubt it's the generals. This planned atrocity sounds much more political than military.
It was dawn. Kat was looking down, trying to find a secluded spot to land the ship. Sis spoke.
We have to hurry. Land as close to the walls as you can. We can hide the ship later. There is a small entourage gathering at the city center. I believe they're about to open the walls and surrender the city.
Kat didn't bother to land. She jumped out of the ship as it neared the walls, and the ship went straight up, into the clouds. There were guard posts visible, but she ran straight to the wall, and jumped over it. It was only about 6 meters or so. This was not a heavily fortified city. As she ran, Sis said,
You still have time. They haven't moved yet.
Kat didn't see much activity on the streets. It was eerily still, as she passed through a marketplace. Sis said,
They've been eating rats and bugs for the last couple of weeks. And they're out of rats. No one's active because they don't have the energy. There would be little resistance to the enemy's slaughter.
As she entered the courtyard in the city's center, she could see a couple of dozen people. There were several different arguments in progress. She approached whom she assumed was the city's leader. He was dressed in a long robe, and had several other older men standing near him. Standing in front of him was a military officer, who looked quite angry. Besides the officer were 2 men. One holding the city's flag, and another man holding a large white one. Kat was pleased that some very old traditions had survived through the millennia. She wasn't sure what they were arguing about, and it didn't matter to her. She was still dressed in common female attire, but her running up to them had caught their attention. She was unfamiliar, and looked far too well fed. She looked at the leader and said flatly,
You cannot surrender.
He looked at her and said,
I'm sorry, but we have no choice. Go home.
Kat thought he was treating her like she was just delusional from hunger. Something that could be happening to others. She spoke again, saying a bit louder,
No, I mean they will not let you surrender. If you go out there, you will be killed.
The military leader stepped forward and said,
Why would they do that? That makes no sense.
Kat thought.
What's the name of that city, the one that burned?
Sis replied.
It was called Lem.
Kat said aloud.
Are you aware of what happened in Lem?
The men were familiar with the name, but were puzzled by the question. Their city had been under siege for nearly 5 months, so they probably weren't aware of how the war was going. Kat said,
About 3 months ago, your king tried to take that city. Unfortunately, during the attack, fires started, and the city burned to the ground. Over 15,000 people died.
The men all stood there silently, letting the news sink in. Before they could respond, Kat continued.
In retaliation, King.
Sis spoke up.
Patrick, his name is Patrick.
Kat continued.
King Patrick has decided to kill every man, woman, and child in this city.
Now they understood, and the news did not sit well. The leader pointed a finger at her and said,
Who are you? Why did you come here to say these things? How could you know what their plans are?
He was losing it. These men were all beyond thinking clearly. They were weak from hunger, and had lost all hope. Kat said,
I'll go out there.
You watch from the walls how they treat anyone trying to surrender.
She snatched the white flag from the man holding it, and started walking toward the gate. The men looked at each other, and then began to follow. The military leader spoke to the city leader saying,
If they kill her, we'll have to fight. Better to die fighting.
Kat waited at the entrance until the gate was closed behind her. She held up the white flag and began walking forward. Sis spoke up.
Straight ahead, about 50 musket men and 100 or so bowmen. They're taking aim.
Kat responded.
I see them. I'll stop about 100 meters away. Those weapons aren't accurate at that range. I don't see anyone coming forward to talk.
Kat stopped and waited. On a distant hill she could see a small canopy set up, and someone sitting under it. Using her advanced optics, she could see a young man sitting in a tall chair. Someone was bending over talking to him. A guard standing next to the young man raised the standard he was holding. Kat clearly heard the command. Someone nearby shouted,
Fire!
Flashes, and a cloud of smoke appeared in front of her. Instinctively, She put up her arm in front of her face. Above her arm she saw arrows coming down. Straight, at her. She raised her flag, and began waving it in front of her. She moved it back and forth as quickly as she could, to deflect some of the arrows.
Oh! That stings!
She thought as several objects struck her. She felt her teeth move violently against her tongue, as something struck her jaw. This was terrifying. Intellectually, she knew she wasn't being permanently damaged, but emotionally, it was traumatizing. Sis spoke, trying to calm her.
Don't be afraid, the flexibility of your inner structure is the key to your toughness. It just looks and feels strange, because you're still not used to it.
Sis's words didn't help. Kat put her arm down and said,
That was awful. I never want to do that again.
Sis responded.
They're reloading.
Kat threw the tattered remnants of her white flag down, and began running. Her clothing was ripped to shreds, with a few arrows still attached, and her top clearly exposed. To those watching it was unbelievable. She was jumping over the terrain in 15-meter leaps. She easily jumped over the troops and cannons, and was headed toward the hills. Right toward the prince. She was moving much too fast for anyone to aim and fire. As she got closer, she could see the two guards standing next to the prince begin moving in front of him. They were holding banners, with sharpened blades on the ends. On her next leap she held back, so that she would land in front of the guards. She didn't intend to hurt them. She landed a couple of meters in front of them, and rolled herself forward. She knocked them both over, before they could lower their weapons. She stood up, and grabbed the prince. He was a lanky young man who had turned to run. She threw him across her shoulders, and continued her retreat toward a nearby cliff. She heard shouts behind her. They were warning cries, not to shoot at her. As she approached the edge of the cliff, she told her captive to hold on tight. She began scaling the cliff, grabbing, and jumping at ledges and handholds, while the young man clung on to her tightly. Kat wasn't an experienced climber, but she did her best not to lose her balance, with her awkward burden. She stopped, when she found a ledge large enough to sit on. They were only 100 meters or so from the ground. Well within musket range, but that wouldn't be an issue with her captive so close. The young man sat with his back against the cliff, trying not to look down. He was shaking a bit. Kat looked out over the scene below, to think about her next move. She hadn't really formed a plan yet. Sis had been silent for a while, and finally spoke, saying,
Nice move. I believe we have the leverage now, to put an end to all this nonsense.
Kat began assessing the damage to her wardrobe, and pulling out a couple of broken arrows. Her top was shredded, as was the bottom of her dress. She asked the young man.
You have a name?
He looked up at her, astonished she didn't know. He was still shaking a bit. He had never been so high up before. He said,
I'm the prince and regent. You aren't allowed to touch me. No one is supposed to touch me.
Kat was annoyed, but had to reassess her approach. This young man was scared. He wasn't much of a prince, or even a man. She decided to be nicer. Kat smiled at him and said more softly,
What did your mother call you?
He looked up at her now, trying hard not to stare at her exposed breast.
Judson,
he said.
She just called me Judson. Nobody else could call me that.
Kat removed what was left of her dress, and stood there naked in front of him. She said,
Try and stay calm, Judson. I'm going to wait a while and sunbathe for a bit.
She proceeded to rip parts of her dress into strips, as she stood there in the sunlight. Judson tried not to stare. But he couldn't help himself. His upbringing had been quite strict and prudish. He had never seen a naked woman before. Especially, one so perfectly proportioned. Kat continued making small talk, trying to keep him calm, and determine whom she was dealing with. He wasn't even 18 years old. He had been raised in a very restricted and tightly controlled environment. He had very limited experience with the real world. Sis spoke up saying,
You're dealing with a bubble boy, without the bubble. He doesn't know anything about anything.
Kat understood the reference. He was just a figurehead. His advisors were probably running the show. Kat asked,
You said regent. What does that mean?
Judson replied,
My father, the king, still lives. But he can no longer speak. They say he may not live much longer.
Sis spoke.
It sounds like a stroke. With their level of medicine, he's probably right about his father not living much longer.
Kat thought.
What should we do with him? He seems harmless enough. It's his handlers we need to deal with.
Sis responded.
I'd hang on to him for now. He provides leverage and will make for a good shield, should you require it.
Kat recognized the slight burn. Sis was being a little condescending, regarding her panic and meltdown, while being shot at. It was a human response. Something she was not ashamed of. Kat had made a belt of sorts, by braiding strips of her dress. She used an arrowhead to poke holes in the midsection, and pushed the belt through them. It was beginning to cloud up, so Kat put on the torn dress and adjusted the belt. At least her lower parts were covered. She said to Judson,
Why don't you be a gentleman and offer me your shirt?
The thought had never occurred to him. Kat said,
A real man will always protect a woman from harm or embarrassment.
Judson removed his shirt, which was a bit ornate and lacy. He felt something odd as he did so. Was that pride? He took his first real step toward manhood. As Kat was admiring the craftsmanship of the ornate gold buttons, she noticed Judson shivering, but smiling. She looked out over the encampment again, and noticed something disturbing. Behind one of the hills were some men, hanging by their necks. Kat asked Judson,
What happened to those men? Why were they hanged?
Judson didn't look, but said,
I was told some men had been caught stealing food. They were treated accordingly. The entire camp has been on half rations for the past month. The supply ships haven't come.
Sis spoke up to clarify the situation.
The city docks are in cannon range of the walls. The water levels back here in the hills are too shallow and rocky for the large supply ships. In order to feed the siege army, the supply ships were sent to Lem. They then offloaded the supplies to the smaller fishing boats, which could reach the shore in a small nearby cove.
Kat thought.
That's why they attacked Lem. To break the siege here. But it's been over a month, and he says no supplies have come.
Sis responded.
The enemy has captured several of the ships headed to Lem. One did get through a few weeks ago. But it took nearly a week to get the supplies offloaded using the ship's small dinghy. More ships are coming, but they are at least another week away.
There was some movement below, at the base of the cliff. Kat asked Judson.
Who's that? I see a white flag, and some people gathered.
Judson knelt, and cautiously looked down. He said,
That looks like General Poole and my chief advisor, Lord Stapleton.
Kat asked.
This advisor, is he old?
Judson replied.
Yes, he was my father's advisor. He's the one who suggested we go to war. Nearly 20 years ago.
Kat nodded, and then asked.
Does he have any children?
Judson was puzzled, but replied.
No, not that I know of.
Kat looked at him and said.
Never take advice from someone who has no skin in the game.
Judson just stared. Kat explained.
He has no stake in the outcome of his decisions. Why should he care what happens in the future? Why should he care if you are labeled child killer for the rest of your life? He'll be dead soon.
Judson had to think about that for a while. Kat said.
Sit still for a bit. I'll be back.
She then jumped off the ledge. Sis spoke as she fell.
I'd do a 3-point landing. One knee and both arms. Otherwise, your legs might bend awkwardly when you land. It wouldn't hurt you, but it might look strange, a bit cartoonish even.
Kat did as Sis suggested. She didn't want to look awkward and rubbery. The men waiting were startled. There was a loud thump, and some dust. Then she stood up and walked forward. The general stood up straight, and tried to look unimpressed. It wasn't working. The advisor just sat and sneered. He was angry, but cautious. The general spoke first. He asked,
Who are you? How are you still alive?
Kat smiled. At least they were intelligent questions. She took a good look at him. Ruggedly handsome, well-built, obviously intelligent. Why was she getting horny? Kat thought.
Not now!
Why do I keep going after these military men? Is it the uniforms? Is it the power or leadership thing?
What's wrong with me?
Sis responded.
Who knows? Human sexuality is still a bit of a mystery to me. The old saying, the heart wants what the heart wants, comes to mind.
Kat thought.
That doesn't help.
She replied to the general.
I'm Kat. I'm from the north.
She was about to mention that she knew all the ancient knowledge, but stopped. She was beginning to realize it sounded like she was bragging. She tried to reword it to sound less boastful.
In the north, we preserve and implement ancient knowledge.
The chief advisor now stood up, slowly and awkwardly, using a staff.
I know something of that. I've never heard about the ancients having such abilities.
He was pointing an accusing finger at her, as if he caught her lying. Kat smiled at him and said,
What you know are just stories about how things were before the Great Darkness. That was over 2,000 years ago. Our science has progressed quite a bit since then.
This wasn't a total lie. The R part, being cis. The advisor stood there, not knowing how to respond. If what she just said was true, they were not in a strong position. Even if it wasn't true, he could not think of any means to stop her. The general was willing to accept anything as plausible. He had witnessed what she had done. He asked,
What do you want? What will it take for you to return our prince?
Kat smiled at him. Sis had been right. Their prince was now their primary concern. She said calmly,
End this siege and go home.
The advisor shouted,
We will not be swayed by tricks or a single person.
He swayed a little and raised his staff. Kat stepped closer to the general and said,
He's the one who ordered the slaughter of all the people in the city, isn't he?
The general nodded and said,
I have not relayed that order to the army yet. I was still hoping the young prince could see reason. He hasn't seen much death yet. He has no idea what killing children can do to a man.
Kat made a decision, she said calmly.
May I see your sword, General?
He hesitated, but slowly withdrew it from his scabbard. She looked at the blade and said,
Nicely sharpened, General.
Then, without looking, she swung it to the right. She didn't look down. She heard the thud as the advisor's head hit the ground, followed by his body. She handed the sword back and said,
Thank you. That's something that should have been done over 20 years ago.
She stepped aside as a pool of blood inched toward her foot. She asked,
How much food do you have left?
The general put his sword away. He didn't look down either. He said,
Only a couple of days. At half rations. I'm expecting more trouble if a ship doesn't arrive soon.
Kat said.
The closest ship is at least a week away.
The general didn't question her. He just nodded. She said,
I would suggest you make a truce with those in the city. Withdraw your siege ships and let the city's fishing fleet loose. You should make a bargain to share your supplies when they arrive. If they share the fish with your army now, you'll have to agree to send troops home with each ship and probably leave your field cannons behind.
The general winced and said,
Do you believe they'll accept those terms?
Kat said,
Tell them it was my suggestion and that I'm holding your prince hostage. I believe it is a fair resolution. I would also post this fellow's head on a pole and tell them what he had ordered. It may help.
The general looked down at the advisor's head and smiled. He was glad he was dead. He asked,
And our prince?
Kat looked up and said,
He's getting cold up there. It's windy.
The general had noticed the shirt, but hadn't mentioned it. He asked,
Will you return him?
Kat said,
Your uniform looks warm enough.
The general removed his jacket and handed it to her. She said,
He seems like a nice young man, but he has been poorly educated. I'm thinking I'll hold on to him for a while and teach him a few things. When I do return him, well, maybe he'll be a bit wiser and a decent king.
The general smiled and said,
I do hope you're right, but I can't just let you leave here with him.
Kat chuckled a bit and said,
We'll meet again, I'm sure.
She then jumped up onto the cliff and scrambled up quickly and quietly. The general noticed that with her dress torn off above the knees, he could clearly see she wasn't wearing any undergarments. He had been away from home for too long. Away from his wife and her soft warm body. War is hell, he thought, as he picked up the severed head. Chapter 23. Judson woke with a start. Something had jostled him. He was floating. He looked around and was confused by what he saw. The last thing he remembered was shivering in the dark on that hard cold ledge.
Sorry.
Kat said, noticing him looking around. She continued.
The ground's a bit uneven here, and the landing system needs recalibrating.
The last bit was meant for Sis. Sis replied,
When you return, I'm going to scrap that old derelict. Most of the components have been exposed to solar radiation for over 2,000 years.
Kat thought to herself.
And yet you let me fly it around the world.
Kat asked Sis.
I thought you were going to repair it. How am I going to get around?
Sis replied.
Don't worry. I'm building something more useful. It's a surprise.
Kat let it go. Sis did like her little surprises. Kat opened the hatch and carried the solar collection tarp outside. As the sun filled the ship, Judson sat up and fell to the floor. He had been lying on a strip of cloth, tied on either side to the walls. He had seen this before, on his ships below deck, where the crewmen slept. He felt the floor, then realized that everything was made of some strange metal. Judson stepped through the hatch into the sun. The vista was much different from what he recalled. There were mountains nearby, but they were different. Nothing looked familiar, and it was too warm. It had never been warm during the siege. Kat was finishing spreading the tarp, and Judson asked,
Where are we? Where's my army and my advisors? What is this thing you've been covering?
Kat looked at him. She still wasn't sure why she had brought him along. Sis spoke up.
He is kinda cute.
Kat winced. That might be it. She still had all those female instincts and desires affecting her judgment. Sis sensed her embarrassment and added,
Then again, by taking him hostage, his army will be more likely to follow your suggestions.
Kat thought to herself.
Sure, that's it. It's a plan, a well-thought-out strategy to achieve her goals.
Sis didn't respond. She knew Kat's ego was still a bit fragile. Nothing in her earlier life had prepared her for all the crap she had been dealing with. Kat pointed north and said,
Your army's about 3,200 kilometers, that way. Your advisor is further away, someplace quite warm, I think.
Kat wasn't sure his culture believed in a hell. But it amused her to think of him there. Now Judson was even more confused. He looked to the north and asked,
How long have I been asleep?
Kat chuckled and said,
Only about 6 hours or so.
She pointed toward the coast and said,
We need to reach the coast today. It's about a 6-hour walk, at your pace. I'm expecting some ships to arrive this afternoon.
Judson felt a bit rebellious now. He didn't like being at the mercy of this woman. He said,
I'm not going anywhere with you. Take me back to my army.
Kat said,
Fine, stay here then, go back to sleep. But I have no food for you. I can get you some when we reach the outskirts of the city. That's only about 4 hours away.
Judson was still a bit tired. He was also grumpy. He realized he hadn't gotten any dinner the night before. He was hungry. He had never missed a meal before. He couldn't imagine waiting another 4 hours. He'd never walked that long before either. This entire ordeal was unimaginable. As he stood there sulking, Kat put an arm around him and said,
You're young and strong. You never know what you can accomplish until you try.
Kat began walking and said,
Come on, we can talk on the way. I'm taking your shirt off. I like the feel of the sun on my skin.
As she removed the shirt, Judson began following. He didn't like her condescending attitude. But he had to admit to himself that she could do things he didn't understand. And he wanted to. As they walked together, Kat asked,
So, Judson, tell me what you know of history.
He thought he had a good grasp of that topic, and began talking. He was hoping to impress her. He started with,
During the Great Darkness, it was one of my ancestors who kept the fishing fleets going. So many had died that most people had lost hope.
Kat listened for a while. It was not a pleasant story. Although he seemed proud of his ancestors. Of course, they probably wrote the history themselves. It was a tale of struggle, death, and survival. It was when he mentioned his people discovering a great wall that she began wondering. She thought to Sis,
All this suffering and misery, for all these centuries. It just feels wrong somehow.
Sis answered,
You're right. It was never intended for civilization to begin from scratch. It just happened.
Kat asked.
What happened?
Sis responded.
It was just a simple oversight. Something they missed. They assumed that when people discovered the Great Walls, they would enter and find communication devices waiting for them. The control systems to the Great Link had enough power to last over 400 years.
Kat said.
Yes, that sounds reasonable. But it didn't happen, did it?
Sis replied.
You have to remember, there were very few people who knew what was being planned. Those that did know were top members of the World Administration. They relied on their internal assistants to keep them informed and government specialists to manage their projects. For this project, however, the absolute secrecy meant they had to do everything themselves.
Kat replied.
Yes, I understand the need for secrecy. How can you tell people you're planning on killing them and their families, along with 99% of humanity?
Sis said.
Exactly. So, you can understand how something might get missed.
Kat asked.
What did they miss?
Sis explained.
These men had all been raised within the Great Walls. Every door they had ever approached had opened automatically for them.
Kat said.
Yes, that's how they work. That's how they've always worked.
Sis said.
In the early days of the wall's construction, before the vacuum magnetic rail systems were finished, all the construction materials were brought in through the main gate, usually by heavy machinery and cargo haulers. During this period, the valleys were being graded for heavy agriculture. Some areas were already providing food.
Kat replied.
Yes, I remember most of this. That's when the carbon dioxide generation plants were being constructed too. But what's that got to do with their plans? Those walls were over 40,000 years old by then.
Sis responded.
Yes, exactly. The main gates had been programmed 40,000 years earlier. A time when there were still many animals roaming about, looking for food. Animals you do not want near your farmlands.
Kat winced. She understood now what had happened. She said.
And people are animals too.
Sis replied.
A simple oversight. If those people had been in vehicles, the gates would have opened.
Kat continued listening to Judson talk about his country's history, featuring many tales of his ancestors' amazing exploits. She didn't think she'd ever tell any of them the truth. It was just too sad. Chapter 24. There were crowds gathered near the docks. Some of the ships had already arrived. Kat was a little annoyed that she hadn't been there to greet them. She decided to hang back and watch a bit, to evaluate the situation. The men from the mines were all eager to meet the new arrivals. Some were looking for daughters, sisters, or girlfriends. Many of them were looking for a wife. She found a good vantage point to watch the bedlam below. Judson didn't know what was happening. There was some shouting and pushing, as the local officials tried to control the crowds. There was one voice that stood out. A familiar voice. Kat just smiled, as the crowd slowly began moving in a great circle, as men walked by the young girls, who were now lined up along the pier. Kat could see many more ships out in the harbor, waiting to dock. With the crowd now giving the girls some space, it was easier to see what was happening. There was one girl moving about, giving orders to the local security forces and keeping order. Judson pointed and said,
That one must be royalty. The one giving the orders.
Kat smiled and said,
Not royalty, just a natural-born leader. Someone people tend to listen to.
Judson looked skeptical and said,
I've not heard of such a thing.
Kat responded,
Your General Poole is such a person. He's not royalty, nor is he an academic. He's just a competent, natural-born leader.
Judson did like and respect the man. He nodded and said,
Yes, I never thought of him that way. I guess the uniform and rank was what I assumed gave him that leadership quality.
Kat replied,
Such people are important. Remember, all power originates and is maintained at the point of a gun. A ruler only rules if he has control of the military. The military is controlled by their leaders. Men the troops respect and follow.
Judson thought about what she had just said. He realized how important it was, something he had to remember. He should become closer to General Poole. She was right, such men are important. He realized something else. She was teaching him how to be a king. Listening to her was also something he now understood, was important. Kat noticed how intently Judson was watching. He wished he had those leadership skills. She said.
Would you like to meet her?
Judson said.
Yes. Very much so.
Kat led him through the crowd. The leader of the security force recognized her, and led them through, to where the girls were lined up. There was another group disembarking from a ship, and headed down the docks. There was a shout.
Kat!
The young woman in charge ran up and hugged her. She was a bit thinner, but otherwise looked good. Kat said.
I'd like you to meet a young man I have, found. Judson, this is Anna. Anna, this is Judson.
Judson took her hand, but didn't know what to do with it. He just stared. Kat noticed the awkward silence, and thought sarcastically.
Smooth talker.
She said.
Judson here is going to be taking over his family's business soon. However, his father never taught him how to run things.
Judson looked at her angrily, but then realized that what she had said was quite true. Anna just ignored Judson and said,
We're all very hungry. The food supply was getting low the last week or so.
Kat nodded. She had told the governor the girls were coming. She wasn't sure how prepared they were. Kat said,
Anna, you watch Judson for me. I'll go talk to the governor about the food situation.
Anna looked at Judson skeptically and said,
Most of these men are just looking for pretty wives. Is that why you're here? To be first in line, to pick the prettiest girl?
Judson looked hurt, and said,
No. I mean, I don't have a wife, but I don't want a pretty girl. If I had to choose someone, it would be someone more like you.
Kat held a hand to her mouth to suppress her laughter. Anna just looked at him with her mouth open. Judson, realizing what he had just said, turned beet red, and started to apologize. Anna just turned away and said,
That's nice. That's real nice.
Judson looked at Kat for help. Kat put a hand on his shoulder and said,
Did you mean that? Would you choose her to be your wife?
Judson thought for a second. His father was supposed to choose a wife for him when he turned 18. But that was nearly a year away. And his father was dying. He looked over at Anna. She was pointing and shouting again. He really did admire her, and she was more than pretty. She was quite beautiful. He looked at Kat and said,
Yes, I would.
Kat thought about them while she went to see the governor, or whatever he was calling himself, now that he was the absolute ruler of his land. Anna and Judson. She could see how they might work. Sis spoke up saying,
Matchmaking, are we?
Kat and Sis bantered a bit, as they both found the situation amusing. Kat found the governor on his balcony, watching the bedlam down at the docks. He was surprised to see her, and seemed a bit nervous. He wasn't sure of her loyalties, or abilities. She frightened him. Kat was assured that food was available, and she instructed them to take it to the docks. The girls would probably be there through the night. Many men were waiting for all the girls to disembark, before heading to the docks to try and find anyone. Things would get more crowded and harder to control, as more girls arrived. Getting food to them was going to be a problem. Crowd control was not something the security forces were trained for. Kat returned to the docks with dozens of carts filled with food. She had the security people clear a path, and set all the carts in a row. She went to the end of the docks, where a ship was busy offloading its cargo of young girls. Anna and Judson were there, helping the girls walking the gangplanks. Everyone was smiling and excited. Most of the girls were happy just to get off the ships. But Kat noticed a few were staying behind. Kat made her way through the giggling gaggle of girls, and asked Anna,
Why are those girls staying on the ship?
Anna replied,
Some of the girls, they married the captains and crews of the ships. Those are very nice ships, and they will provide a good income.
Kat smiled and nodded. Judson was confused. All the noise and people. It was chaotic, and yet everyone seemed happy. Kat watched him take it all in. He was smiling and happy, but he didn't know why. Kat told Anna to organize a food line for the girls, and she took Judson to the far end of the pier, where it was a little quieter. Judson had obviously led a very sheltered life. She asked him,
How are you doing? Being part of this turmoil.
He just shrugged and said,
I don't understand why everyone is so happy. Is this a celebration?
Kat smiled and said,
The girls are just happy to get off those ships. They've been stuck there, all cramped together for over 3 weeks. Their lives are still a mess. Some are orphans, none of them have homes anymore. But they aren't slaves.
Judson looked back at the crowd and said,
Who's going to look after them? Some are quite young.
Kat said,
That's what happens in war. The young and innocent are the ones who suffer the most. The trauma of losing their homes and their families will stay with them forever.
Kat let Judson think about that for a bit, then said,
Who do you think makes the best king? The one who kills the most people and takes the most land, or the one whose people are happy and content?
She didn't wait for an answer. She just wanted him to think about it. There was another ship about to dock. She said,
Come on, let's help Anna. She needs a break to eat too.
Judson looked at her, and then at the food. Kat had forgotten what hunger felt like. Judson had just discovered it. While Anna and Judson were eating, there was a shout in the food line. They watched as a father and daughter reunited. There were cheers and tears among the girls. Kat watched as Anna looked away. She was fighting back tears. She was certain her father was dead. When they were done eating, Kat took them for a walk past the pier, to a spot overlooking the harbor. About 200 meters away was a cliff. The mine workers had chiseled a stairway on the side of the cliff, which led to a ledge. On the ledge were workmen. They were busy lifting a cannon up onto the ledge, using pulleys and ropes. Kat asked,
Can you see the men working on that ledge?
She wasn't sure how good their eyesight was. They both nodded. She continued,
Many of those men were captured when your city was overrun by the enemy. Some were soldiers. They'll be headed to the docks this evening, when all the girls are ashore.
Anna was sure this comment was meant for her, and responded,
If my father had lived, he would have come back for me. He promised he would.
Kat put her hand on Anna's shoulder and said,
Battles are messy things. Men are killed, maimed, or knocked unconscious. Strange things can happen. Things like having a cannon fall and crush your hand. That's exactly what happened to that one-handed man on the ledge directing the workmen.
Kat turned and pointed up.
That man right there, shouting orders.
Kat turned to see Anna's reaction. But she wasn't there. Kat looked at Judson, and he pointed toward the cliff and said,
She just ran away.
They stood there and watched, as Anna ran up the narrow pathway along the cliff. She never slowed down. Judson was impressed. He doubted he could run all the way up that path. When Anna reached the ledge, she stopped. The man supervising the work turned and stared. The man dropped to his knees, and Anna ran forward. The two of them grabbed each other in a long embrace. Judson asked,
Is that her father?
Kat nodded, and felt something on her cheek. Father and daughter relationships were an emotional issue for her. She touched her cheek. It was wet. She thought to Sis.
I forgot. I can cry.
Sis responded,
Cleaning fluid for your optics, an elegant solution to a problem that nature solved long ago. It's connected to certain emotional triggers. Remember, I wanted you to look and feel normal. You'll have to replenish it manually.
Judson was wiping his cheek too. His emotions were triggered for a different reason. His father had never hugged him. The king had little involvement at all in his life. He had been told that it was because his mother had died, giving him life. His tutors and servants weren't supposed to touch him either. Only his nursemaid could. And she still did, when no one else was around. He looked to his advisors, tutors, and guards for friendship, or even a role model. But they became more distant and formal, as he had gotten older. Kat noticed his sadness, and put her hand on him again. He made a small noise, and his body relaxed. He really needed to be touched. He asked,
Did you know?
Kat replied,
I was fairly certain, but I didn't want to spoil it. It was a magical moment. People don't get many of those. Let's get back to the docks. Someone's got to maintain order, and Anna's got better things to do now.
Chapter 25.
Why do you smell like flowers?
Anna asked. The question caught Judson by surprise. Just about everything she said confused him. He looked at Kat, with his scared little puppy eyes, and Kat understood his dilemma. He was afraid to say something stupid again. He was trying his best. He wasn't used to people being honest, and asking him awkward questions. Some, he didn't understand, and others. Like this one. He felt uncomfortable answering. Kat had told him not to mention his status, or his upbringing.
It's his shirt.
Kat explained.
I believe it has been perfumed.
Kat had noticed it the first time she had put it on. She was still not used to everyone smelling so. strong. In the world she had grown up in, nobody smelled badly. She wasn't sure she would ever get used to it.
Perfume?
Anna asked, looking puzzled. Apparently, a word she wasn't familiar with. Her father looked at Judson suspiciously and said,
I think it means flower water. You know, the sweet, smelly stuff they put on wedding dresses and such. Your mother had some.
They were all sitting outside of Nora's home. There were too many of them to fit in the small shack she lived in. They had made a table out of some planks and were eating up Nora's unsold fish. Nora had taken in a couple of young girls, who had gone unclaimed. Maya and Mira were teaching them the fine art of fish gutting. Kat had given Maya and Mira the option to stay in Jad and live their lives cleaning fish. Both girls had opted to leave with her. Matt and Anna still had no place to live. Matt was having some difficulty with the city's governor, and his plans for the building of the city's defenses. Matt was an outsider, and the governor had 2 sons. Both of whom felt were more qualified to fortify the city. Even though they had no experience. Judson was awkwardly trying to fit in. The boy was out of his element, and had no experience with normal living. He had no clue what to do, when they handed him a large platter of fish. Kat had to explain to him, that he was expected to take some, and then pass the platter to the person sitting next to him. He had always been fed by servants. Alone. Anna took great pleasure in pointing out his strange conduct. She was torturing him. But she always smiled and laughed when she did it. He was obviously smitten, and helpless around her. But he kept coming back for more. Kat felt a bit sorry for him. But it was a funny situation, and she stifled quite a few laughs. A week went by, and Kat was feeling relaxed and enjoying watching the daily lives of the people around her. She was spending much of her time helping Matt, installing his cannons in the newly carved ledges in the sides of the cliff, overlooking the harbor. She was doing a lot of heavy lifting. She did most of this work, late at night. She liked being accepted as just another woman, instead of being shunned as a freak. Her new friend Gar had made an iron hand for Matt. They used his remaining hand to make a mold. Matt was still getting used to it, and waved it about menacingly when annoyed. He enjoyed the response. She had cut Mira's dark brown hair into a nice symmetrical bob. An improvement over the rat's nest it had been. Maya's dirty blonde hair was much longer. Maya was reluctant about cutting it, so Kat taught her how to braid it, and keep it out of the way. Kat was alone, lying naked in the sun on top of the cliff, when Sis spoke to her.
We've got a problem,
she said. Kat didn't move, she just thought.
What now?
It had been days since they had last communicated. Kat was sure that something tragic or critical was overdue. She was annoyed, but not surprised.
It's the slavers' mercenary fleet,
Sis replied.
It's headed your way.
This was disturbing. And unexpected. Kat asked.
Do you know why?
Sis answered.
Of course, at least I do now. I've managed to get a miniature surveillance drone aboard the lead ship.
Kat knew what type of drone Sis was referring to. It was literally a fly on the wall. Kat didn't ask, she just waited. Sis liked being dramatic.
They're bringing about 5,000 Cornby troops with them to retake your new independent city.
Kat thought.
You said that the slavers would probably make slaves of that army.
Sis replied.
That was just one possibility. Apparently, King Beetle has made a new deal with the 9. He owes them thousands of slaves. He's willing to give up the 10,000 men he sent to the mines.
Kat thought for a second, and said.
I thought the mercenary fleet was worth much more than that.
Yes.
Sis replied.
He also had to throw in all the residents of Jad. They're just a bunch of rebellious traitors anyway. The slavers have also learned that their stolen ships and 5,000 virgins are here too. I believe that's what clinched the deal.
Kat said.
I guess they don't expect the people of Jad to put up much of a fight.
Sis replied.
They know the city isn't fortified and that there are no walls or army here. King Beetle's men will capture the city and then hand the people over to the slavers. His only interest is the iron mines.
Kat sat up and looked out at the sea. There was a warm breeze, and the sun was getting higher.
What do you suggest we do? How much time do we have?
She asked. Sis responded.
The city isn't ready for such an onslaught. It'll be little over a week before they arrive. You'll have to intercept them.
Kat let out a long sigh. And thought.
And do what?
Sis replied.
You'll think of something.
Cat rolled her eyes and stood up. Then she thought it over, and lied back down. I'll just charge up a bit more, she thought. I may need it. Chapter 26.
Nice ass,
Cat thought. She was crouched on the stern of the massive slave flagship. She was watching a young man, a couple of meters away, busily beating away on himself. He was peering down a raised vent into the cabin below. Cat was curious as to what he was watching when he turned to aim his discharge toward the sea. She was wearing a dark dress she borrowed from Nora. She thought her camo outfit wasn't appropriate in the middle of the ocean. The young man saw her and froze. He was on deck watch and wasn't expecting any surprises in the middle of the night. Cat was startled too. The situation had reminded her of one of her fantasies when she was young. But he wasn't her boyfriend, and she was no longer a horny teenage girl. Well, not a teen anyway. She moved aside, avoiding the goo. Before the man could compose himself, Cat jumped forward and slapped the side of his head. She was careful not to hit him too hard. Just enough to knock him unconscious. She caught him as he fell, and placed him gently on the deck. She didn't pull up his pants. She peered down into the cabin below. There were several lanterns hanging from the walls. This was a rather plush setting for a slave ship. Below, in a large padded chair, was an older man, naked from the waist down. There was a naked young girl, busy fondling his genitals, with an older naked girl sitting next to her. The older girl bent forward, and whispered something to the young one. Cat was a bit conflicted by the scene below. She knew she should be appalled. But, she wasn't. This was the life of a female slave. Sis spoke up.
The slave commander is sharing his slave girls with King Beetle's general. A bit generous, but probably more of a free sample. Like giving someone drugs for free to get them addicted.
Cat watched for a bit, and Sis commented.
Given the opportunity, most men will give in to their baser desires. This society is set up primarily to provide men with the opportunity and legitimate right to abuse slaves. It's not something new, and is not meant to be fair.
Cat didn't knock. She entered the cabin and closed the door. The general opened his eyes and said gruffly,
"Not now."
Cat motioned for the two slave girls to move away. The general angrily said,
"What do you want? I don't need anything."
Cat ignored him and asked the girls.
Would you like to leave this ship? Would you like to be free?
They were confused, but both nodded. The general started to get up, and Cat pushed him back into the chair. Cat said to the girls,
Get dressed and prepare to leave.
The general fumbled for the clothes hanging on the wall. He grabbed the sword hanging there and began to pull it from its scabbard. Cat slammed his head against the cabin wall, and he fell back unconscious. Cat grabbed the sword and hung it back on the wall. Looking around, Cat noticed the hammocks. There were 4 of them. Cat asked,
Are there more slave girls aboard?
The older girl nodded and said,
There are 4 of us. The others are with the commander.
Cat asked,
Where?
The older girl pointed at the wall and said,
In the commander's cabin next door.
Cat pounded on the wall a few times. Then stepped over the general, and stood by the door. It took a minute or two. The door opened and 2 large men came in. One of them was angry and his hair was tousled. Obviously, he had just been woken up. They had their knives drawn, but stopped when they saw the general on the floor. The commander followed through the door. He was wearing a robe and held an elaborately jeweled sword. He looked down at the general and then at the 2 girls, who were only half dressed. The girls looked frightened. The commander pointed the sword at the general and said,
Who did this?
Both girls hastily pointed at Cat, who was standing quietly behind the door. The commander turned and looked surprised. He raised his sword and backed away, as his 2 bodyguards moved forward, standing in front of him. They hadn't noticed her either, and now felt foolish. Cat closed the door and smiled at them. The closest guard moved closer and held his knife up to her neck. The commander was puzzled and asked,
Who are you? How did you get on my ship?
He then pointed his sword at the general and said,
Did you harm my guest?
Before she could answer, the other guard moved forward saying,
Let me question her, master. I know how to deal with women.
He reached for her breast. Cat grabbed his hand and squeezed. Just hard enough to break a few bones. He pulled away, cursing and grimacing in pain. The other guard jabbed his knife into her neck. It was instinctive. The knife didn't pierce her skin, or even hurt that much. but she instinctively raised her arm to knock him away. He went flying into the ceiling and then bounced off the wall. She hadn't held back. They all looked at him. His head was hanging awkwardly, and some blood trickled from his mouth. The man was obviously dead. She had killed again, without thinking. Her strength, speed, and invulnerability were still new to her. She sighed, and bopped the other guard on the head, before he too did something foolish. The commander, now frightened, held his sword outward with both hands. Cat moved forward and grabbed the blade. This surprised him, and he tried to pull it away, slicing her hands. It didn't budge. He tried pushing it and twisting it. He braced his feet and pulled with all his might. It didn't budge. Cat just smiled and said,
"Sit down, Commander, and be quiet."
The commander, more than a bit confused, let go of the sword and sat down. After the girls were dressed, Cat sent the older one next door to fetch the other slave girls. She hadn't gone there to rescue anyone. But she felt obligated to help them. Cat removed 3 of the hammocks, then threw the general over her shoulder, and led them out onto the stern of the ship. She was surprised that no one had alarmed the crew yet. The night security was a bit lax. She put the general in a hammock, and had the commander lie next to him. She had the girls double up likewise. She then tied all the hammocks together into 3 bundles. They wouldn't be able to see where they were going. But Cat thought that was for the best. Some people don't handle heights very well. They had been flying for a couple of hours, when Cat noticed the commander touching the dimly lit walls and watching her. He had been strangely quiet. She had tied his and the general's hands. She didn't trust them. The girls remained huddled together, on the far side of her ship. Still, the 2 groups were only a few meters apart. It wasn't a large ship. The commander's curiosity finally got the better of him and he spoke.
I sense movement, and yet, I do not feel the sea. This ship seems to be made of metal. I see light, but I feel no heat.
These were statements and not questions. Cat could sense something different about the commander. A superior intelligence, and inquisitiveness, she hadn't expected. He continued.
I suspect the ancient magic is at work in this place. In you. I know this magic existed. I myself have touched one of the great walls. When I was young, my master used my talents as an observer, in his study of such things. We climbed over the mountains, to see the wonders that were behind the great walls. He suspected a magnificent city was within.
Cat smiled and said,
"And you discovered only forests and streams."
The commander sat up smiling. He was sure of it now. Many of his vexing questions may soon be answered. He said,
You know of these things. You know about the ancient magic.
It was more an accusation than a question. Cat looked over at him. She asked,
"What did you mean by talents?"
He replied,
I have an excellent memory. I see and remember things, others often do not. At the end of every day, I would help my master with his writings. I could recall everything, about what we had seen or discovered. He was an explorer, and master of ancient things.
Cat nodded and said,
"Yes, those people used to be called archaeologists, those that study the past. They search ruins for artifacts that can explain how people lived in ancient times."
Then feeling generous added,
"I'm a historian myself. But my research deals more with studying such men's writings. I don't do any of the exploration or digging myself."
The commander was a bit confused and asked,
Are you one who worships the ancients? I have encountered many over the years. But none have offered any useful knowledge of the ancient magic.
Cat snickered and answered,
"The ancients were not gods. They were just people like you, although perhaps not quite as smart. They were able to use the knowledge and technology they were taught. Knowledge that took millennia to acquire."
The commander, still a little puzzled, asked,
But they did not survive the great darkness. Even with all this knowledge?
Cat did not know how to respond. She couldn't explain why they had deliberately caused the great darkness. He didn't have the science background to understand. She replied,
"The human race survived. That is what was important."
The commander was silent for a minute while he thought it over. He then asked,
But all of that knowledge, that is important too. Does it still exist?
Cat replied softly.
"You're looking at it."
Sis spoke up saying,
This man has some surprising insights. I believe you've come across a genuine genius of his age. It's too bad his gifts have been wasted. What's his name?
Cat turned to the commander and asked. The commander was surprised, and yet pleased. He stood up and bowed, saying,
I am Ian of OPEC. Born a slave, and currently commander of the Black Fleet of the Nine.
Then he fell to his knees, put his head lower and continued.
But I will become your servant, and do your bidding, if you will accept me. I offer my services and my fleet. The men under my command are loyal to me, not the Nine.
This caught Cat by surprise. She asked.
And your oath to the Nine?
Ian stood up. He said,
They think of me as a slave, along with all my men. They expect obedience, not loyalty. I gave them no oath.
Cat wasn't sure how this system worked, and asked.
So, the fleet is made up of slaves. That seems a bit risky.
He said,
My men wear no collars, and are allowed to leave after 10 years of service. They have something few slaves are ever given. Hope.
Cat was confused and said,
I didn't think slaves were ever freed.
Ian explained.
Not freed, but allowed to live on Sina, without a master. Sina is an island, owned by the Nine, which provides all their food. An island full of farms, livestock, and women. To a slave this is a miracle.
Chapter 27. Sis and Cat were discussing their options, involving the slave fleet, when the general woke up. He was tied up, half naked and sore. He looked around, and saw the commander sitting quietly next to him, with his hands free. Sitting close to him were his slave girls. Sitting in a strange-looking chair was the woman who had attacked him. He was angry. He stood up, and ordered the commander to untie him. He had a score to settle. He looked around for his sword and his pants. He heard the slave girls giggling. He looked down at the commander. The commander looked over at Cat. She shook her head and said,
Leave him tied up. I don't trust him.
The general was livid, and shouted,
I'm in command here. Release me at once, or I'll have you hung.
He kicked at the wall, and shouted,
Untie me, and let me go. Release me, right now.
They all pitched forward, as Cat reduced the forward thrust. She waited for the ship to coast to a stop. The general picked himself up again, and glared at Cat. He had no idea what had just happened. Cat left her seat and stood in front of the general. She quietly began untying him. She told Ian to take the girls and move to the corner next to the console. Cat kicked the hammock that the general had been laying in, over to the girls. She said,
Cover up, it's going to get cold.
The main hatch clicked, and air rushed out of the ship. As the hatch opened, the outside wind blew into the ship. It was freezing cold. Although the ship wasn't moving, there was still a strong breeze outside. Outside it was dark, the moon wasn't full, but there was still enough light to see the wisps of clouds far below. Cat took the general's arm, pointed down and said,
If you want to leave, go. You'll hit the water in a few minutes, then it's only a few 100 kilometers to reach land.
The general was frozen in fear. He slowly moved back against the wall, shivering from the cold and fear. The younger girl came forward, crawling on her hands and knees and peered down. She said nervously,
Are those clouds?
The others all came forward to look. Through the wisps of clouds, you could glimpse the sea, glistening in the moonlight far below. Ian looked long and hard. It was a sight he would never forget. But then, he never forgets anything. That is his gift. He smiled at the thought that he had made the right choice. He didn't know what the future held for him. But he was hopeful, it would be full of such wonders. As the ship accelerated, Cat could sense Ian wanted to say something. She looked at him and said,
What?
He smiled and said,
You humiliated the general. For your own amusement.
Again, not a question, but an observation. He continued,
I've watched you for a while. Your face changes expression, and your eyes close, as your mouth tightens. It's like you are having a conversation with someone, but your lips do not move.
I sense there is someone else involved in this adventure. Someone you converse with. In your head.
Ian went back and cuddled up to his slave girls. The girls felt safe with him. Especially the older twins, they sat very close to him. The general had stopped complaining and sat quietly. Cat had returned his hammock. Not to salvage his dignity. Nobody, wanted to see his naked ass. Sis spoke up.
Ian is a bit scary, isn't he? I'm glad he's decided to be on our side.
Kat responded.
I don't know whether to be scared of him or happy that I'm still human enough that he can read me so easily.
Sis replied.
You're welcome.
Kat landed the craft with a jerk and thump. Those landing proximity sensors were getting worse. It was early morning, and the sun was just above the horizon. None of her guests had woken. They had been up most of the night. She let them sleep, while she snuck out and put the solar generation tarp over the ship. Kat stood naked in the early morning sunlight, and had a long conversation with Sis. Sis had started it by saying,
We're helping people. Some people anyway. But we're not making a difference. We need a new strategy. A way to quickly end all the wars and all the slavery.
Kat replied.
Oh, I agree. I feel good about what I've been able to accomplish, but I guess you're right. It hasn't been enough. But I'm out here all by myself. What do you suggest we do?
Sis answered.
I've been studying past attempts at ending warfare and human rights violations. I started by looking at those problems as they existed back in the late 18th and early 19th centuries. That's close to where this civilization has progressed.
Kat said.
I'm familiar with some of it. I'm not sure about any attempts at ending warfare during that period. There was some progress made at ending slavery.
Sis replied.
It was only after the First World War that there was any serious effort to end warfare. It was just talk, however. It was in the literature of the times. I found some interesting ideas.
Kat asked.
Which literature was that?
Sis replied.
It was fictional stories. Early science fiction. It was the Jules Verne stories about using advanced technology to end warfare. He imagined a submarine and an airship that could destroy the warships of the times. He imagined that destroying the primary weapons of the day could end warfare.
Kat responded.
Yes, I believe I do remember hearing some of those stories. Movies were made as I recall.
Sis continued.
There were others in those times who believed creating horrible new weapons would scare people enough to end war. Of course, history has shown that that doesn't work either.
Kat asked.
Have you found anything useful yet?
Sis replied.
I believe so. I searched for any method of ending war in the arena of science fiction and found several interesting approaches. The one I believe would be the most effective is one entailing fear and intimidation. The people of this time will not respond readily to logic and reason.
Kat didn't like the sound of using fear as motivation. She didn't want to become a bully. She asked.
Exactly, how do we do this?
Sis replied.
There was one short story about a human and an indestructible robot visiting the Earth. The original story I thought was quite amusing. However, they modified it to make movies that attempted to scare people away from warfare and other destructive activities.
Kat was intrigued and asked.
What were the other activities?
Sis replied.
The second movie involved pollution and the third, overpopulation. The main theme in the stories is that all humanity will be destroyed if they don't change their ways.
Kat thought about that for a second and said.
That sounds a bit harsh. I would never be able to threaten that.
Sis replied.
Oh yes, I agree. I consider that a weakness in the story. It isn't all humanity that makes the decisions, it's the leaders.
Kat was beginning to understand where Sis was going, and said.
You mentioned intimidation. What are you suggesting?
Sis replied.
Threatening the leaders personally is key to the plan. We also will need to make them understand the status of their military options. They will require a show of force.
Again, Kat felt a bit uneasy and asked.
I don't like killing. What did you have in mind?
Sis replied.
I've been working on that. I don't want them to fear you. I want them to fear the technology you control. I believe it's in your best interest not to reveal your capabilities. It's best they don't know. Let them underestimate you.
Kat said.
So, what is it I'm going to do?
Sis replied.
Your new ship is coming along. I've been researching and implementing technology that hasn't been used in 70,000 years. I'm incorporating it into a large cargo ship airframe. Nearly 200 meters long. It takes a lot of material and special elements to cover that much area.
Kat asked.
Why so big?
Sis continued.
I needed something to handle the power supply. I'm using a fusion plant built into the old heavy lifters. Your ship will be about 75% engine.
Kat was confused and asked.
But why so much power, if I'm the only crew?
Sis replied.
It's for the main weapon. It supports a Class 8 plasma laser.
Kat raised an eyebrow. That class would be 10,000 times more powerful than the one in her head. She said.
That sounds dangerous.
Sis replied.
I don't believe that class was ever fired in the Earth's atmosphere. They were used in the past for asteroid mining, to cut asteroids into pieces. It should make for some very impressive and intimidating demonstrations of your power.
This new direction that Sis was planning sounded a bit hazardous. And threatening people wasn't in her nature. But when she thought about the arrogant, nasty leaders she had met, another thought came to her, and Kat asked.
What's all this ancient tech you mentioned?
Sis replied.
I'm saving that for a surprise. We want to amaze and scare these people. I'm making you a new outfit too. Sort of a makeover to fit your new role as the commander of the Black Fleet.
Kat said.
You mentioned an indestructible robot.
Sis replied.
That would be you. But they won't know that unless they attack you. I've added a hand weapon to your outfit. Something that's adjustable to non-lethal levels if you wish. This is just to mislead those who may wish to test you. To let them believe you are a vulnerable human without the weapon.
Kat liked the sound of a non-lethal weapon. Bopping people on their heads was scary. She never knew how much damage she was causing. Concussions were not the best way to subdue people. She asked.
How does this weapon work?
Sis responded.
I combined a couple of ancient techs. A high-voltage discharge along with a subsonic acoustic pulse. You adjust it by how far you press the trigger. A half pull will knock out a large man, but could be fatal to a child. A full pull, of course, would be quite lethal, and the recoil would knock you back a few meters. You'll have to brace yourself.
Kat was intrigued by the new toys and look that Sis was designing. But before she could ask any more questions, the hatch opened all the way, and a half-naked man stepped into the sunlight. Chapter 28. As they all walked down the rocky, dusty trail, Kat was busy defending her decision to land where she did.
I like that hill. There's a nice clearing on top that can't be seen from afar.
Sis responded.
But it's over 20 kilometers from Jad. I don't think your general is going to make it.
The general had borrowed Ian's pants and some slippers from one of the slave girls. Ian's robe was covering him well enough. The slippers were a poor fit. The real problem was that the general had a bad leg and walked with a limp. Kat was thinking she'd probably end up carrying him. Maybe she should have let them out closer to the city. Kat hung back with the general, letting the rest walk ahead. The general was doing his best, but was struggling. She asked.
Your leg, is it an old war wound?
The general smirked and said.
That's what I usually say. The truth is, I was kicked by a horse when I was a young cavalry officer. Broke my leg quite badly.
The fact that he was being truthful was a good sign. Kat continued.
That sounds like a career-ending event. What's the rest of the story?
The question was unexpected, and he looked at her. He wasn't sure yet what was going on, or who she was. His situation was unclear. The woman was unlike anyone he had ever known. She was petite, beautiful, and extremely deadly. He decided to tell the story. He hadn't shared it before with anyone. He began.
It was luck, I guess. The general of my battalion needed a new secretary. Someone to handle all his correspondence. I didn't realize how important the job was until I started doing it. I had to transcribe all his commands to his officers, suppliers, family, friends, enemies, even to the king. I eventually became indispensable to his military campaigns and his personal life. I was instrumental in helping him win several major battles. I was privy to all the intelligence gathered by his scouts, spies, and informants. Most of my suggestions were quite brilliant, if I say so myself.
Kat could see how such a position could be quite an education. She said,
So, your expertise was eventually recognized?
The general looked at her and frowned. He said,
That's not how the world works. It was his last major battle. His forces won handily and decisively. However, he slept through the entire battle in a drunken stupor. The king was informed. He had his own spies.
Before she could comment, she noticed something in the distance. A bit of dust in the road a couple of kilometers away. She moved ahead and told the others to keep together. A small single-horse cart approached. There was a middle-aged man driving it, who seemed to be in a hurry. He stopped when he got close to Kat, introduced himself as Buck, and said,
"Don't go that way. There are men waiting to rob or capture anyone on the road."
Kat asked.
Did they rob you?
Buck looked angry and said,
"They're holding my son, they're making him dig his own grave. They took our supplies, and told me to return with more, or that grave will be full."
The men he had referred to were a small contingent of the king's army that had been sent to his village for supplies. The island containing the city of Jad had farmland at the far end. There was a village there, with a flour mill, that supplied the populace as best it could. Just like the city itself, the army had been taking most of the supplies for the slaves in the iron mines. It was during a supply run that news had arrived of the rebellion of the slaves and the capture of the garrison. With nowhere to go, the men had taken to the hills and were living like highway thieves. Kat convinced Buck to join them. She promised to deal with the men as they deserved. He wasn't sure she could help. But he also knew he had no supplies to return with. With the general sitting next to him in the cart, they proceeded down the road. The rest of the group held back, but stayed in visual contact with Kat. Buck was not sure why neither the general nor Ian seemed the least concerned about Kat's safety. Kat saw the dust up ahead. She knew they were waiting right around the next hill. There were 4 of them on horseback. Horses were scarce on the island, due to a lack of grazing land. She continued to walk, until she was directly in front of them. Kat was hoping this confrontation would be peaceful. Well, at least civil. Her hope was dashed when the leader said,
"Now this is a real gift. Just look at that face. I've never seen such smooth and perfect skin. Like a newborn babe."
The man next to him said softly as he lowered his musket.
"We're sharing. Right, Captain?"
The leader scowled.
"Some gifts are just too special to share."
The man on the other side asked.
"Shackles?"
The leader, staring at Kat, said.
"No! I can't wait! I'll have some of this gift right now!" "You men hold her down."
Back down the trail the cart stopped. There was a bright flash behind the next hill that temporarily blinded them. Kat rushed forward to grab the reins of the horses. They were scared and confused by the flash. The bodies of the 4 men thumped on the ground, next to their heads. Kat felt a smidge of remorse. Sis spoke up.
"You know, you are the only person to ever use plasma technology as a weapon. Perhaps you should think twice before you use it. In some cultures, rape isn't even considered a crime."
I couldn't help it.
Kat replied.
It was a moment of rage. It was just the attitude that they were. Entitled.
Sis didn't comment. Being artificial, she didn't feel it was appropriate for her to tell Kat how to feel about being raped. Ian inspected the bodies. The general hastily took the pants and boots of the officer. Buck was confused. The young women just looked away. Kat was feeling a bit guilty. But just a bit. Kat asked Buck to take them to their camp. To his son. Sis told Kat to let the general deal with the soldiers. Kat agreed. She had to learn restraint. Her angry looks could kill. The soldiers knew the general by reputation. They were relieved to have an officer they respected in charge. Their previous captain was a bully, and unpredictable. Kat talked to Buck and his son for a bit. They were headed to Jad, because they'd heard about the thousands of young women looking for husbands. Buck elbowed his son James and said,
"This boy is in need of a wife. Really in need."
James looked down. A bit embarrassed. Kat was sure there were some embarrassing stories involved. She didn't ask. They sat around a fire, and ate some small animals and birds the soldiers had killed that afternoon. Kat watched as James and Dora, the older slave girl, tried not to stare at each other. It was a bit comical. Ian had picked his slave girls carefully. She was quite beautiful, but not yet fully developed. Kat spoke with Ian after dinner. He told her that his twin slave girls didn't want to be separated. She thought he meant from each other, but he had clarified. They didn't want to be separated from him. Normally, when one of his girls becomes pregnant, he would send them to the island to find husbands. When she asked how many times he had done this, he said, the twins would be 34 and 35. Ian explained that as commander of the Black Fleet, it would have been awkward to have children running about. But now his situation had changed. He was free of the fleet, free of the 9. And free to have a family of his own. If she would allow. Kat and Sis discussed the situation. They really had no plans for him. His intellect and insights were obvious. But his lack of education and age made him unsuitable for their current plans. Sis said she would be quite interested in his offspring on that island. If any of them inherited his natural abilities, they would be prime candidates for her ambassador training. That evening Kat sat in the cart all night. She sat still pretending to sleep. She could clearly hear James and Dora whispering, as they snuck out of camp. Kat smiled as she thought about her teenage years. She could clearly see, hear, and smell the young boy she had let get away. There was a downside to having such clear memories. It made the feeling so much stronger. As it did the sadness that they had ended. In the morning, Kat had conversations with Ian, Buck, Lily, and Dora. James was quiet. And all smiles. Kat didn't have to talk with him. Buck mentioned he also had 13 and 11-year-old sons. Kat asked Lily, the youngest slave girl, if she would like to live on a farm. She was excited about the idea. Kat let Buck take Lily and Dora back to his farm. Buck said his wife would be overjoyed. She always wanted a girl. But they only had 3 boys. James was ecstatic and a bit tired. Dora had been well trained. She was pleased with herself too. James was due to inherit that farm. They set out early. There was no food for breakfast. The general led the way on horseback, with the 4 soldiers riding behind him. He had no idea what fate had in store. But at least now he was going to face it with some dignity. Ian and the twins followed them on their own horses. Kat walked behind. She wasn't sure what Laia had either. But the sun was out, so she removed her top. Chapter 29. The soldiers had a small bag of coins they had acquired, in their brief role as highway thieves. The general used it to buy food for everyone. Kat sat with them as they ate, and thought she might offer the general an option to restore his career. The new island nation was still a bit unorganized, and transitional. Someone, with a history of successful military campaigns might do well. Kat was sitting next to him as he drank some local ale. He wasn't enjoying it, but he was thirsty. She said,
King Beetle may not be pleased with you, after the failure at Camorra.
He nodded and replied,
That's why it is important for me to return Jad to his kingdom.
Kat smiled and said,
That isn't going to happen. Not for a while anyway.
The general scowled, and asked,
Is that why you captured me? To prevent my retaking this Isle of Traitors?
Kat replied,
It was just an opportunity to end this conflict without bloodshed. This new island state doesn't have much in the way of an army, or any defensive force.
The general looked suspicious, and said,
My forces are still headed this way.
Kat smiled and looked over at Ian. She said,
They are guests aboard the Black Fleet. My fleet. Ian has vowed allegiance to me.
The general stood up, and looked over at Ian. Ian just held up a cup of ale, and smiled. The general sat back down. He sat there for a minute, then said,
I know my future, as a prisoner of the enemy, is dire at best. What will become of my troops?
Kat said,
I haven't decided yet. They're still a week away. I thought we should go to Jad's governor, or whatever he's calling himself these days, and have a little chat. He might just have a use for you. Provided you are willing to switch sides.
Kat stood up and said to all of them,
You stay here and rest a bit. I'm going to visit some friends near the docks. I'll be back in a couple of hours.
When Kat arrived at Nora's shack, she saw Maya and Mira cleaning up the fish cart. When they saw her, Mira shouted,
Kat?
And ran up to give her a hug. Maya came over, and Nora appeared in the doorway. Nora just waved and said,
I've got fish cooking. Can't let 'em burn.
Maya came close, but didn't look at her. Mira asked,
Did you bring us anything?
Kat pulled her close and said.
Just me, isn't that enough?
Maya glanced at her, and Kat said.
Is there something I missed?
She looked down at Mira, and Mira pointed at Maya saying.
It was Anna. They were fighting over a boy.
Kat pulled Maya closer, and took a good look at her black eye. She said.
Anna's almost 2 years older than you. What were you fighting about?
Mira said.
Anna said she was flirting with Judson.
Maya interrupted.
I wasn't flirting. I was just being nice.
Kat was a bit confused. She had only been gone a few days. When she had left, Anna was enjoying toying with Judson. Why would she suddenly get so protective? She closed her eyes, and thought about herself as a young girl. What caused her to become exceedingly jealous of any other girl near her man? She rolled her eyes and thought. Teenagers. All hormones and desires. Kat gave Maya a big hug. She said.
There's someone out there who will want you, and nobody else. Just be patient.
She knew it wouldn't help. Every little setback is the end of the world to young girls. But she at least could be positive and supportive. Something her own mother had never done. Nora came out and joined the little hug fest. She said.
There's so many young girls still looking for homes. My place just isn't big enough.
Kat replied.
It won't be long now. I'll be taking these 2 troublemakers to a new home soon enough. I thank you for looking after them for so long.
Nora said.
Please make it soon. I'm getting too attached.
Kat hugged them all again.
I'll be back later. What's become of Judson?
Nora rolled her eyes and said.
I told the lad that perhaps the way to win Anna's attention would be through her father. The girl loves her father.
They were all silent for a minute, and then Maya said.
Anna's father asked him if he had any skills, to help with the construction. He told him all he knew how to do was sword fight and shoot. Shoot those musket things.
Kat waited and said.
Okay, so then what happened?
Maya continued.
They got some practice swords, the wooden ones, and told him to prove it. He beat them. He beat them all, even the new king's guards. He made it look easy.
By the excitement in her voice, Kat could tell Maya had been impressed. Probably a lot of other young girls too. That kind of attention would have spurred Anna into action. Anna had a gift. People tend to do what she asked. The poor boy had no chance. Nora motioned with her head, and Kat followed her into her shack. The smell of cooked fish was strong, and the smoke was heavy. Nora said quietly.
I think Anna and that boy have been getting together. They've both been smiling a lot lately.
Kat just nodded, and asked.
Where is he now?
Nora began loading up her oven tray with fresh fish. She said.
They've all gone to the governor's palace. I guess I mean the royal palace. He's calling himself king now. I knew him when he was a boy. Not too bright as I remember. Anyway, it was about the muskets. The king's men have a bunch of them.
Kat led General Slater and Ian to the new king's palace. They could hear some musket fire as they got close. It wasn't much of a building. It did have some pillars, and was made of stone. Not marble or granite. But was fancy enough to stand out in the city. They didn't enter the building, but walked around back to where the muskets were being fired. There was a small crowd gathered around, watching the shooting contest. There were 5 men lined up, firing at targets about 50 meters away. The targets were boards about as tall and wide as a man. They stood up on slender bases which made them easy to knock over. Sis spoke up saying,
Hitting those targets with muskets at that range is about a 50% probability, even for the best marksmen. Muskets are horribly inaccurate and don't even have sights.
Kat watched the next volley, and one of the targets fell over. Kat was surprised to see that it was the target that Judson was firing at. Kat found Matt in the crowd, and they talked, as the contestants reloaded their muskets. Matt was smiling and said softly,
I've got 5 coppers on the lad. He's ahead by 3 already.
He then motioned for Anna to come over. She had been standing behind Judson, watching him closely. There were several other young women standing near them. The boy was becoming a bit of a celebrity. Matt turned to her and said,
Don't mention the bet to the boy. I'm still not sure what he's all about.
Kat asked.
What do you mean?
Matt responded.
He's a bit odd. He does have a way with a blade. Somebody trained him well. It's a bit embarrassing, really. No one will challenge him anymore. Then he says outlandish things, like he owns 4 muskets.
He rolled his eyes and said,
The lad's full of stories.
Sis commented,
Muskets are handmade and considered works of art. There are no factories making them, just skilled craftsmen. They are quite expensive.
Anna came forward and Kat gave her a big hug. Anna looked happy. Glowing a bit, Kat thought. Anna said,
Did you see? He's winning again. He's amazing.
Matt looked at Kat. He was feeling sad. He was happy for his daughter. But he was losing her too. Kat said to him,
I'll have to take Judson home soon. I'm sure now, Anna's going to want to stay with him. Maybe we can find a way for you to stay close to her.
Anna went back behind Judson, as they fired the next volley. Kat took Matt, the general, and Ian, through the crowd, to meet the new king. When they were near, the king stood up and met them. He was a bit leery of Kat, and handed Matt a handful of copper coins. Kat made the introductions. She started with the general. Matt was startled, and angry. The king was confused. He knew the name. The general was the leader of King Beetle's army. He was now the enemy. Before they could react, Kat continued.
And this is Ian, the commander of the Black Fleet. The fleet that is now headed this way, with about 5,000 of the general's troops, to retake this island.
The king looked sick. He'd only been king for a week. He looked angrily at Kat. She's the one who had urged them to declare independence. He said,
What is this? Are they here to demand we surrender?
Kat smiled. Matt was trying hard not to lose it. He looked down at his metal hand, and was thinking about bashing the general with it. Kat just said quietly,
Stay calm, things are not what they seem. Let's go into the palace and discuss things. There's a lot to talk about.
As they moved toward the palace, another volley rang out, and there was a shout from the crowd. Kat heard Judson's name. She hoped his newfound fame didn't go to his head. Although, she had felt he needed a bit of an ego boost when she had first met him. He had been bullied by his advisors. They stayed outdoors, sitting at a large table on a patio, just outside the palace. It was shaded by several large trees. It was a beautiful day. There was a lot of tension between the men, as their fear and anger were getting the best of them. It was Matt who blew first. He slammed his iron hand down on the table, glaring angrily at the general, who was sitting directly across from him. He growled,
You enslaved my daughter. You slaughtered my men.
The general stood up, and began to draw his sword. Kat had let him take it along with the rest of the uniform. But she had cautioned him, to keep it sheathed. The general said calmly,
Do you wish to lose your other hand, sir?
Kat stood up and said sternly,
Both of you sit down. No one can change the past. We're here to talk about the future.
The general pushed his sword back, but decided to defend his honor. He said,
I wasn't there when that city was taken. It was a minor battle that I delegated to my staff. Slavery is often the fate of those vanquished. My troops were faithfully obeying the orders of their king.
He looked down at the new king of Jad and said,
Something we are all sworn to do.
Ian spoke next. He was usually silent, he preferred to quietly observe. He asked,
Whose future are we discussing?
Kat replied,
Everyone's.
She looked at the general and said,
You speak of loyalty and oaths. What does your king offer in return for your loyalty?
The general was surprised at the question. He hesitated, then replied,
I have been paid well for my service. The army is also compensated, depending on their victories, of course.
Kat asked,
And now that you've failed in your siege at Camorra and the retaking of this city of Jad, how will your king react?
The general paused again. These were questions he'd rather not think about. He slowly responded,
It will depend on his mood. I doubt I will have a future in his kingdom.
Kat nodded and said,
As I see it, the king expects all his subjects to do their best to ensure his happiness. Their happiness is not a consideration. It's called an autocracy, a very corrupt and evil system of government.
The newly self-appointed king said loudly,
What do you mean evil? What other type of government is there? People need leadership. Strong, powerful leadership.
Kat smiled and said,
There are many other forms of government. The most successful have always been those with elected officials, a government consisting of people chosen to lead by those being governed.
The men all looked confused. None of them had ever heard of such a thing. Kat didn't explain, but said,
That conversation is for another time. Right now, we need to discuss what happens when the Black Fleet arrives.
The king looked ill. Matt looked sad. He knew it could mean the death of all the men he was training. Ian just sat quietly, waiting for Kat to continue. The general said,
My men are loyal to me. They will do what I command.
Kat asked him,
Will they be willing to change allegiance? To follow you, and not King Beetle?
He raised an eyebrow and said,
What do you mean?
Kat continued,
What if the good king here, being in need of an army, and seeing an opportunity, would make you his commander? His second in command, defender of the realm.
The general looked over at the king. The king was grinning, as he began to understand what she was suggesting. The general nodded and said,
Under these circumstances, I would not reject such an offer.
Kat said,
Under these circumstances, how many of your men would be willing to join you, and stay here and defend this island?
The general stood up, and began pacing. He stopped and said,
I believe I could depend on at least half of them. Some have families and commitments that would prevent them from committing such treason against their king. I would need to convince them that this king is worthy of such a betrayal.
Kat said,
What if the king of this new realm were to put into writing a set of laws that were to ensure the rights of all citizens, laws that the king himself must obey? He would also set up a system of courts and judges to guarantee those rights. Courts that he could not control. Courts that would not consider his mood.
The king did not like what he was hearing. Before he could protest, Kat said,
That is the cost of governing this little kingdom of yours. If it is to remain an independent country, it will have to become a model for all others. A kingdom in which citizens have some guaranteed rights and freedoms.
The general nodded and said,
Yes, such a system would be something. Something to convince my men that this king is indeed worthy of defending. However, I don't believe King Beetle will ever abandon his iron mines. He will eventually come to take it back. A few thousand men will not be enough to stop him. This island is not well fortified.
Kat said,
You needn't worry about future assaults. Soon, all warfare will end. Wars and slavery will soon become things of the past. That is my mission.
The general looked at her and shook his head. He said,
One person cannot change the way the world works. Might will always make right. Who are you to make a difference?
Ian spoke up, saying,
I believe she can. That is why I've pledged her my allegiance. The question is not who she is. It's what she is.
Kat was silent, as Sis spoke up.
Leave it to Ian to ask the right question.
Chapter 30. The ships arrived a few days later. Kat let the general and Ian row out to meet them. Ian was certain his captains and crews would not question his decisions. The general was less certain how many of his officers and men would be swayed. In any event, there would be no invasion. Ian had proposed a strategy for the future of the Nine's mercenary fleet. Something he had been planning to do himself, before he had met her. In order to maximize their profits, they had allowed the fleet to become far too large and powerful for them to control. Kat agreed to the plan, which Ian then relayed to the fleet captains. The troops who didn't join General Slater were to be taken home. Then, they were to proceed to Sina, as free men, and establish an independent free state, similar to Jad. The fleet was capable of defending the island, so the Nine would no longer be their masters. Kat had spoken to Ian about becoming a part of her mission. She liked the way he handled himself. He had a way of reading and manipulating people that was mystifying. She had never developed those kinds of people skills. His service could prove invaluable. Ian had already sworn his allegiance, and had only requested he be allowed to keep his 2 women. Sis was thinking up different ways to use him. She knew his skills could be very useful. But the new path and plans she was making for them were still in flux. That night, while the general and Ian were still out at sea, Sis spoke to Kat saying,
I believe we have a new problem. My surveillance drone Inmex is in the throne room. The king hasn't been in it for months. The last couple of days, I've detected a lot of whispering and strange activity. I believe Judson's father, the king, has died.
Kat was puzzled and asked.
Isn't that the kind of thing they would announce, publicly?
Sis replied.
Normally, I would say yes, but remember, you've kidnapped the only legitimate heir to the throne. There is a power vacuum. Judson has 11 illegitimate half-siblings. I believe they're afraid of a power struggle. Sometimes those can become quite messy and bloody.
Kat went out to find Judson, or Anna. The two had become inseparable. She thought about Matt as she walked. He would probably want to stay with Anna. Who would want to stay with Judson, who wouldn't leave without Anna? Relationships and families are messy things. She thought she had best talk to Matt first. She found him at a pub, near the pier with many of his fellow workmen. He was still working on the port defenses. He worked hard, and he played hard. There were a few comments made by the workmen when she pulled him aside. They had little respect for females. Something she hoped to change someday. Kat asked him.
How do you feel about Judson?
He stared at his mug for a few seconds. He had been thinking about the boy a bit. He replied.
He's a strange lad. But he makes Anna happy. That's all that matters.
Kat nodded and said.
I need to take Judson home tomorrow. I'll take Anna, and you too, if you want. But you'll have to spend the rest of your lives in Mex.
Matt looked puzzled and asked.
I'm not sure where that is. I've not even heard of it.
Kat replied.
It's about 3,200 kilometers to the north. A little cooler than you're used to. You'll be living in a much larger city too.
Matt shrugged and said.
If Anna's going, I'm going. I'll find some kind of work.
Kat asked.
Has Judson talked to you about marrying Anna?
Matt raised an eyebrow and said.
No, but if that's what Anna wants, I have no objections. This family business of his that you mentioned, is it profitable?
Kat just smiled and said.
Meet me at your worksite in the morning. I'm going to Nora's now, to talk to the girls. Don't bring anything but yourself. I'm afraid there won't be much room in my little ship.
Matt scowled and said.
3,200 kilometers, in a crowded little ship. That's not going to be a pleasant voyage.
Kat smiled a bit more, and said.
I'm afraid you might have to stand the whole way. It's a very small ship.
As Kat approached Nora's shack, Judson came running up to meet her. He seemed anxious and said.
Kat, I need some help.
Kat wasn't sure what the problem was, but was certain it involved some teenage hormonal drama. She asked.
What's the problem?
He said slowly.
I was told, many times, by my tutors, that someday, my father would arrange a marriage for me. Someone he approved of.
Kat put her hand on his shoulder. He continued.
I can't go back. I can't. It hurts when I'm not with her.
Kat interrupted him saying.
I understand. But I must take you back, but no one is arranging anything for you. You are now the king. Kings do whatever they want.
Judson stared at her, while the words sunk in. Finally he said.
My father?
Kat shook her head and said.
He's gone. And now they are looking for you. We're leaving in the morning. You and Anna.
His eyes filled and he ran toward the shack. Now the hard part, she thought. Saying goodbye to Nora, and Nora saying goodbye to the girls. Sis spoke.
That ship can't hold all those people.
Kat responded.
I promised them. Maya and Mira are coming too. It'll be standing room only, but just for a few hours.
It was very early the next morning. Kat woke the girls, who had claimed a small corner of Nora's shack. Ian and his girls were outside the shack in a small tent. They made their way to the worksite at the bottom of the cliffs, overlooking the harbor. Matt, Anna, and Judson were there eating breakfast. Kat told them to take some food and water. She also told them all to relieve themselves. There was a small toilet in the ship, but there was no privacy. Ian asked.
Aren't we going to the ship?
Kat smiled, and pointed to the top of the cliff.
We climb.
Kat had gone to the ship's hidden location in the night, to remove the charging tarp, and fly it to a new location. On top of the cliff. The original plans for the cannon placements had included a battery on the top of the cliff. But Matt had decided it was far too high and windy for any reasonable accuracy. There was a narrow stairway going to the top, to support a lookout post. From a distance, the ship looked sleek and beautiful. Matt was confused, and Anna excited. The surface of the ship was scarred, scratched, and pitted from all those years in orbit. Kat was a bit embarrassed, but the others didn't even notice. Kat let Anna sit in the pilot's seat. The rest of them crowded in. Kat closed the hatch and set the console display to an outside view. Even overloaded, the ship lifted off effortlessly and climbed to a safe cruising elevation. Anna looked out over the city and said,
"This is wonderful."
Matt just stared, and held the back of her seat with his good hand. He held it tight. The ship headed north at subsonic speed. Kat was concerned about the power levels. Sis had assured her there would be enough to reach their destination. Most of their eyes were glued to the screen. They were traveling above the clouds. The ship was nearly silent, but there were slight vibrations when they hit some air turbulence. Kat told them all to get comfortable. She informed them that they were traveling about 3,200 kilometers, and should arrive in a little over 3 hours. Ian did the math and said,
"That would mean we're moving at over 1,000 kilometers per hour.
Kat nodded and said,
"That's right. The ship could go much faster, but it's overloaded, and very old."
Anna let her father have the seat. He was a bit pale. Judson was enjoying the view. He had slept through his first trip. The rest of them were sitting against the walls, trying not to crush each other. Ian had his girls pressed against him. About an hour into the trip, Anna kicked Maya and said,
"Stop it. Quit looking at him."
Maya stood up and said,
I look where I like.
Kat moved in between the two and said,
"Stop it! There's no room to fight in here!" "Do you want me to open the hatch, so you can take it outside?"
Both girls looked away. Their problem with each other wasn't that serious. Kat thought.
"What's wrong with these two?"
Sis responded,
Teenagers. I believe Anna is feeling something new. She's in love and feeling insecure. Unfortunately, for Maya, she's always going to be the prettiest girl in the room. Which means all the other girls are going to hate her.
Kat was thinking about herself when she was that young. She grimaced, as some of the images, clear and detailed, flooded into her head. Images, comments, and feelings, she felt were better forgotten. Being a teenager was awkward and embarrassing. She had been shameless, horny, and crude. But she had gotten laid, quite often, when she had a boyfriend. She was thinking how sad and lonely she had been when he left. Sis spoke up.
"Oh, please. I wasn't there at the time, but I've accessed your memories. You acquired an illegal stim set right after he left."
She was referring to the genital stimulation system, linked to three-dimensional, AI-generated pornographic imagery. There were thousands of variations, for male and female viewers. These were illegal for people under 18. It was too easy to become addicted. Sis continued.
"If you recall, you wore your system out."
Kat replied.
"It was a used system."
Sis continued.
"As for these girls, you have to remember they haven't been conditioned by years of educational and entertainment content designed to teach civil and ethical behavior."
Kat thought.
"Are any of those stim sets available?" "I've been feeling the need."
Sis replied.
Your sexual tensions do have a time-related trigger. They increase over time between releases. Remember, you were supposed to feel normal. Or in your case, a bit.
"I get it."
Kat interrupted.
"What about the set?"
Sis said.
I anticipated your request. Until our mission is complete, you will probably not be able to establish a long-lasting relationship. Your new body is equipped with the sensual feelings you require, without external stimulation. They will activate when you think about any of those pornographic encounters from your favorites list. I didn't even have to record them. They were burned into your memory.
Kat turned away and stared at the large display screen. Her eyes closed. Her body began to quiver. She hoped no one noticed. Her muscles contracted as she leaned forward, trying not to gasp. Not having to breathe made it easier to control her movements. After a few seconds she relaxed. There was no panting or queasiness. She thanked Sis for the gift. Sis was sympathetic, but didn't really understand her needs. Sis asked if she was satisfied with the experience. Kat responded saying,
"That was wonderful. Better than I remember."
Sis replied,
I was conflicted about providing that functionality. In the past, your overuse of those stimulation kits provided you with an excuse not to pursue a real relationship.
Kat knew Sis was right. She had avoided relationships because she was insecure and afraid of being hurt again. She was heartbroken when her boyfriend left. Men were not knocking down her door, but there had been opportunities. She sometimes felt guilt for not being more open and sociable. Hell, she had practically been a hermit. But she had convinced herself there would be time for that. Kat held her head up and thought, that's all in the past. I will not feel guilty about my choices and habits, both good and bad. Besides, once a day wasn't an addiction. It was a normal, healthy tension release. Chapter 31. She landed the ship close to the tree line, on a beach next to a small castle. The island was too small to hide the ship properly. When she opened the hatch, everyone piled out quickly. The fresh cool breeze, coming off the ocean was refreshing. Kat and Matt were still on the ship. Matt was fussing with the bindings on his fake hand. Kat would offer to help, but she knew his pride would not allow it. Matt looked up a bit flustered and said,
You know, you might have mentioned that your little ship could fly.
Kat smiled at him and said,
And you would have believed me?
He touched the metal wall of the ship, and said,
No, I suppose not. I'm still not sure this is real.
Matt returned to struggling with the bindings on his metal hand. He had been letting Anna secure it, but now she had other things on her mind. The outside viewer was still active, and they could see Judson and Anna making their way up the steep path, toward the castle. Matt said,
This is his home then. This tiny little castle, on this tiny little island.
Kat smiled and said,
This is where he was raised, the only place he's ever called home.
Matt grunted and said,
Well, as long as Anna's happy, I suppose I'll find some way to make myself useful.
Kat smiled as Matt unwrapped the bindings on his arm, to start over again. She said,
The boy's going to need someone to protect him. Someone to watch his back. Someone he can trust.
Matt looked up and said,
The boy's good with a blade. Why would he need protection?
Kat looked up at the tower on the edge of the old castle. She said,
You won't be living in this old lookout post. You'll all be headed to the capital city in the morning.
Matt looked surprised, and said,
So, where is it? We'll be going then.
Kat moved to a storage locker and said,
You'll be going to the palace. I hear it's quite nice. Judson is their king.
As she exited the ship, carrying the solar charging tarp, she heard a clang as a heavy metal hand hit the floor. She'd let Matt discuss the issue with his daughter. That should be an interesting conversation. When Judson entered the castle, with Anna in tow, he was expecting a cheerful greeting from all his friends and servants. Instead, everyone knelt and looked down, to let him pass quietly. Judson was a bit perplexed at first, but then realized they were just acknowledging his new position. His new reality. Anna was very confused and asked,
Why are they kneeling?
Judson grimaced and said softly,
I'm sorry. I wasn't supposed to say anything before. But here, I'm the king.
Anna looked hurt and annoyed. She wasn't sure if she should punch him, kick him, or he had been lying. But still, the situation was. It was awkward, it was silly. She decided it was funny. She began laughing, saying,
King. You are the king?
She decided to punch him for lying. But not too hard. That might be considered treason. That evening, there was a banquet of sorts for the return of the new king. The servants, tutors, and guards assigned to look after him were the only people he knew. He still considered them friends. When he was a child, they had all bent the rules of royal etiquette, to play with and amuse him. They had slowly adopted a more formal and cautious attitude as he got older. The old outpost was a dumping ground for any nobleman, tradesman, or servant who displeased the king. All of Judson's tutors had been banished there. Some for a year. Some for life. Some of them had decided to stay. Life on the island was simple and pleasant, compared to the backstabbing, power-mad environment of the palace and royal court. For a royal banquet the food was a bit simple. But there was plenty to go around. After dinner, Matt, and the royal blade master, who had taught Judson, were having a lively chat over some ale. War stories always gathered a few listeners. Kat took Ian aside, and told him what she felt was a fitting place for him. Judson was in need of a new chief advisor. His old one had an unfortunate encounter with a female demon. At least that is what was being reported. The chief advisor to the king is considered the second in command of the kingdom. In this capacity they basically run the country, and make most of the everyday decisions. The king is rarely consulted. Ian was quite interested, and agreed it was something he could handle. He did like being in charge. They both agreed such a move would infuriate many of the local noblemen, who felt they were more deserving of such an honor. But Ian assured her that his status as an unknown would work to his advantage. People fear what they don't know. Eventually, he would have to reveal his past. As the commander of the world's most feared naval armada, he felt this should also work to his advantage. Kat told him she would talk to Judson about the matter, but first, she wanted to discuss another, perhaps more interesting position she had in mind for him. Well, it was Sis, who thought he would be perfect for the mission. But Kat was the one that had to convince him. There was no reason he couldn't perform both tasks. Later that evening, Kat walked along the beach, until she had circled the entire island. At one point, she could see the mainland, less than a kilometer away. There was a small village there, with hunting shacks and stables that supported the outpost. Many of the servants and tradesmen lived in the village, and commuted to the island every day. As she watched the sunrise, Sis spoke up saying,
"You can't leave for a few days, until the ship recharges."
Kat already knew this and waited. Sis wanted to say something, but was being evasive. Sis responded,
"Fine. Here it is. The power vacuum you created has resulted in bloodshed."
Kat didn't want to hear the details, but thought to herself, no good deed goes unpunished. Sis continued,
"A few days ago, the old king's oldest common-born male child was killed by a stray arrow while out hunting. I've just heard, from my surveillance drone in the throne room, that the second oldest male common-born drowned in a river near his home yesterday."
Kat knew what this meant. The power grab for the throne had started. The greedy, opportunistic, and ambitious nobles were making a play for power. Historically, this usually resulted in blood and violence. The death of the old king, while the only heir was missing, was just bad timing. And it was also her fault. Sis said,
"They sent a rider to the capital last night to report the return of the new king."
Kat responded,
"Yes, I know. Shouldn't that end the violence?"
Sis replied,
"Blood has been shed. A little more would be of little consequence. If they can prevent Judson from reaching the capital. After all, very few have seen him. They have only heard his name."
Kat understood. No one in the royal court has ever seen or met Judson. There is no face or voice to recognize, and be loyal to. He had no close friends at court to rely on. Even the palace guards didn't know his face. Some of those treacherous nobles may see this as an opportunity. Kat said,
"It's the military who ultimately decide who to support. The general at the siege, General Poole was his name, he knows Judson, wouldn't he be loyal?"
Sis replied,
"I suppose he would be. However, he still hasn't returned. Half his army is still there, waiting for transport. The old chief advisor, the one you dealt with, left the Royal Naval Commander in charge. I doubt he has ever met Judson."
A bit later, Kat went to the castle, at the end of the breakfast feast. They had a long journey planned, and it was still very early. She felt awkward attending meals, because she couldn't join in, and felt guilty about not eating. She didn't want to offend anyone. Those meals took much effort to prepare. She heard laughter and had to see what was happening. It was Anna, turning pink and laughing hysterically. She was sitting next to Lady Beth. Judson just sat there smiling awkwardly, as the lady told Anna some of Judson's boyhood adventures. Especially the really embarrassing ones. Lady Beth had been Judson's nursemaid, and mother surrogate. Kat could see the pride and love in her eyes, when she touched Judson's leg, and reminded him of some childhood foolishness. Judson may not have had much luck with his father. But he scored big, with his surrogate mother. She was witty and full of fun. She held Anna's hand, and was very pleased with Judson's choice. Anna, who never had a mother, was also happy to share Judson's. Kat could sense the bonding taking place. It was magical. Kat walked over to Matt, who was sitting with Ian. They were discussing their future relationships, and the dangers of palace life. Kat looked over at where Matt kept staring. She thought he was watching his daughter. But his eyes were locked on Lady Beth. Men, she thought. Always looking. Sis spoke up.
You'll have to accompany them to the palace.
Kat responded.
You have suspicions? Have you heard anything?
Sis replied.
It's been very quiet at the palace. Perhaps too quiet. But I still believe if anyone is going to make a move, it will be to prevent Judson from ever reaching the palace. After that, he will be under the protection of the palace guard. A very loyal and close group, well paid, and hard to corrupt.
There was a ferry of sorts between the island and the village. Just an old raft that could hold 12 people at a time. When they got to the village, Kat asked the village elder for some hunting clothes. She had left her camo outfit in Jad. All they had were some men's outfits. They were a bit baggy, but the greens and browns were more appropriate for what she needed to do. Kat explained her concerns to the group. She insisted that Judson, Anna, and Ian, along with his women, would ride horses behind the carriage at a safe distance. Just within sight. Matt, Lady Beth, and the King's Blade Master would be in the carriage. Judson had written a decree that the Blade Master was no longer banished from the kingdom. It was his first official decree. Although, he didn't have the royal seal yet, to make it legal. It was over 50 kilometers through the forest, to the palace. If they kept a good steady pace, they would arrive before dark. But they were not going to stop. Kat ran ahead. She kept an eye out for anything suspicious. Any sort of ambush would have to be hastily prepared. She didn't have to run fast, just faster than the carriage. It was a pleasant journey through the woods. The road was fairly flat and well traveled. The trees shaded the road, and Kat thought the entire experience was scenic and pleasant. There were plenty of small animals, and a few deer, scampering away as she jogged down the path. Sis had mentioned that most of the trip should be uneventful. There hadn't been time for anyone to prepare an ambush very far from the city. The last 20 kilometers is where she should be cautious. This is where things got nasty. As Kat turned a bend in the road, there was a tree blocking her path. It was only 50 meters away. And it had been very recently chopped down. Kat immediately jumped into the woods, and sat quietly. She could hear some commotion not far away. She snuck forward, as quietly as she could, until she saw someone. A man was busy putting some brush in a pile near the road, to create some cover. Someone else was dragging more brush to the spot. She could also see some movement on the other side of the road. They were still in the process of setting up an ambush. They were setting up right near the bend in the road, where the fallen tree would first be seen. The carriage was still about half an hour behind her. Kat sat quietly for a bit more, to assess their plan. The man had a crossbow set up to reach quickly. There were several metal-tipped crossbow bolts lined up ready to load. He was standing next to a large tree which he could use for cover. She heard some strange noises coming from across the road. Sis spoke up.
Someone is loading a musket. That's the sound of a ramrod pushing things down.
Kat asked.
How many?
Sis replied.
I think 2. I also hear horses. About 20 meters beyond the fallen tree.
Kat was amazed how well Sis heard things through her ears. But Sis could filter and analyze the sounds faster than her. Kat snuck forward and grabbed the man, putting her hand over his mouth. She whispered in his ear.
I don't want to kill you. I just want to know who sent you. If you're willing to tell me.
Something hit her in the head. Something pointy, because it stung a bit. Still holding him securely with one hand, she reached up to the hood covering her head. Stuck in the fabric was a bolt, with a very sharp metal point. She looked up into the tree. About 8 meters up, she could see a foot. A foot holding down a crossbow that was being rearmed. Kat was pissed. Not that someone had shot her, but that she hadn't seen him, wearing that oversized hood. She dropped the man on the ground harshly. She didn't want him unconscious. She still wanted that information. She jumped into the tree on a branch just below her attacker. She reached up, grabbed the foot, and pulled him down. She held him by the shirt, as he dangled over the ground 7 meters below. He squirmed and wiggled, and Kat took a good look. He was just a child.
Don't drop him,
shouted the man from below.
Please. I'll tell you, it's the Duke. It's the Duke who sent us. He's got my other son. He's making us do this. We have no choice.
Kat was intrigued. She jumped down, holding the boy, and then released him gently on the ground. Just then another boy, even younger, dragging some brush came forward. The man stepped in front of them. He said,
"We've been ordered to do this. The Duke. He's planning to make my oldest boy the king. He's one of the king's common born, the third oldest. But he's my son. I'm the only father he knows."
Kat thought about it for a second. Why would he make these people do this? Sis spoke.
It's leverage. The Duke wants leverage over the boy once he becomes king. Making his father and brothers part of his murderous scheme ensures his silence and his cooperation.
Kat heard a shout from across the road. The man she was interrogating was talking too loudly. She asked him,
"Who's across the road?"
He replied,
"2 of the Duke's men. They've been threatening me and my sons. They're the ones who killed the other 2 boys. They seem to enjoy it."
Kat picked up the 2 loaded crossbows from the man and his son. The man said,
"Those men have muskets."
Kat just nodded and aimed both crossbows. The men across the road were poorly concealed. She triggered both bows at the same time. There was a shout and a scream. One man staggered forward and fell on the road. He had a bolt protruding from his belly. The other man was silent. Kat strolled across the road and looked. One of the bolts had struck deep into the man's chest. He was unconscious and would soon be dead. The one on the road could take a couple of days to die. Kat went back to the man and his sons. She asked,
"Do you boys know how to get home from here?"
The oldest one nodded. She handed each of them a crossbow and said,
"Go home."
The man grabbed her arm and said,
"Thank you, but the Duke."
Kat interrupted him saying,
"Will be dealt with."
Kat looked down the road and said,
"I'll have to move that tree."
The man said,
"Took me all morning to cut it down."
He showed her his hands that were blistered and bleeding. He continued,
"It'll take days to cut it up and move. I can't help. And the axe has gotten dull."
Kat told the man to gather up the muskets and powder. She walked down the road to where the tree was. It was only 1/2 meter in diameter, but quite long. She thought she might be able to drag it back into the forest. Before she could try, she heard something coming down the trail from the city. Horses, she thought. The group stopped at the tree. They were led by a middle-aged man in an elaborate uniform. Most of the men were in similar uniforms. She wasn't sure what military unit they represented. The uniforms were different than what she remembered from that country's siege army. She walked up to the leader who seemed troubled. He said,
"Woman, what is happening here? Who felled this tree? Who is that laying in the road ahead?"
Kat didn't care much for his manner but said,
"It was the Duke's men, laying a trap for the new king. I've dealt with them."
The man sneered and said,
"You will address me as commander, or sir, woman. Who is that man coming forth?"
Kat still wasn't used to the lack of respect for women. She said,
"That is just a local I persuaded to help me. I don't know his name. Sir."
The commander gestured, and 4 of his men dismounted and climbed over the fallen tree. Kat felt 2 men grab her arms and the other 2 grabbed her companion, who had been carrying 2 muskets. She tried not to feel violated. The commander had only her word as to what was happening. The word of a woman, which wasn't worth much to him, apparently. The commander growled at her companion saying,
"Who are you, and who is this woman?"
The man looked down and said,
"I'm Lucas the farmer, from the river bend. I don't know who she is, sir."
This answer wasn't satisfactory, and the commander growled,
"Who felled this tree, and who is that man lying in the road?"
Lucas was frightened. He did his best to keep his family out of it though. He said,
"It was the Duke, sir. His men forced me to fell the tree. They were waiting in hiding, to kill the next traveler coming from the tower. That's one of them in the road. There's another, in the bushes."
This story the commander liked. He dismounted, climbed over the tree and stood over Lucas. He said, in a quieter tone,
"You killed them then, admit it."
Lucas looked up and said,
"No. Not me, sir."
He looked over at Kat, and said,
"It was her. She used 2 crossbows, fired them both at once."
Kat thought he probably should have left that bit out. A bit too unbelievable. Makes the entire story suspicious. And the crossbows were gone. Kat and Lucas were bound. They sat on the tree as the commander sent a few men down the road to check the Duke's men, and sent 2 more on horseback down the road to reconnoiter. Kat thought they wouldn't be long. The carriage was probably less than 5 minutes away. Kat began to loosen her bonds and Lucas whispered.
These are the Admiral's men. Those are naval uniforms.
Kat just nodded, but then asked.
Those men tied to their horses. The ones not in uniform. Who are they?
Lucas turned around and looked. He whispered.
That's a prison work detail. That letter P, branded on their foreheads. They were all pirates.
Sis spoke up now.
Something is wrong here. If they were going to send an escort from the city, it would be the palace guard. Guarding the king is their profession. I believe that the admiral has become too fond of being in charge. Power is very addictive. Few men can walk away willingly.
Kat closed her eyes and let out a sigh. Not because she had to, it just felt right. She thought.
Are you sure?
Sis replied.
It all fits. Those pirates. The perfect excuse. They escape from a work detail and try to kidnap the young king for ransom. But the young man puts up a valiant fight and kills them all, but not before being fatally wounded. At least that's what it will look like when the palace guard finally arrive.
Kat thought.
Leaving the admiral as the best choice for a new king.
Sis responded.
That's the way it looks from here. You can verify it if you need to. But do it quickly.
The Duke's men were laid down next to the tree. One was dead. The other groaning in pain. Kat stood and said loudly.
Perhaps we should skin him while he still lives. Any scum who would harm the rightful king deserve a horrible death.
The commander looked at her angrily. He moved next to her and shoved her back down. He said,
Speak again, and I'll skin you alive.
As he moved away, Kat said loudly.
You're a brave man when it comes to a tied-up woman. I say you're a coward and a traitor.
Lucas stood up and moved away. There was an eerie silence for several seconds. The commander, turning red, drew his sword and walked toward her. Kat rolled forward and knocked him over. She rolled over to the dead man and pulled at his sword. She quickly cut her bonds with it, and drew it completely from its scabbard. The commander got to his feet, and was surprised at what he saw. Kat was standing there, leaning on a sword, looking bored. She said,
I've never had a blade lesson. Perhaps you would oblige.
The commander swung at her neck. Kat didn't move. She just ducked. The commander swung again and again, thrusting and slashing. Kat didn't move her feet or lift the blade. She just ducked, bent, and leaned. The commander, beginning to gasp for air, said,
You'll not evade my blade for long.
Kat said.
So you're not here to escort the young king?
The commander charged at her, and this time she moved, tripping him as she moved aside. The commander got up and said,
That young man will never be king. He was never trained to rule.
This is what Kat had been waiting for. Verification. He thrust again and Kat grabbed his sword and pulled. As he fell forward, she lifted her blade and removed his head. Blood squirted everywhere, as his body twisted and jerked on the ground. Kat lifted his head with her sword and threw it toward his men. None of them moved. A young officer, the next in command, was confused. The commander may not have shared their true mission with him. Kat went to the back of the tree and lifted. All those men together couldn't have lifted that tree. They rode off, as quickly as their horses could move. Kat slowly dragged the tree back into the forest. It was heavy and awkward, even for her. Lucas stood there, with his mouth gaping. Kat dragged all the bodies into the woods. The wounded man cursed her, and she said,
You might live for a couple of days. But there are wolves or birds that might eat you alive first.
She left him with that thought. She had no compassion for men that killed children. The carriage came by and stopped. Lucas entered, carrying 2 muskets and several swords. Kat spoke to Matt saying,
This is Lucas. Lucas has an interesting story concerning recent political events. Things you'll need to know.
Kat sat next to the carriage driver and said,
Let's move before someone else comes along. Trying to be king.
The sarcasm was for Sis's benefit. Judson and the rest had no idea what had transpired on the trail. She would have to tell him eventually. As king, he would need to develop a healthy bit of paranoia regarding ambitious men. Chapter 32. It was dark, but the palace guards recognized the carriage. Lady Beth made her way into the palace to prepare things for Judson's arrival. Ian spoke to the master guardsman, requesting an audience with the regent. Ian had a way of convincing people that it was in their best interest to help him. The guards led them to the throne room. The guards carried the captured weapons, which Ian said the regent would want to see. The throne itself was empty. The regent wasn't allowed to sit on it. To the left of the throne was an elaborate chair for the queen. On the right was a plain stool, set up for the king's chief advisor. A door opened behind the throne, and a palace official announced the admiral. It was a lengthy introduction, including his name, titles, and ending with, Regent of the Kingdom. The admiral walked in, and took a seat on the stool, next to the throne. Several more officials entered, including some scribes, attendants, and noblemen. Ian stepped forward and bowed. He said,
I too have several titles and positions, but will not waste your time introducing myself. I am here to inform you of some potentially treasonous activities involving members of the court. Also, to represent this citizen of your kingdom who bears witness to these events.
Ian had Lucas step forward, and he continued,
I also believe these accusations should be heard by the regent alone until he decides how the matter should be settled. These matters are sensitive and could be misinterpreted and potentially harmful to reputations and become unfounded rumors.
The admiral smiled. He admired Ian's skillful and polished manner of speaking. He snapped his finger and pointed. The throne room emptied, except for the guards. Lucas was nervous, so Ian spoke for him. He told the admiral of the Duke's conspiracy and child murders. He mentioned that the Duke was holding Lucas's son. That the plan was for the boy to become king, and the Duke to become his chief advisor. The fact that the Duke had ordered 2 young men murdered wasn't an issue. The gall of the man, trying to make himself so powerful, angered the admiral. The admiral ordered one of the guards to bring the Duke to the throne room. Immediately. While they waited, the admiral paced a bit, then walked out to a balcony overlooking the bay. Several warships were anchored offshore. The palace was built next to the sea. There was a walkway about 4 meters wide, below, and the water was a couple of meters beyond that. Ian walked out and looked. He said,
Those are nice-looking ships. At least 20 deck guns.
The admiral interrupted.
24,
he said.
And 20 below.
Ian nodded, and said,
Yes, quite nice. Has it been in action?
The admiral replied,
Not yet, but it's only a year old. I am the commander of the fleet, you know. 30 warships with 40 more supply and troop carriers.
Ian smiled and said,
A good-sized fleet, manageable and easy to keep track of.
The admiral wasn't sure what to make of that comment, so Ian explained.
I'm the commander of a fleet myself. But not so manageable.
The admiral asked,
What do you mean? How many ships?
Ian replied,
500 warships. I'm not sure how many supply ships, several hundred at least. There are always a few missing, like I said, hard to manage.
The admiral looked shocked. There was only one fleet that large. But they were far to the south. Ian said,
Yes, it's called the Black Fleet. But it is no longer a mercenary fleet. It's now under the control of the one I serve. The Black Queen.
Before the admiral could ask who that was, the main doors of the courtroom opened, and half a dozen guards strode in. They made their way to the balcony, and then moved back, taking position in front of the doorway. In the center of the group was a gaudily dressed man, adorned with gold chains and jewelry. The man came forward, and spoke to the admiral saying,
What is the meaning of this outrage?
The admiral was a bit conflicted. He knew he was guilty of the same crime the Duke was being accused of. He chose his words carefully, saying,
You are being accused of ordering the murder of 2 young men in order to influence the fate of the throne.
The Duke instantly shouted,
Lies. Filthy lies. Who would dare accuse me of such things?
The admiral looked at Lucas. The word of a peasant didn't have much weight in the court. The admiral continued,
You have also been accused of sending assassins to murder the prince.
The Duke looked a bit frightened, and yelled,
Who accuses me? Who would dare?
At this point Kat stepped forward, holding a musket in each hand. She said softly,
The assassins were men in your employ. These muskets were in their possession. They both bear your family crest, do they not?
The admiral had taken little notice of the small person dressed in baggy forest greens. It was only when she spoke did he realize it was a woman. The admiral looked at the Duke, who was turning red, but had suddenly become silent. The Duke was looking about. But he was trapped. Kat had a feeling that justice was something that rarely touched rich noblemen. She also had a deep hatred for those who would callously murder children. She decided to act. Kat handed the muskets to Lucas and walked toward the Duke. She said to the Admiral,
"I'll deal with this man personally."
The Admiral and the guards were uncertain of what she meant, or what she intended to do. She stood in front of the Duke and asked,
"Can you swim?"
The Duke sneered at her and said,
"No, I'm not a fish. I hate the sea."
Kat looked at his heavy ornate clothing and all the golden jewelry. She grabbed him and threw him upwards, like a small child. As he rose, she grabbed his feet and swung him around. He shrieked in terror. Kat flung him toward the sea. He flew over 40 meters from the balcony, before he hit the water. The screaming quickly stopped. The Admiral just stared in disbelief at what he had just witnessed. Then it hit him. He said,
"Demon, you're the demon."
Kat pulled down the hood of her baggy outfit, revealing her long hair and beautiful face. She said,
"I've been called worse things."
The guards had lowered their spears, and the Admiral raised his hand saying,
Hold your position."
Kat smiled and said,
"Very wise."
Just then, shouts could be heard coming from below.
The king! The king! The king! The king is here!
The Admiral was still staring, and Kat held her hand out. Ian stepped forward, handing her a fancy sword. Kat held it up to the Admiral saying,
"This is the sword of your commander. The one you sent to meet the young king. You'll need a new commander. The fact that you or your men never actually harmed anyone is the only reason I let you live."
She threw the sword down at the Admiral's feet and continued,
"The young king hasn't been told of your treachery, but his chief advisor knows.
She pointed toward Ian.
I'll let him decide your fate."
Ian nodded at the Admiral and said,
"Now, you have met the one I serve."
And you still live. Consider yourself very lucky.
She left the balcony, followed by the others. As they walked, Kat said to Lucas,
"Whatever lands and property that the Duke possessed are now yours, including those muskets."
Then to Ian she said,
"Have the Duke's body recovered, and all the gold and jewels he carried given to the families of those children he murdered."
There was quite a commotion going on when they reached the palace grounds. Over 24 palace servants and officials were making a fuss over Judson. There were about 50 guards, now surrounding the group. Kat stopped to let the palace officials gain a bit more control of the situation. Things quieted a bit, and Kat motioned for Judson to come to her. When they were all gathered about, Kat told Judson to make the introductions and clear the matter as to who was in charge. Kat pointed at Ian, and Judson said loudly,
"This is Ian. He is my chief advisor. He will now oversee all palace business and events."
He then pointed toward Matt and continued,
"This man is my personal bodyguard. He will also be put in charge of the palace guard."
They all became very quiet. This was their new boss. And they all wanted to keep their positions. Ian stepped beside Judson and said,
"We will have a celebration in."
Kat held up 3 fingers. Ian continued,
3 weeks. This celebration will be for the coronation and wedding of our new king. I know such events are meant for the nobles and gentry, but by combining both events, we should save enough money to offer all the citizens in the city free food and drink for the day."
The group looked confused, a few were shocked, but they were all smiling. One of the officials spoke up saying,
"Wedding? But to whom?"
Judson held up Anna's hand. She had been with him all the time, but no one knew who she was. Judson spoke.
"This is Anna. Anna is my choice to be my queen. That means she's going to be your queen, too."
Anna was overwhelmed by all the attention and fuss. Kat put her arms on her shoulders and said softly,
"You're going to need a dress."
Anna looked at her and said,
"I've never owned a dress."
Kat smiled and said,
"They're comfortable if sized properly. Why don't you let me take care of that for you? I've never had a wedding dress either. I've seen many I've liked, but I never had the chance to pick one out."
Kat thought to Sis.
"That won't be a problem, will it?"
Sis responded,
There are several 100,000 designs available, including hundreds of different fabrics. Even something cheap and basic would look and feel exotic to these people.
Kat asked.
"What about me?"
Sis responded,
Your outfit is nearly ready, but it's not a party dress. You have an image to project now.
3 weeks isn't long, when you're busy. Maya and Mira were now part of the girl team, back in the wall. They were slightly older than Kit and Tina, but the younger girls were more advanced in their schooling. Kat had a lot of fun showing them her new cloak, and how it worked. Of course, the young girls also wanted similar outfits. Sis had to promise to make each of them one. Eventually, Kat's new persona as the Black Queen came with a special cloak and jumpsuit. There was also a special sidearm that Sis had developed. The jumpsuit was special, in that it was made of a special material that absorbed 99.99% of light. Sis said it was where photons go to die. The material was also hydrophobic, which meant it would repel water, and nothing would stick to it. There was a hood, with built-in micro cameras and internal displays that could see most sources of radiation, including thermal. She would become invisible in the dark, and could see everything, even through walls. The outer cloak was scarlet, when not activated. Sis had mentioned that scarlet had become symbolic of power. Many royal robes were trimmed with it. When activated, it was nearly transparent. Not a true invisibility cloak, but as close as possible. It used a light-bending technology that Kat didn't pretend to understand. Her large ship was covered with the same cloaking technology. An updated version of stealth systems that had been developed when such things were considered necessary. Nearly 80,000 years ago. Sis thought the combination would be both elegant and frightening to those whom she needed to impress. The dark jumpsuit was difficult to look at. The mind refuses to acknowledge something without reflections or shadows. It also gave the term Black Queen an unforgettable image. Chapter 33. Anna woke slowly and stretched. She was alone in a large bed. The sun was well up. She had overslept. She remembered having difficulty falling asleep. Then reality struck. Wedding day. This was it. No more sleeping alone. She slid out of bed, trying to remember what came next. She had attendants that helped her bathe, did her hair, helped her dress. Her new reality was a bit awkward and silly. Her attendants were nice enough. Taking care of her was their job, which they all took seriously. She had to accept it. She had complained about the fuss, but was quickly admonished. These women depended on their jobs to live. Some had families to support. There was a chair by a window that she sat in while they did her hair. That's where she kept her robe. She liked sleeping naked. She looked, and it wasn't there. But there was something different. The cushion was depressed, and she thought she saw something. A distortion in the window. There was something else. The light coming through the window. And yet there was a shadow on the floor. A voice said,
"Good morning."
Anna looked around, frightened. She said,
"Who's here?"
as she ran back to her bed. As she approached, she saw her robe lying across the bed. She grabbed it, and held it in front of her, saying again,
"Who's here? Where are you?"
A figure appeared, right before her eyes. Someone in a scarlet cloak, sitting in her chair. The voice said,
"Surprise!"
Anna looked closer. That voice was familiar. The hood of the cloak was pulled back, along with a cowl that covered the face. Kat sat there smiling. She said,
"What do you think? This is part of my new look."
She stood up, twirling around. The cloak was beautiful, and sparkled in the sunlight. She then opened it up, revealing a black form-fitting jumpsuit that seemed to disappear into darkness. Anna wasn't sure what she was seeing. It was beautiful. And yet, indescribable. She said,
"But you weren't there. The chair was empty."
Kat smiled and said,
"Just an illusion. The cloak can bend light, so you see what's behind it."
Anna didn't understand the physics of light bending, but did grasp the concept of being invisible. She said,
"Can I try it?"
Kat responded,
"Not today. Today you'll be wearing something else. I've brought you a dress."
She held up a pile of white cloth, and then opened it up. Anna stared at it for a minute. She'd never seen anything like it. There were layers of fine lacy cloth, covering a beautiful gown, with glittery trimming. She said,
"Is that for me?"
Kat said,
"Of course. It's satin, with some nylon lace and sequin trim. None of these materials exist in your world. I thought you'd like it."
Anna sat on the bed and started to cry. She didn't know why. Kat thought,
Why do women get so emotional on their wedding days?
Sis answered.
It seems universal, and a bit mystifying to me. I do think she likes the dress, though.
Kat left the dress on the chair and said,
The coronation happens first. The wedding will take place right before dinner. It's going to be a busy day. Try your best to enjoy it. I'll be officially arriving in a couple of hours. I'll see you later. Oh, I brought several guests. You know Maya and Mira. There are 2 more girls too, including my daughter. They begged me to come. They wanted to see a royal wedding. I think they just want to meet some boys. They're getting close to that age.
Anna looked away from the dress and said,
You have a daughter?
Kat said.
Call your attendants, they've been waiting.
Then she pulled the cowl over her face, and the hood over her head, and disappeared. The palace was a bit chaotic. The festivities had begun right after breakfast. People were arriving, and the halls were filled with the nobles and gentry of the kingdom. One tradition that seemed to have survived was the announcement of people and their titles as they arrived. A young woman, sitting alone, near the royal tables caught Kat's attention. Kat had headed to that table because she had seen General Poole, sitting with a woman whom Kat assumed was his wife. Like many noble and important men, he had married someone quite young and beautiful. As she had gotten closer, the general had gotten up and left her alone at the table. Kat said from behind her,
Abandoned again.
The woman didn't turn but said softly,
You have no idea. We've been married for nearly 7 years, but we've only been together for 2.
Kat said.
I understand. Men and their wars. It's such a waste of time and effort. It hurts families the most.
The woman looked down and wiped a tear from her face. Kat said,
I believe things will soon change for you. Change for the better. I understand the Black Queen is going to put an end to war. All wars.
The woman choked a bit. Then asked,
Who's this Black Queen?
Kat responded.
She's coming, she'll be here in a little while.
The woman turned around to see who was talking, but there was no one there. Kat and Ian had agreed that she would be the last one to arrive. He would announce her arrival himself. He had agreed to become her official herald. He would precede her to every kingdom, to prepare them for her visit. He would be given a flyer and an armored cloak to help with this duty. He had made one request. They met in his quarters after the luncheon feast. The coronation was scheduled for an hour later, but things were running behind. The palace kitchens were hard-pressed to keep up with the demand. Some guests were gorging themselves. Others were drinking far too much. Ian said,
I've made my decision. All my life I've been vexed by the stories told of the Great Darkness. There are many theories, but none of them explain the event.
Not in a logical manner.
Kat had agreed to answer any question Ian asked. One question per mission. That was their agreement. She had thought his first question would be about her. But Ian was full of surprises. That's why she liked him. Kat said,
This could take a while. Some concepts may be difficult to explain. Do you understand what an element is?
Ian looked thoughtful and said,
You mean like gold and iron?
Kat smiled and said,
Yes, those are elements. There are about 144 known elements. Some are gases or liquids, depending on the temperature. Do you know what oxygen is?
Ian shook his head, and Kat continued.
Well, it's an element in the air. It's what makes things burn. It's what keeps animals alive. Do you understand the concept of percentages?
This time Ian smiled and said,
Yes, 100% would be the total. 50% would be half.
Kat continued.
The air we breathe is about 80% nitrogen and 20% oxygen. There are also some trace gases that make up less than 1%. One of these trace gases is called carbon dioxide. This gas is made up of the elements carbon and oxygen.
Ian understood so far, but wasn't sure what the connection was to the Great Darkness. Kat continued.
Every living cell in your body, every living cell and every living thing is based on the element carbon. Carbon can combine with other elements in hundreds of different ways. All the life on this planet is considered to be a carbon-based life form.
Ian nodded, but knew there was much more to the story. Kat said,
Now you have to ask yourself, where does all this carbon come from?
Ian smiled and said,
You're going to explain that next.
Kat said,
It's not a mystery. It's the plants. They combine water and nitrogen from the soil, with carbon dioxide from the air. Using the power of sunlight, they create tissues that allows them to live and grow. This process is called photosynthesis. The carbon-based tissue is then consumed by animals, like us, which provide us with the carbon our bodies need. By the way, the process of photosynthesis creates the byproduct oxygen. The plants don't need it. That is where all the oxygen in our atmosphere comes from. In a similar manner, when we breathe, we create the byproduct of carbon dioxide, the stuff the plants breathe.
Ian thought about this for a minute, and said,
That's incredible. That's amazing.
Kat waited, and then said,
However, there is a problem with this system. You see, over time, the amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere has slowly diminished. At one time, it was nearly 2% of the atmosphere. Now it is less than 0.07%.
Ian looked worried. He said,
That sounds like a problem.
Kat said,
Yes, a very big problem. Humans have been trying to increase the percentage for over 80,000 years. We built carbon dioxide factories, connected to massive greenhouses, to grow enough food to survive.
Kat looked away and continued,
Since carbon dioxide is slightly heavier than air, we also enclosed valleys, using large walls, to trap carbon dioxide inside, to grow crops. Eventually, the percentage of carbon dioxide in the air, outside those walls, fell below 0.015%. All the plants began to die. Without plants, all the remaining animals and insects were doomed. The planet was dying.
Ian was now looking concerned. He didn't like what he was hearing. He didn't like where it was going. Kat said,
When a volcano erupts, it throws a lot of things into the atmosphere. Ash, sulfur, steam, and carbon dioxide. If the eruption lasts long enough, it will darken the sky and make breathing difficult. Even dangerous.
Ian looked puzzled, and said,
But making a volcano erupt?
That would be impossible.
Kat smiled and said,
Not if you have a fusion bomb. And place it right above a magma dome.
Ian wasn't sure what she was talking about, and asked,
Fusion?
Kat smirked and said,
Think of 1,000 barrels of gunpowder in a pile. Then amplify the explosion by 1,000,000.
Ian was having trouble envisioning such a thing. It was well beyond anything he would ever experience. He gave up trying to imagine it and said,
So that's what happened. Someone used this fusion thing to force a volcanic eruption.
Kat wasn't smiling anymore. This was hard to explain. But she had promised to answer his question. She said calmly,
Yes, and no. You see, the goal was to increase the carbon dioxide levels enough so that life could return after the volcanic winter. They didn't initiate an eruption in one volcano. They did it to all the volcanoes, over 2,000 of them, at the exact same time.
Ian was surprised. This was another feat of engineering that he had a problem imagining. He said,
But the people.
Kat put her hand on his shoulder. She said,
Yes, it was mass murder. An extinction-level event. All life on the planet was doomed anyway. But they went to great lengths to ensure the survival of mankind.
Ian was surprised again. He asked,
How could they do that?
Kat explained,
They chose 44 seaside cities. The seas still had some life in them. There is more carbon dioxide in the oceans than there is in the atmosphere. In those cities, they hid food supplies, enough to feed 10,000 people, for 20 years. When the populations of those cities had dropped to about 10,000 people, the supplies were automatically revealed.
Ian smiled now. He remembered hearing the stories about the miraculous food reserves that had saved the people. He had assumed that those stories were just fables. Starving people would make up such stories to explain their survival. They wouldn't admit to cannibalism. Ian was satisfied with her explanation. The Great Darkness was not anything close to what he had been told over the years. There were dozens of theories. None of them made sense, like the facts that Kat had just revealed. There was still one thing that didn't make sense though. He couldn't imagine so many people going along with this mass murder, as Kat had explained it. He asked,
Why would they all agree on such a thing? That part.
Kat interrupted.
They weren't told. Only those in the highest office of government, and directly involved, knew of the plan. Those people drilling, and placing the bombs, were all sent to an island, with their families, that was considered the safest place on the planet. Their descendants are still there.
Ian nodded. This did make more sense. However, he would have to think about it for a while. The technologies and capabilities of the ancients were still quite a mystery to him. There seemed no end to what they could do. That brought up another issue he had to mention. Ian asked,
I don't understand why the ancients would go to all that trouble to ensure our survival, but then force us to begin civilization again, from scratch.
Why didn't they leave us books and manuals and instructions?
Kat held up her hand and said,
That's another question for another day.
She didn't have the heart to tell him that restarting civilization from scratch was due to a simple mistake. Chapter 34. It was nearly a month later. A large city, in the center of the existing civilized world, called Xena, was chosen for the first official visit by the Black Queen. Ian had arrived in his small ship to prepare for her visit. He wasn't treated cordially, as he had hoped. But the flying ship was, shocking enough, that he was treated with respect. He explained to the royal advisors that the Black Queen was going to visit all the kingdoms, with the same demands and similar gifts. She would be demanding peace and an end to all forms of slavery. She would ensure peace by holding the leaders of each nation personally responsible for any infractions. He made it clear that although she could destroy entire armies as she chose, she would instead remove the leaders from any country that attacked another. This threat on the leaders was something that didn't sit well. The men escorting him were doubled. Ian expected this and made a concerted effort to appeal to the intellectual nature of most of the royal advisors. He told them that the Black Queen did not demand tribute, presents, or taxes. She would not even make the royal court bow before her. If they kept the peace, she would bring them a gift with each visit. The gifts would be different for each kingdom. These gifts would consist of ancient knowledge, instructions, formulas, schematics, and methods for advancing the science and industry concerning many aspects of their lives. They could keep this knowledge to themselves. However, those kingdoms that shared their knowledge with each other would advance much more quickly. It was the Black Queen's wish that all the kingdoms would become much closer and trusting, due to the miracles of science they could share and exploit. The promise of ancient knowledge was enough to win most of them over. Some were a bit skeptical, but being able to see and touch his flying machine, that was enough to appease most of them. He did have to take a few of them on a short flight around the city. He sat at the console but never touched the controls. He really had no clue how the ship worked. He found himself being treated much nicer after that. When the day of the visit arrived, Ian waited outside with a couple dozen troops and dozens of royal and military escorts. At exactly noon, Ian stepped forward and bent down on one knee. The crowd was puzzled, and there were murmurs and a few giggles. He was kneeling before nothing. Then suddenly, he wasn't. There was a gasp and a few dropped items. There before him was someone in a scarlet robe. The person pulled down the cowl and pulled back the hood of her cloak. A beautiful, light-haired woman stood before them. She nodded at Ian, who then stood up and began leading her into the palace. As she moved forward, the cloak opened slightly, and people could see some of her legs. They were covered in a tight-fitting dark material that was so black that it was difficult to see clearly. The crowd followed her in, but they were strangely silent. Her sudden appearance had shocked them, and now they weren't quite as sure as to what was happening. Technology, when sufficiently more advanced than what you understand, will often be confused with magic. When they entered the throne room, Ian pronounced loudly,
Your Royal Highness and people of Xena, I present Katrina, Queen of the North, Commander of the Black Fleet, Guardian of the Peace, and Giver of Knowledge, Her Majesty. The Black Queen.
Kat strode forward, trying to walk as straight and eloquently as she could. She understood this was just for show. She wanted to impress them, but not look like she needed to. They had a seat for her at one end of a long table. The king sat at the far end. Along both sides were his advisors. She nodded at the king and sat down. Ian had suggested that he do most of the talking. This was a formal occasion, and these men were not accustomed to dealing with women. Ian stood beside her and said,
There will be no formal agreements or treaties between the Queen and any country. No signing of documents or royal seals will be necessary. The understanding between all kingdoms and the Black Queen is simple and permanent. There will be no exceptions, misinterpretations, or second chances. All forms of slavery are to be ended, and there will be no wars, skirmishes, or military actions conducted by any country against another.
Ian had already presented these demands to those in attendance, so there were no surprised looks. He then continued.
Failure to abide by these rules of conduct will result in the immediate removal of the king and any advisor or military officer complicit in any such activity. The Black Queen alone will decide when or if such an action is necessary.
There were several scowls and nasty looks, coming from the military officers. None of them said what they were thinking. Ian pulled out a scroll from his tunic and began unrolling it. He said,
For now, the Queen has decided to visit each kingdom twice a year. With each visit, she will provide a useful bit of ancient technology.
He handed the scroll to the advisor next to him and said,
This information explains the process and techniques required to increase the temperature of a metal furnace and the combination of metals used to create several types of high-strength steel. I know this technology is not of the greatest value to you, as there is little iron in your land.
The table became a bit noisy now, as several of the advisors were confused. Ian continued.
However, this knowledge would be of extreme interest and value to the country to your north. They, in turn, will soon be given the knowledge of how to fertilize, rotate, and protect the crops you grow here, easily increasing the output of your farms threefold.
Some of the men at the table were still confused, but others just sat back and smiled. They understood the game being played. Most of them approved. Only the military men seemed angry. They also realized what the game meant. Not only no more wars, but cooperation. And eventually even friendship. They were appalled. Ian was about to give his final remarks and well wishes to the group when he heard Sis shout in his head.
Get down!
Ian had allowed a communications device to be placed in his ear when he was given his cloak while visiting the Great Wall. He didn't understand the technology, but was convinced that it would help with their tasks. He fell to his knees behind the table and looked toward Kat. Her chair was empty, and he saw several crossbow bolts embedded in the chair. Sis had detected the movement through Kat's eyes. She had activated Kat's cloak as Kat was slipping under the table. Kat had quickly crawled to the other end, under the table. The chairs were pulled away, as the men all clumsily scrambled for cover. Most of these advisors and royal clerks were far past their prime. Kat pulled her cowl over her face and stood up. 4 men had stepped out from behind a curtain, and had fired crossbows where Kat had been sitting. From their perspective, it would have looked like she just disappeared as they fired. A dark arm appeared at the end of the table, and fired a strange-looking weapon. There were loud snaps and a whooping noise, like someone shaking a large cloth. 3 of the snaps came quickly. The 4th a split second later. The men were all thrown back against the wall, before they could reload their crossbows. The black arm disappeared, and the room filled with guards and chaos. Ian quietly rose, and stepped back toward the exit. He wasn't sure what had just transpired, but by the looks of those around the table, it hadn't been planned by them. He heard someone shout,
Marcus.
He didn't know the name, but by the bedlam that ensued it must be someone important. One of the bodies was carefully picked up, and placed on the table. The king was right there, at the end of the table, holding the limp head. Ian now noticed the body on the table was quite small and thin. It was a child. From the look on the king's face, it might be one of his. Kat suddenly appeared next to her chair. She pointed to the body and asked,
Someone you know?
The king looked up, and said in a choked voice,
It's Marcus, my middle son.
Kat interrupted him saying,
Why would he do this?
A middle-aged man, holding the boy's hand, said softly,
It's my fault. I'm sorry, Majesty. It's my fault.
Kat said.
Speak up, man. What did you do? Why is it your fault?
The man stood up straighter and said,
I'm the boy's tutor. I told him about you. He wanted to know. I told him about the threats you've made toward his father.
Kat thought about it for a second. The boy was trying to protect his father from her. Being the middle son, he probably wanted to impress his father too. Kat said loudly,
The boy isn't dead. At least he shouldn't be. I adjusted my weapon when I saw he was a child.
One of the advisors put his head on the boy's chest, then said loudly,
He lives. His heart still beats.
The king bent down and listened for himself. Cat thought to Sis.
A bit daring for someone so young.
Sis responded.
A bit foolish too. He knew nothing about his perceived enemy, but attacked anyway.
Cat asked the king.
How old is he?
The king looked up and said,
He's 12, almost 13 now.
Sis said,
A bit small and scrawny for a 13-year-old. He looks malnourished and pale. These people know nothing of nutrition and exercise. Especially the well-off.
Cat said,
When he wakens, send for me. I want to talk to him. I'll be in the garden.
There was an elaborate garden behind the palace, with several fountains. Ian walked beside her, as she walked slowly enjoying the smell of the flowers, instead of men. Ian gestured with his hand for the guards to stay back. He said,
This little incident could happen again. I've found that when traveling to new lands, it helps if one has a reputation, let's say. If people have heard your name mentioned in association with violent and infamous events.
Cat understood what he was saying. As the commander of the Black Fleet, he would be given a certain amount of respect. People would be very careful not to anger him. Certainly not allow anyone to attack him. Since Ian had been standing next to her during the onslaught, Cat realized he was looking out for himself too. She really liked him. He always had a way of getting what he wanted, without seeming selfish. The perfect diplomat. Sis spoke up.
These people have only heard words and threats from you. It's time to back them up. It's time for a demonstration. That's why I put that weapon on your ship.
Cat, Sis, and Ian discussed possible scenarios for a memorable demonstration. Cat didn't want her reputation to be that of a mass murderer. Ian recommended something that could be witnessed by as many as possible. Sis was worried about collateral damage. A Class 8 placer had never been fired in Earth's atmosphere. They had only been used to carve up large asteroids. They came to an agreement. Something dramatic, viewable by the entire city, and yet hopefully not too deadly. Sis agreed, but would only set the weapon to half power. More than enough to make their point. Several hours had passed. Ian was sitting by a fountain. It was getting late. A squad of guards approached, and the leader said,
The king awaits. We will escort you to Prince Marcus' chambers.
Cat helped Ian get up. He had nearly fallen asleep. When they entered the boys' sleeping chamber, it was a bit crowded. The guards waited in the halls. The king and queen were both there, along with the other princes, a physician, and the boy's tutor. The physician spoke first, saying,
Some of the boy's ribs are damaged, cracked, if not broken. The other men were his personal guards. Their bones were smashed, as if they had fallen from a great height.
Cat ignored him, and told the young prince directly.
Your men's deaths are your responsibility. You are still young and foolish. They should have known better.
The prince winced as he spoke, saying,
They did their duty, and obeyed my orders. They...
Cat interrupted.
Died needlessly. What was your objective? Why the surprise attack?
He was still a bit belligerent, and said,
You threatened the king. That is a crime, punishable by death.
Cat smiled and said,
So, the intent was to kill me. Do you know why you failed?
The prince looked up at his father, who was clueless, then he turned to his tutor. The tutor who was sitting in the corner stood up, and hesitantly said,
Know your enemy.
Cat smiled and pointed toward him. She said,
Yes, that's exactly right. You knew nothing about me.
The prince said a bit sheepishly,
You... disappeared. As I aimed my bow.
Cat nodded and said,
Yes, I did, but that wouldn't have mattered. Your bolts couldn't have hurt me anyway. You think of me as a woman, someone easy to kill.
Cat had noticed the guards at the door held ceremonial heavy iron spears. But looking at the doors, she realized those spears would fit in the iron holders on each side. The spears were too heavy to be useful in battle. They were designed to bar the doors. She told Ian to bring her one of the spears. The guard let go when the king nodded. No one knew what she was going to do with it. She took it over to the bed and laid it across his chest, then told him to hold it up. He struggled to do so. The boy was a weakling. She picked it up and held it out with one hand. She then bent it in half and threw it down. She said,
I'm not a woman that's easy to kill.
She pointed toward the tutor again, and said,
Listen to your tutor, know your enemy.
Cat, still pointed toward the boy's tutor, said,
Tutor, is the boy much of a scholar?
The tutor nodded and said,
The boy is eager to learn. He takes his studies seriously. Unlike his brothers.
Sis spoke up.
Another royal? Are you sure about this?
Cat responded,
He's the middle son. He'll never be king. Besides, I promised the girls I would be bringing more boys to the club.
Sis replied,
You know, all these children we have been bringing to the wall will soon be teenagers.
Cat closed her eyes and grimaced. She spoke to the tutor.
Your name is?
He answered.
I'm Scott the Younger.
Cat continued.
How old are you, Scott?
He answered.
I'm 38.
Sis said.
His knowledge as a tutor is mostly useless to us.
Cat replied.
Not tutor, chaperone. I'll have to travel a lot now, and you are much too busy.
Sis replied.
There are monitors everywhere in the wall. I keep close track of our students.
Cat smiled a bit. She tried very hard not to think of all the sneaking around she had done with her boyfriend. All the illicit sex, when she was 16. But it was pointless, if she thought of it. Then Sis already knew. Cat asked.
Scott, are you married?
He nodded. Then said.
But my wife is only 24.
Cat smiled and asked.
Any children?
Scott nodded and said.
We have 2 that still live. We've lost one, but my wife is with child again.
Cat was curious, but didn't want to get too personal. She asked.
Is your wife scholarly too?
He smiled and said.
She's very smart. She loves my books on the ancients. But she is a woman.
Cat changed the subject, and spoke to the king saying.
There is a great warship in the harbor. I want it anchored a kilometer offshore, and abandoned, by noon tomorrow. Spread the word throughout the city, that at noon, your city bell will strike 3 times. All children are to be indoors, and everyone should close their eyes for 30 seconds. This is to save them from permanent blindness. I am going to fire on that ship from 10 kilometers away.
One of the king's advisors said.
From 10 kilometers, you won't even be able to see the ship.
Cat interrupted saying.
Make that 20 kilometers. Tomorrow, you lose your ship, and your son. This is the price for an unprovoked attack.
The queen shouted.
No, you can't harm my son.
Cat smiled at her and said.
Oh, I don't plan on harming him. I'll be taking your son to live with me in the Great Wall in the north. I will nurture and train him in whatever science or skill he wishes. He will visit you twice a year at the solstice. 3 weeks in the summer and 1 week in the winter. By the time he's 18, he'll be the wisest man in your kingdom. I'll let him decide when to come back to stay.
Cat was pleased with her choice. She pointed to the tutor and said.
Prepare your family, you're all coming with me tomorrow. You'll be living in the Great Wall too. Along with young Marcus here. You'll be allowed to study all the ancient knowledge you desire. I'm training many young people now to become emissaries, a bridge between the world of the ancients and the one you know. Your children can be among them if they so choose.
Before Sis could say anything, Cat thought to her.
Not just chaperones, examples. They seem like good people. I've been killing people right and left. Not the example I want to set.
Ian was now at Cat's side. He whispered.
Clever, taking a child hostage will help ensure their obedience.
Cat took offense, because that isn't what she had been thinking. But Ian was a man of the times. He would always be looking for the strategic advantage, in every situation. She said quietly.
Perhaps I should make it part of the arrangement. I think it would be a win-win proposition for every kingdom.
Chapter 35. Most cities had warning bells of some sort. The city of Xena had one near the palace, and one in the harbor. Cat sat next to Ian on the highest cliff overlooking the harbor. The king with his entourage were nearby. Recent events had made her presence uncomfortable. The king's military advisors were especially agitated. Ian was sitting on the far side of Cat. He didn't like the look on the faces of the king's guards. Cat had killed 3 of them the day before. He didn't feel safe sitting next to her, but at least she was between him and the guards. Several kilometers away, out in the harbor, was the king's flagship. Kat had suggested that all the other ships in the harbor be moved as far away as possible. Kat was conflicted. She hated destruction, it was a beautiful ship. But it was a warship, 32 cannons on each side. A symbol of war. She said quietly.
It's time. Let's get this over with.
Ian stood up and shouted toward the king's group.
Ring the bells!
The king nodded toward his chief advisor, who then nodded at the king's master-at-arms. The master then shouted an order to his subordinates, who raised a flag. The city bells struck, not in unison, but close enough. They each rang 3 times. Ian shouted.
Close your eyes!
He looked down, putting his hand over his eyes. He believed Kat's warning about blindness. The flash was bright, even through closed eyes. There was a very loud boom, like standing next to a cannon. The shock wave struck Ian hard, nearly knocking him over. His ears. He couldn't hear anything. Ian was angry that Kat had said nothing about covering his ears. Slowly, sound began to return. All Ian could hear was nearby cursing. And faintly in the distance, some screaming. He opened his eyes and looked toward the harbor. All he could see was a cloud of smoke, and a strange mist hanging in the air. Ian looked toward the king's entourage. Several people had fallen over, and were being helped to their feet. The king himself was standing, looking out toward the harbor. He looked angry. And scared. Ian looked down at Kat, who just sat quietly, as if this happened every day. He looked out over the harbor again. The mist and smoke had begun to clear. He looked for the ship. It wasn't there. He asked Kat.
Was that one of those fusion things?
Kat looked up and said.
Oh no, if that was a fusion bomb, the entire city would just be a large smoking crater in the ground. That was just a placer blast.
She realized that the word would mean nothing to him, so she explained.
It was a focused beam of accelerated plasma energy.
Ian pretended to understand, but asked.
Plasma?
Kat tried to explain.
The 4th state of matter. You know, solid, liquid, gas, and plasma. You get plasma when you heat something to millions of degrees.
Ian just gave her a blank stare. Kat knew it was hopeless, so she said.
Plasma is what the sun is made of.
This was something that Ian could grasp, and he said.
I'm beginning to understand. The power of the sun. That's something I can use if they ask me about your weapons.
Ian felt something on his face. Something wet. Sis spoke to them both, saying.
It's all that superheated steam beginning to condense. Because water doesn't compress, most of the energy and debris was blown skyward.
Something landed on the ground next to him, so Ian bent down to pick it up. As he did so, several more small objects fell to the ground around them. He looked at the object, just a small piece of charred wood. Not much more than a splinter. Kat stood up and looked at it. She took it from his hand, and walked over to the king. The guards and advisors now stood aside as she moved forward. She handed him the splinter and said.
This was your warship. The cannons you will find on the bottom of the harbor. They will be just blobs of melted iron. It took less than a second for this to happen. There will be no more wars. Because I can enforce my rules. Your armies and navies mean nothing to me.
As Kat walked back toward Ian, she noticed him collecting many more slivers of wood, off the ground. He stood up, looking a bit embarrassed, and said.
When I tell this story to Jetson and my girls tonight, I'll have some proof, souvenirs of the event, to give them.
I'm sure they'll be quite valuable someday.
Sis spoke up.
He certainly understands human nature better than most. Let him fill his pockets, they could make him quite wealthy.
Kat said.
I'm sure he'll just trade them for favors. Political favors.
Sis said.
I'm just glad he's on our side.
Kat agreed, saying.
He's clever that way. He picks the winning side every time.
Kat let Ian smooth things with the king's advisors. Ian convinced them to spin the demonstration as a warning to others, about what happens when you cross the Black Queen. The queen who is now obliged to protect their country from any attack. Ian also persuaded the queen to arrange for a going-away feast for her son. A celebration, for his fortunate inclusion, in the Black Queen's new school of ancient knowledge. He told her how envious he was, because Marcus would be learning things most people could only dream of. Ian was very persuasive. The queen and king were now quite pleased with their sons leaving. The prince himself was more of a challenge. Until Ian mentioned that so far, Most of the other students were female. Young pretty females. Kat waited until late, after the festivities had wound down, to make an appearance. She knew Ian was anxious to get back to his girls. His beautiful twin wives were competitive, when it came to pleasing him. He was a lucky man. And he knew it. Several high-ranking military men were now escorting her, trying to gain her favor and her attention. They were filled with questions about her weaponry and her ship. Knowing your enemy was a tricky operation. She motioned for Ian to take her travelers outside. Ian would be leaving in his own ship. She waited near a small wall in the garden that overlooked the city. The travelers were accompanied by a large group of guards, officials, and advisors, along with the king and queen. As they waited, while everyone said their goodbyes, one of the military officers asked,
"How could you aim a weapon at a target too far away to see? After all, 20 kilometers is far over the horizon at sea."
Kat looked at him and said,
My ship wasn't on the sea. It was 20 kilometers, straight up.
The man looked puzzled, and said,
"A flying ship, like Commander Ian's?"
Kat smiled and said,
Mine is bigger.
She pointed toward the city. Suddenly, the view was blocked by something metallic and glistening in the torchlight. It was immense, much larger than the warship it had destroyed. The officer stepped back trying to see the edges. A large opening appeared, and a ramp slid out, touching the top of the wall. Kat picked up a small stone bench, weighing several hundred kilograms, and placed it against the wall. It provided a step, which she took, to stand on the wall, and beckon the other travelers to follow. The interior of the ship was visible. It was dimly lit, but there was a large empty hall, with doorways and stairways visible on the sides. Scott helped his pregnant wife up, and carried his other children. Marcus, carrying a large bag, stood on the top of the wall and waved. He was enjoying all the attention. Something rare for a middle child. He stepped inside, and the opening closed. Then, the entire ship disappeared. Inside, the feeling of upward movement was felt, as Kat led them all to the control room, which contained a dozen seats along the back, and 2 large ones in front of a large window. It was really a display screen, but it was showing the city and coastline slowly shrinking below them. After everyone was secure, the feeling of acceleration pushed them back into their seats. Kat took a seat in front of the screen and told them all to relax. The trip would take several hours. They were traveling thousands of kilometers to their destination. Kat sat there watching the stars and thought.
I would say that went well. But it was more of a cluster.
Sis interrupted.
You succeeded.
Kat let it go. It was in the past. Only the future mattered now. She had spent a lifetime studying the past. She was over it. After a while, Kat remembered something that she had meant to ask Sis. She thought.
Remember that story about the alien and the robot threatening the Earth in order to change things? You said the original story was different than the movies. You said you found it more entertaining.
Sis replied.
Yes, it was quite amusing. Remember, when the story was written, space travel, robots. They were fantasies, there were no computers. Even the term artificial intelligence didn't even exist. In the story, the Earthlings made a big deal about the robot bringing the human alien back to life. They believed the robot needed the human in order to receive instructions.
Kat responded.
I suppose that makes sense. From their perspective. Why did the robot really bring the human back to life?
Sis replied.
Because the human was its favorite pet.
Kat laughed, and said.
That's funny. I'm glad that's not why you brought me back to life. Right, Sis? Sis!
The end.